What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to Season 8, the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here, back in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're back in the Desert Storm bunker with Season 8's EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fix His Binds, LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also, the man with one trabajo, that is the motherfucking Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill. The junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you get those names, just call me CGA, See God Allah, the main event. And I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. You're looking at Malo Papi-Cito is back in the building. Don Gregorio is here. And boy, it's been one hell of a week since I've been here. It's been over a week. It's been over a week since I've been here. And I've been gearing up for Season 8. We are now in Season 8. I need to welcome you guys to Season 8 just so you guys don't misunderstand what's going on here. All right. What's going on here? I'm going to welcome you guys to Season 8. All right, because we are officially on to uncharted new territory since everybody wants to be talking about what I've been talking about since forever. So we're going to switch some things up. Some things will remain the same, but some things will be changing around here. They're going to be incremental changes around here. Welcome to Season 8. Boss up, bitch ass niggas. All right, boss up or shut up is what we're going to talk about here. And we're going to run that banner, tickle that banner across the screen real quick. All right, come on, get the banner going. All right, come on. There it is. We at Season 8 right now. We're in year 9 of me doing this. I'm a veteran. I'm an OG in this space. I belong on the Mount Rushmore of this space, but of course I'm demonetized and everybody thinks subscribers make you the best. All right, that don't make you the best out here. You talking about the demonetized champion of YouTube, the guy that has put up with more bullshit from these platforms, but I'm back in here to reclaim the throne. This is Season 8. We're going to get rid of a lot of guys here. Because a lot of guys ain't caught up. And if you ain't caught up, well, that's just your problem. We ain't arguing with no poverty mindset motherfuckers. All right, we're not doing it. All right, we're giving you the next level. This is going to get you to and through the year 2032. All right, if you're still waiting for 1990 to come back, if you're still waiting for 2008 to come back, you're in the wrong conversation. All right, you're in the wrong conversation. So this is where we're taking the direction of the show. It's all boss up content, and we'll have some content, you know, like the screen grabber here, Ayesha Curry. That's a main event topic. We're looking for news, information, and entertainment here. All right, that's what we're looking for. The red pill stuff, it'll be in there incrementally because I've been red pill since the JFK assassination, you know, right? So I can't help it. All right, but we're going to tear back the matrix on you guys. We're going to take the matrix and really, you know, the matrix. All right, everything that you learn, you're going to have to unlearn to follow this show. All right, everything that you learn, you're going to have to unlearn to follow this show. You got to have to be willing to unlearn everything that you learned. All right, most everything that you learn has been absolute bullshit. All right, and you have to re-educate yourself. You have to re-educate your mind, recondition your mind to go forward because most of the things that you're aspiring to attain, you're not going to get it. All right, you're not going to get a loving wife for free. All right, none of these things. Women used to love guys for free. No, they don't. No, they haven't. All right, that's false. Men have never had to spend money to get women. False. All right, these are all falsehoods that you guys, the poor people, you poor poverty mindset people, continue to run your mouth about. But it ain't helping you out because you're hoping you come back to this, but it ain't never coming back to this. Somebody said the red pill is dead. Red pill is dead. All right, that's dead. It's been basically cherry picked, so there's no point in calling it a pill anymore. But it is what it is. We're moving forward with this show. It is going to be a great season. Now, for the people that are wondering, because I had a great supporter reach out to me on the gram, and he was like, Coach, man, where you been? Where you been? Okay, well, let me tell you where I've been. First of all, I dropped my son off at college. All right, so that was Thursday through Saturday, dropping my son off on college, and that was a good experience. That was my last son or last child to enter into the world of adulthood, and he's at college, and I dropped him off, and boy, did it smell like teen spirit. All right, boy, it was great to walk through a college campus again. And I've been walking through college campuses, going on tours, all right, with my son, selecting colleges and stuff like that over the past year, being the super dad that I am. And shout out to my son, Brooklyn. He's at university. And it was wonderful to see all these pretty young women of legal age with no tattoos, all right? None of these bitches had tattoos. None of them had wigs on, all right? They didn't have bull nose rings. Now, again, 2 years in, they're going to have bull nose rings and tattoos. All right, but most of these women were blank canvases. All right, they were blank. They were fresh in the mind, wet noodles. All right, blank canvases, no tattoos. All right, bitches' bodies was up. Titties was firm. All right, there wasn't no strags there. Everybody was of legal age. So it was like, wow. I mean, this is what, you forget sometimes when you're not in these youthful circles, right? 18, 19, and 20. All right, you didn't see all of this bullshit, all right, that you then see when you turn 25, 30, 35, and 40. All right, so it was a fresh, prime selection of young women out there, aged just right. All right, but it was good, a beautiful thing to see. So that was all Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Spent some time with my JUCO on Saturday and Sunday. And then I headed out to Panama. That was Sunday. That was on Monday and Tuesday in Panama, Wednesday in Colombia, Thursday out on the coast of Nicaragua in San Andreas, Colombia. And then back here on Sunday. All right. So it has been a great week. For the people that want to know, it's boss up season out here. I've visited more than 12 countries this year. All right. And it's by October. And I'm going to add about 6 or 7 more coming up when I take my Ling Ling tour. All right. Coming up here in November, December.
I shut the fuck up.
All right. So my Ling Ling tour is going to be here still scheduled to go. So 11 countries in 10 months. And boy, am I worn out. And yes, I beat the brakes off of every country. All right. Tricking season is here. It is the monetized dating marketplace. If you're still talking about tricking in 2025, please slap yourself. Slap yourself. You're good. You're cooked at this point. That's tricking. You're really lost at this point. It's 2025, bro. All right, where you been? All right, but it's been a great calendar year. It is my 50th birthday year. By the way, if you're on Locals or Patreon, you got my 50th birthday invitation. All right, I'm expecting about 10 guys. All right, I opened it up for 20 guys. All right, girls, you can come too. All right, but it's going to be about 10 guys. I still have to answer some emails. I was on vacation, sorry. All right, but yeah, man, we got my 50th birthday invitation that's gone out last week. All right, to some people here that are supporters. And then about a couple days from now, once that window closes for our supporters, we will open it up for the mainstream audience, the big 50. And I'm telling you, man, it's my rules. I don't give a fuck what everybody's rules are. All right. Whatever your rules are of life, do not bring them over here on me. Okay. Do not bring that shit over here on me. Well, this is what you're really supposed to do. And love and trust means I don't follow anybody else's rules. It's my rules or no rules at all. Fuck it. All right. This is how I'm living life. All right. I'm living this life and I worked hard to get to this position. All right. To live my life like that. I don't give a fuck about what nobody else care. I don't care. All right. Unless you're an elder that can put information on me. All right. I'm not going to listen to people beneath me tell me how to live life. All right. Relationships are about love and trust. All right. Bitch, you got 2 strikes. All right. The next thing you do, you struck the fuck out. That's what's about to happen. All right. I ain't trusting nobody. So that's how we're living life. That's how we're doing it. We're living La Vida Cocha. La Vida Cocha is out here and it's my rules. All right, life by my rules. I told my family, my 50s are mine. Leave me alone. All right, leave me the fuck alone. I already did my 20-year bid, 25 years as a parent. All right, all right. I've already done it. I did it by everybody else's rules. I took care of my business. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm about to live this life how I live it. All right, that's how it is. All right, bitches be in my life, be like, well, relationships involve love and trust. And what you should do, man, bruh. Yo, I'm doing this shit. All right, I'm doing it my way. I got the money. All right, you got the pussy. I got the money. You got the wait, hold on. What's the phrase right here? All right.
Because I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
I'm doing it my way. And this is part of the free agent lifestyle. This is why you want to live free. Matter of fact, if you guys didn't follow me over on, did you guys follow me over on Instagram? Okay. You don't follow me over on Instagram, but I'll be showing receipts over there. All right. I'll be showing receipts. That's your boy, CGA. See, y'all thought, put your shirt on, nigga. Y'all thought CGA ain't doing shit. He ain't bossing up. He ain't out here. He just wasting his money on JUCOs. Brothers, 11 countries in 10 months. All right. Putting hands on hips, staying in shape, getting my money right. Free agent lifestyle is the secret weapon. All right. It is the secret weapon. It is the look, it is the recipe for life. I got the life plan for you men. All right. Everything I'm telling you is life plan, bro. We are not playing out here. Brothers out here, man. I'm out here trying to show y'all, brothers, you must follow the free agent lifestyle. All right. Follow the free agent lifestyle. It is the way. It is the way. All right. Brothers got his 6-pack abs out. Okay. 4.5. All right. 4.5 abs. All right. Living good in the neighborhood. Get your body right. Look at your boy out here, bruh. Walking on water. See God, Allah. Boss up. Look at the lat development. Look at the trapezius, the subscapularis. All right, come on, bruh. It is living. Oh, don't do it. Oh, not the oblique. Oh, my goodness. Hit the music. Hit the music. All right, look at you. Oh, nigga, it is boss up 2025 out here, man. We going into Uh-oh, nigga. Okay, let me stop. All right, let me stop because dudes ain't going to be able to handle it on this show. They're not going to be able to handle it. All right, because they thought y'all was just supposed to say single and broke and poor and then complain about these whores. We need to complain about these women. All right, it is what it is out here. Man, I told y'all to boss up and I told y'all to put them receipts on the screen. Now, when y'all see me put the receipts on the screen, then them simps and them weak ass virgin incels be hollering. All right. Them virgin incels be hollering behind a no icon page. I love it. I love it. All right. Them virgin incels. See Coach be out here simping, not following his own advice. I'm literally following my own advice. I'm literally following every single piece of advice that I've given you. All right. But you don't want to see it. All right. Because you want me to be loser like you. All right. You know, right here. All right. And, then they be mad on the internet. All right. He out here with all these women. He got a sex addiction. Okay. All right. Y'all don't like receipts, do you? Oh, by the way, I lease these women, man. Yeah, bruh. All right. I don't hold on to these women. None of these women my girlfriend. All right. They just my girlfriend for the week. Baby, if you're single, you ain't gotta be alone tonight. So, baby, are you single? You don't have to be alone tonight. Ass nigga. All right. But now, y'all sitting over there with your whole wife and your girlfriend. All right. Losing in life. All right. Every day you wake up, you're losing. Every day you wake up with your girlfriend and your wife, you taking an L. All right. Did you hear about Derek Jackson? I don't know if this story's confirmed. Apparently, he had a girlfriend out here who was mahi mahi, and he didn't realize she was mahi mahi because apparently she got impregnated by another guy, and I heard he was mad. All right. That's all I heard. That was a rumor. All right. But anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat. On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel, I'm following my own advice. All right. I tell you about how women work. All right. And then I'm finding leveraging options. I participate with them. If it floats, flies, or fornicates, always lease. All right. I'm doing exactly what I told you to do. Understand female nature, vet them, have a vetting process, and so forth and so on. Now, I'm going to go to some super chats. Now, if you super chatted me thinking the show was going to come on last week, please whatever you do, all right, whatever you do, do not ask me to read the super chat from a week ago. All right, do not ask me to do this. All right, shout out to Daniel McGee says, so my favorite African-American. He says, welcome back, coach. Shout out to you, brothers, man. We are back.
Oh, look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking
Nick Too
about?
Quick says, I used to stay logged in on my iPhone, but I needed to do a factory reset a month ago. It looks like I have another account on Patreon that pays $50 membership, but I seem to not remember the email of that account that pays for that membership. Any way to help out? Maybe just email me and I may be able to go ahead and block it. All right, possibly. All right, that might be what I can do. Block it and maybe kick you out of there. All right, kick this guy out. All right, here we go right here. All right. Whew. Man, y'all brothers out here struggling, I see. But we also have shout out to our brother here. We got Joshua Moon says, I thought coach gave up on us pathetic ass niggies. Almost. And he says CGA has been unleashed. Run, niggies, run. All right, we are here. Shout out to our brother, no government name. BH says YouTube was real boring last week without CGA. Shout out to y'all. What did the content creators do? What were they talking about? All right. Since I wasn't coming up with content for them, how they been doing? And trust me, I haven't been paying attention to what they've been doing. I don't watch Red Pill. I don't watch any Pill, Manosphere. I don't watch anybody. So I don't know what they've been doing, but how has it been? You know, you guys go through your Red Pill, Men's, Manosphere adjacent content. How's everybody been doing? All right, trust me. I've had my hands full going from country to country. I don't know what anybody's doing, but I did get on Twitter when I was on the plane coming from Medellin to Houston, and I saw two people were beefing. All right, two people were beefing. I saw that possibly Duke Jackson versus Anton, there was a beef. Right. And then possibly Steve Knight versus ABBA. I'm like, what? All right. Then I look up, they go on video for video. I'm like, man, I tell you, man, people are really bored. Like, they cannot come up with their own content. Come up with their own content. I don't know. Shout out to our brother, no government name BH. That's a co-sponsorship, but I'm back. We back in here. So Steve Knight and ABBA got a beef. Who thought? Who would have known? Shout out to our brother Ian Patrick Williams says, salute CGA. Boss up, men. It's sink or swim season here. It's sink or swim. And nobody's going to help you out here, guys. It is bad news out here. No government name SD says, welcome back. We are here. Shout out to Thoughts on Rome says, welcome back, coach. A little something to refill the JUCO fund. All right, because it does get expensive even in Colombia. All right, shout out to our brother here. Macaroni Tony says, you got that bounce to you. He says, I can tell the R&R helped. The receipts were insane. The R&R really did help. All right. It does help to step away from something that, you know, it does. This seems easy, but it's not. It's good to step away. Shout out to Wiesel says something that the RP, something that Red Pill me was realizing that most of the people that wrote beautiful love songs had terrible love lives themselves. That seems to be from a week ago. And shout out to Jacob M says, coach, why is it that I never see beautiful, high attractive women with a man? It's always the 6 or below that are taken. Are the beautiful women single? And is it because one man can't fulfill their needs? Well, there's a lot to say about that. There's a lot to unpack. But men tend to marry not very highly attractive women. Some do, but these men tend to probably have a different status or money level, right? I saw a nice little trophy wife, prime 29-year-old trophy wife, SEC, you know, white bitch on the plane in first class, looked well taken care of. And yeah, she was married. All right, but a lot of beautiful women try to use in today's marketplace, they try to use their attractiveness as far as they can take it. So they hardly settle early. You're going to hear this with Ayesha Curry. They hardly settle early. So they'll have a combination of men, right? They'll have a combination of men. Even if you try to be one man to her and give her a high level of an allowance, right? I'll give you a high level of allowance to not fuck any other guys. They're not going to do it. Don't take any other deals. Don't have 2 or 3 guys. They're not going to do it. So Typically what guys will do is they'll tell me they have a successful relationship. And guess what? I'm going to tell you, man, show me your girl. Show me your girl. All right. I guarantee you she's a booger wolf, a cockeyed or a knock-kneed. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So there's that. All right. We do have PayPal and some other Ko-Fis to attend to, but we want to get into some entertainment portion of the show. All right. But if you missed it, I'm going to give you guys another chance to see the new intro. All right. We had the new intro loaded up here for season 8. We're in season 8. Let's be great. So let's go ahead and kick that new intro. Yeah, let's go. All right, we ready for season 8? We still got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Crime and Law CGA will be moving to the Coach Rick Adams channel, so we won't be doing crime over there. We're going to be doing crime over here. We're going to be doing crime over there. But let's hit y'all off on some Straggle and Sniggle. Let's warm up the show here and get it going.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Okay, it still works. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a comedian that has to call out an audience member. I always think these things are scripted, but that's neither here nor there. This comedian, his name is Big J.O. Akerson. All right. Well, I'm just going to say.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
All right. This guy calls out this couple here. You can see this young lady here for dating this guy. Obviously, you can see that there's an age difference. Well, the comedian discovers that they are a part of a couple who is the divorce attorney. All right. The woman's dating her divorce attorney. Something that I've been telling you guys. Shit ain't sweet out here. Some divorce attorneys work on contingency. Some divorce attorneys work on peace leave contingency. All right, so let's take you to the jokes.
Triple date. Everybody knows each other at that table. He's your divorce attorney. Nice. Moving in quick. Oh, that is salacious. Did you get a good deal for her? You're still working on it. It's not done yet. Depends how she does tonight. Wink. Hell yeah, dude. I say Angel's going to get you the kid, the house, and the car. Open up the 5-hole tonight. Don't play coy. I've been divorced. It's not easy. It's not an easy game. How long were you married for? Just a couple years. No kids? 2 kids. Fuck.
All right, so what do you see here?
It's an evil world we live in.
Hey, man. Hey, I know y'all going to get mad and punch the air and you're going to call him a simp and blah, blah, blah. He messing up for men. Guys, this is a competition. He got 2 women at the table. All right. So listen. All right. Hey, he got 2 women at the table and you got none. But what he also got is listen, I wouldn't do it, but he's the divorce attorney's dating his client. And there he goes right there. And she was married for a little bit. Got 2 kids out of it. And now it's time to go. All right. Just like that.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Got the 2 kids. Now he's going to be running up the Duke chute so that he can win her case. Woo. It's an evil world out here, guys.
It's an evil world.
It's an evil world.
You going to let him keep him? Fuck that. You want to party. Yeah. Yeah. You pick up the kids on Wednesday when you're coming down from Coke.
Yep.
You're going to need them to cheer you up. Let me pick up the kids. It's a triple date. Everybody knows each other at that table.
All right, so there you go right there. We got 2 sisters. All right, look at your table here. Triple date. But the divorce attorney, Niggy, is in there with the ex-wife. So you wonder why you got your ex-wife, why you got screwed in your divorce is because your ex-wife got screwed. Time to put on my hater blockers. All right, time to put on my hater blockers. Hey, it's an evil, cold ass world, man. Hey, what I do on this show is I peel back everything that you learn. You're gonna unlearn during my show. All right, this is gonna be the realest fucking show you see on YouTube. Ain't gonna be no theories on here. We have Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have a woman that does not want to go into a store, and it's because the store now records their face on entry. Right? They record their face on entry. You can guess what race the woman is, but it says Burlington Coat Factory now is requiring you to take a photo before entering to prevent theft. Okay, so here we go.
Yeah, let them take a picture before you can enter into Burlington. Look at this shit. Oh, wow. Y'all won't get nothing out of here. Yeah, let them take a picture before you can enter into Burlington. Look at this shit. Oh, wow. Y'all won't get nothing out of here.
She said, y'all won't get nothing out of here. You see how she was looking? All right. She was looking from the exit side. She wasn't even looking. And all right, this is why some people can't have good things. All right, that nigga obviously saw that and was like, you won't get nothing out of me. No, you won't steal nothing from the store anymore. That's what's gonna happen. All right, you're not gonna steal anymore. You're not gonna be able to boost and put on 8 pair of jeans and 3 coats and 2 jackets and walk out the store. All right, so look at how she's filming it. She's filming it. Oh, they ain't gonna get nothing out of me. All right, why won't you walk in there? Aren't you an honest citizen? All right, they don't want niggies to go in there. All right, they don't want thieving ass niggies to go in there. They ain't gonna get nothing out of me. And look at the Puerto Rican guy. He's like, I can go in because they don't be stealing. All right, them bitches be out here stealing, man. Shout out to them. Absolute strag behavior. All right, we have a woman that wants to expose some of you nasty boys out here. She wants to expose some of you nasty boys. And we got 2 women that want to expose some of these people out here that be out here lying on their dick or their punani. All right, so let's go to the first woman out here. She wants to expose the nasty boys. And nasty boys, this is nothing new. There's your sister right here. She says, ladies, do not worry about what these ninjas be saying on YouTube. They love fat women. All right, they love fat women. All right, let's hear what she has to say here.
Come here, I want to tell you a secret. These men like fat bitches, okay? They like fat bitches, and they also like women that don't have anything going on. So you went and spent all that money on your body, okay? For a man who low-key fucks bums. He likes bums. So I just want to tell y'all, as an honorary big girl, okay, as someone who's plus size.
Honorary?
That y'all went and y'all go get those BBLs for no reason. Oh. Because a lot of y'all's men's be in my inbox, and I'd be like, listen. And when I go see you on their page, and I'm like, shorty girl got her body done. And when I asked them, why would you hit me up and your girl got her body done? I don't like the way it feels.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about it. This is why I'm telling y'all. I have backed every man I ever wanted.
Oh.
With this body.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Did you just say what I thought you said? All right. You didn't say that, did you?
Oh, the humanity.
You did say that. She said, I have bagged every man that I wanted with this body. Jesus. I have bagged every man that I want with this body. She said that. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. She said it. You nasty niggas. Now, here's the thing. Look.
Oh, that's nasty.
Let's be honest, man. She's not lying. All right, because niggas will smash anything. And then not just niggas, everybody's smashing anything. Now, we always say we wouldn't hit that. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-full pole, 7, blah, 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 blah. But she not lying. Niggas will. She not lying. Anybody that thinks she's lying, she's lying. Now, she didn't bag them. All right, she got fucked by them and this and that. I said I wouldn't curse too much on the show in season 8. All right, but I don't think she's lying. Dudes are definitely random guts. All right. Definitely if she's from the South. Dudes are random guts. Now, she also says those women got their body done, and a lot of guys complain about the bodies. That's true. Because if you've ever been with a woman that got their body done, most of the time, they're not great in bed. Most of the time, they are uncomfortable even with their own skin. They're uncomfortable with those implants. You can't really do things with them. And then they kind of don't want to move around. They're definitely, you're definitely going to get starfish. And then it's kind of rock solid and hard and weird feeling. So sometimes they got to heal. Sometimes they got leaks. Sometimes it stinks. So it's not what it's all cracked up to be. So a lot of guys do get someone that does look good, but it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel the same the way it looks. It looks good, but it doesn't feel good. All right. So she is saying another truth. And I've been with women that had their bodies done, and it's not that fun when they get naked. All right. It's not. And then when the titty's sitting all up here, and then the nipples all pop, cock, cross-eyed, one nipple higher than the other, it's completely like a turn off. You see the scar underneath. Right, you see the scar, or you see the scar where their areola was, and when they cut out the areola and stuffed in, it's kind of like then you're trying to suck on the titty, and the titty ain't even, there's no sensation. It's like she doesn't feel anything. It's fake titty. It's a fake nipple, right? So guys do get frustrated by that, and then they want something soggy, which is there where she shows up, and she says the guys, even with the women with the bodies done, still come over there for something soft. All right, that's crazy work for you nasty niggies.
Okay, Miss fucking personality over here, okay? Y'all should try. You bitches ain't got no personality. That's why y'all go get your bodies done. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Go get your body done. You have some personality. Use what God gave you. You bitches could never. Huh. Embarrassing. Your man, come here. I want to tell you a secret.
All right, so listen, as far as we know, the Red Pill Rangers are going to be like, she's terrible, she's disgusting. She's not lying. She's not lying. All right, I know she lying, coach. All right, she's not lying. All right, especially in the DMs. There's married dudes that gonna easily smash that. Now, here's the thing about it. That's not a big up to her as she's claiming. But what she is saying, she's claiming one thing: I bagged every guy that I wanted. Okay, yeah, you got fucked by every guy you wanted. But also, with that being said, there's some nasty dudes that will bust anything down. And most of the time, we go for these girls for practice. All right. Niggas be going at girls for practice, all right? If she gonna turn it over quick, she gonna turn it over quick. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have another young lady that says, well, she's gonna follow up with what this woman says. And let's see if she's telling the truth, Ruth, too. She says, when a woman says she gets niggies, all right, aka ninjas. When a woman says she gets ninjas, let's hear what she says.
Don't y'all hate a bitch that stay screaming she get niggas? Like, these niggas ain't going for any and everything walking. That's easy, bitch. I bet you do get niggas, bitch, because they can get you. They can get you. Don't y'all hate a bitch that stay screaming she get niggas? Like, these niggas ain't going for any and everything walking. That's easy, bitch. I bet you do get niggas, bitch, because they can get you.
All right, so that is a follow-up on what the previous woman said. All right, so this is a great follow-up. Now, you know it wasn't going to be an all save them CGA. I wasn't going to save that big woman. But this woman is telling the truth as well. So the previous woman said, I bagged every guy that I wanted. Okay. This woman said, that's easy, bitch. All right. Because men smash anything. That basically backs up my point. So when women say they get a lot of guys, the previous woman said, hey, I'm getting guys that has women that have BBLs and breast implants and tummy tucks. All right. Now, this woman comes on the back end of that and says, that's easy. Men smash anything. All right. I bet you do get plenty of dudes because you a type of woman that's let any dude hit. So this woman's not lying either. So both of these women are telling the truth, but one woman cancels out the other one because the other one was trying to brag and say, I get any man, I bagged any man that I wanted. And she's like, that's easy. Men hit anything. All right. And the reality is none of these women can keep a man. All right. And there's several reasons for that. They can't keep the guy. They can get any guy to come over and squirt between their legs, but can't keep one.
They can get you. Don't y'all hate a bitch that stay screaming she get niggas? Like, these niggas ain't going for any and everything walking. This.
All right. So for the white people in the building here, let me translate what this Strag is saying. All right. For the white people in the building. She says, don't you hate when a woman is screaming on the internet saying that they get a lot of guys? And then she was like, then she said, like, there aren't guys just walking around smashing anything. That's basically what she said at the beginning for the white people in the building. I know white folks are saying, Coach, I don't understand anything she's saying. All right, but that's what she's saying. The women are bragging that they get. I used to have this little Asian woman who used to say, I got hoes. I get a lot of dudes. I'm like, dude, you, and she's mostly smashed black dudes. I was like, black dudes gonna smash that. That's an easy. All you got to do is wave over here. They're gonna hit. So that's super duper easy. That's not nothing to brag about. And so this woman's saying the same thing. Like, dude, bragging that a black guy is gonna smash you is low grade. I bet you it. She says, I bet you is easy. That's what she said here.
It's easy, bitch.
She said, that's easy, bitch. All right, that's easy. To get a black guy to have sex with you is easy.
I bet you do get niggas, bitch, because they can get you.
I bet you do. She's for the white people in the back, speaking to the white people. She says, I bet you do get a lot of ninjas. All right, because you're easy to get. All right, and again, she's taking it back to the old school. All right, where a woman would be like, you know, these women tried to be like, I got hoes, I got these guys, and I smashed any guy that I wanted. The reality is the reputation of being easy, right? The community doorknob, the community moped, everybody gets a turn is not a big up. Okay, you can't brag that you get a lot of men here because that's easy, bitch, what she said. All right, we got how many more here on Straggle on Sniggle Theater? We have one more, a video of, wow, take a look at this woman right here on your screen here in about 2 seconds. There she is. Woo, another one here. All right, describe her body type real quick. Can you describe her body type? What do you say? All right, anybody got one?
Oh, the humanity.
That is, I don't know, describe her body type. Let's see what she says here. Describe her body type. All right, let's see what she says here in 30 seconds of female
internet and black men have told me that I am thick. Okay, thick? Okay, sure. I don't know, but the white boys just tell me I'm a little fat. And the Asian guys, I think they're afraid I'm going to destroy their city. I'm really putting the Jew in kaiju. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Yeah, she definitely is Jewish with that body. Jewish American princess. They call them Japs back in the day, the Jewish American princess. Yeah, they all built like this, or at least when you marry them, they're going to be built like this. All right, trust me. All right, that's coming. All right, they're all got wide hips, the majority of them. All right, especially the American kind. All right, yeah, look at around the knees here. But this woman's saying here, the Asian men think you're going to be Godzilla, and so forth and so on. And yeah, so the black men saying, baby, you just right. All right, that's what she said the black men are saying. All right, but I call that practice. All right, this is definitely practice meat. All right, you won't catch me these days outside in broad daylight with one of these.
Internet and black men have told me that I am thick.
All right, thick is what she called herself. Or she said the black men in the internet called her thick until the clothes come off. All right, then it's going to be fat. All right, when the clothes come off, you're going to see that's just a fat woman. All right, with the skirt on, and it's just, you know, she's dressed just right. Once the clothes come off, it's gonna just be one big fat woman. All right, so watch out for that one. But of course, you young men, you guys don't understand this. All right, you guys are still arguing with me about this anyway. It'll feel good. All right, but do not be caught in broad daylight with one. That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace. And coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, Everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out.
Shout out to Juan Flores on PayPal. He says, for teaching me about more than just women. He says, you saved me and countless amount of men from the system. Still enjoy your show after 5 years. I'll contribute it because I've bossed up like you told me. Muchos gracias. Keep winning. Shout out to my hombre, my primo over there. His name is Juan. Appreciate you for being here. Thank you for your PayPal. Shout out to Rusted Junk. I saw your email. I'm going to check that email out today. And we have a brother named Mr. Let me see if I can say your name first. Let me click on there. Let me say your name. It's no government name. Says, be careful letting these women in your house, especially after Charlie Kirk. Look up Juan Paul Merritt. All right. Juan Paul Merritt. Sounds like a baseball player. All right. But let me see here. Okay. Is that the guy who, well, anyway, shout out to him. And we have another brother here. You know, I cautiously vet. If you missed my stream on the JUCO this weekend, it was on Saturday, not Sunday, because I was flying the friendly skies. But I vet hardcore at the JUCO. All right. A lot of people think, and there was a guy, I think he was one of the original sprinkle, drizzle guys. And I want to say his name is Ishmael. He had a great video talking about men. You're going to get scored on out here. I don't care what you're dealing with, who you're dealing with. I don't care what type of dating, what type of mating strategy you have. There's no dudes not getting scored on. All right. This is not a game where you're not going to get scored on here and there, onesie twosies. So you're trying to come out here undefeated. Okay. And what'll happen is you'll let your guard down and you'll get scored on. In basketball, you don't pitch a shutout. In baseball, there's no shutouts. Most of the time, the only shutouts that you can maybe say happen is in soccer. All right. But you're not going to score a lot of points over there either. So if you're in the game of dating, life, work, whatever it is, you're going to get scored on. All right. She's going to get a point on you here and there. All right. She's going to get a bucket. All right. You're going to turn over. All right. Something happens. She's going to hit a three. But that's just the reality of entering into the marketplace. A lot of guys think that you're going to be armed so well that they're not going to get one over on you, especially when you're going into the monetized dating marketplace. Let me say this. The monetized dating marketplace is 10 times worse than the regular dating marketplace. I know I make it sound easy. But it's 10 times worse. Guys, it is literally like apex predators. You're dealing with predatory women on a massive scale. So you need to make sure that you vet to where you would give a regular woman 3 times the mess up. But on the JUCO, you need to give her 1 or 2. You need to reduce the opportunities for her to keep getting over. 1 or 2. All right, 1, and then look the other way, 2, out of there. With the regular marketplace, y'all will give these women 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 mistakes. All right. And then keep letting her make a mistake and keep letting her come up with excuses. When you go to the JUCO, 1 or 2 and cut bait, get out of there. These are pros. They know how to trap, press. They've been manipulating men for a long time. These are apex predators. So please understand what will happen is guys will come over there. They'll hear my stories. They'll hear my success stories. They'll hear me talking about the struggles. Guys, you're going to struggle over there. All right. I don't care how much money you got. You're not going to beat this game. Women are predators. They're predatory when it comes to this. So you're going to get scored on. Every now and then they'll get a bucket here and there. You'll lose a couple hundred here and there, and then just be like, get ready to move. And how did you guys know that I would sound this good after Saturday? Didn't I sound like hell on Saturday? I sounded like hell. Okay. But yeah, man, you know, that's part of the game. I wish I could play that video of the brother explaining that. Because I do want to acknowledge the guy who, here it is right here. His name is Image Real. I'm not sure what his name is because I can't really tell what people's names are on Instagram. But I'll play a quick video of the guy talking about it. I think he was one of the original sprinkle, drizzle guys. There were two of them. I think he was one of them. I might be wrong. But it says right here, in this game, you will get scored on, P.
Real ones know in this game, you're going to get scored on. No such thing as knowing so much game that you don't get scored on. It's kind of like the NBA. You know, you got your KDs, you got your Bronze, you got your Steph Currys. Like, they going to get their shots off. It's like this. You can't beat yourself up because KD got 30 on you. He scored 30 on everybody. So it's okay. You might fall for a hezzy or two. Let's say she hit you with I don't know, it's something about you. I just feel real comfortable. I feel like I can tell you anything. That's a mean hezzy. That's a Ronaldo Segu type hezzy. Everybody's falling for it. And even the most experienced people, you might not jump, but you might stutter stuff. Or let's say she texting you, y'all spend a hell of time together, and then all of a sudden she dry, she distant. Then she come back and she texting you all again, and y'all going on dates. Woo. She has good change of pace.
Some of the white people can't keep up with today's show, and I can thoroughly understand. All right. The white folks are like sitting here like, Coach, I don't know what you're playing. What are these videos? I don't understand any of these people, but I'll explain it to it. The reality is here, right here. The reality is you guys right here. He says, if you only stick around 6 weeks or less. Yeah, dude, 6 weeks. That's it. Once you go past 6 weeks, that is a guideline. That's not a rule. That's a guy. Once you go past 6 weeks, you know it's about to be game over. All right. So what he's saying is the women know game. There's nobody that knows so much game they're not going to get scored on. All right. Kevin Durant gets scored on. So does Giannis Antetokounmpo get scored on. It's like everybody gets scored on. There's nobody that ain't giving up a three. Sometimes you get fatigue. So you guys got to understand that is a part of the process of understanding it. Your job is to protect the treasure. Don't let them get all the way to the end. Okay. If you give up a couple here, a nickel and dimer, if you give out a 5-yard screen, you know, you're going to give up a first down. That's okay. Guys don't want to give up first downs. Y'all want to clamp down and give 3 and outs the whole game. You're not giving them your seed. You're not giving them prenuptial. You're not giving them divorce payments. You're not giving them up child support. If you're not giving those things up, you're not letting them move in. These are the things these are okay. That's what you're guarding against. They get a bucket. You turn over, you fumble, they get possession close to the end zone. Okay. So what? That's easy to recover from. That's easy to recover from. You give them good field position, they block a punt. Okay. All right, big deal. What you don't want is to give up the legal battle. What you don't want is to have them move in. What you don't want is to give them 18 years of child support. What you don't want is to give them half of your money in a divorce. So what? They get a couple of honeys here and a dinner date there and a trip here. And who cares? Most of the time, you actually got way more out of them than they got from you. So a lot of guys here, you hear me saying this and that, and you be like, yeah, but coach, this girl got here and there. Guys, it's okay. But I got way more out of her. I waxed her ass like Rain Dance. Trust me, I got way more out of her than she got out of me. All right, sometimes you got to put their ass on the free throw line. All right, get a couple of free throws. Okay, bitch, let's reset. So guys get these little losses and think they're losing. Your job is to not lose the treasure. Okay? Your job is to not give up that family court bag. Your job is to not let her move in and you can't move her out. Your job is to not get that non-disclosure. Your job is to not make sure that she get that marriage license and she fuck you over in that court. That's your job. That's your job, gentlemen. All right. It ain't these little onesie twosies. And if you don't have the stomach to deal with the onesie twosie, you do not participate. Stay your ass off the playing field. Okay. If you fall in love with her, it's your fault. It's your fault. Do not fall in love with them because these women will make you fall out of love real quick. If you fall in love with them, they'll be able to do whatever you want. They'll be able to do whatever they want with you all day long. They're just going to toy with you. So don't let them toy with you. Put them on one strike. You coming in with 2 strikes, right? Soon as they come in there, they whiff. All right, striked out. Next. It's okay, guys. Shout out to our brother here. He said the guy at the French Revolution had a lot of unpopular ideas and he was stabbed in his own bathtub. Shout out to you on that one. I'll research that one. All right. Your job is to not get played all the way through years later and then you look up and go, damn, what happened? Okay. Our brother Jahari Russell says, I'm glad you are back. Salute to you. I'm glad you had a great time. I promise. I'm going to live the free agent lifestyle to the fullest. And until you're ready, stay single. That's my advice to men. Do not come out here thinking that you're going to win and you're going to be out here losing. But just stay single, guys. Stay single. Shout out to No Government Name. Says Jason Wilson and Cam Newton had a conversation about lust and self-control. It would be interested if you reacted to that. Would you be down to have a combo with Jason if you got paid for it? Sure. Why not? All right. I'm all about paydays here. All right. I ain't the nigga to come in here and do shit for free. Right. At all. Them days are gone, gone, gone. Shout out to Kaylin says, welcome back, coach. Marriage is an institution unlike any other. You have to treat it well, both publicly and privately. Ayesha Curry has certainly treated her own marriage badly in every way, and women will still wonder why men don't want to get married anymore. You guys, I want you to understand this. The Ayesha Curry clip that you're going to hear later on in the day show, you're going to hear the men's perspective on it, and then you're going to also hear the woman's perspective on it. You'd be hard pressed to understand that the women actually agree with Ayesha Curry. They're actually defending her. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is a lot of you guys think romance should be a natural thing and people should get together and men and women, and women shouldn't want things and money and transactions. You think they're going to be happy with what you give them? You guys want these women to marry young and stay with you loyal? Okay, stay with you out of loyalty and Ayesha Curry used to be a pick-Misha. They used to call her a pick-Misha. All right, now you're going to hear women agreeing with Ayesha Curry's position here. Now you have a lot of men that used to agree with Ayesha Curry. Now they think Ayesha Curry is the devil. Yeah. And I'm not going to chimp out. This is basically the marriage will 101. I warned you about this for years. Everything she's going to say is exactly what I tell you about in the marriage will. Okay. So it is what it is. You can learn or you can unlearn. You can fight the system or you can just go ahead and accept it for what it is. Mike Key says, you would go on vacation. While I had a lot of PTO, LOL, all jokes aside. It's great to have you back, coach. Hope you are well rested and ready to go. I'm ready to go. I got 7 weeks before I hit Ling Ling Town. So we're going to go grind hard in 7 weeks. Shout out to Drew B. Says, new here, coach. He says, salute to all your wisdom. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you, Drewski. All right, G says, what's the top 3 reasons for dismissing a JUCO other than disrespect? Name 3. Well, inconsistency would be number 1. Number 2, if she's a JUCO where you just see her from time to time, you can keep her. All right. But if she's somebody that wants to be permanent, backdoor relationship you, well, then if she doesn't give you access to, ability to monitor her, dismiss her. All right. And if she's sloppy with her work, she cancels on you. Right. This woman is supposed to show up when she's supposed to show up. Now, 98% of the time, I don't have a problem with this. If she shows up late, this is a disrespect to you. This means she has another customer, right? And she's coming, barely getting washed up in the bathroom of Caesar's Palace, all right? And then rushing over to you, and her Uber's late, and she's running 45 minutes. She says, I'm just leaving home. I'm just getting ready. No, she's not. She's washing her pussy in the bathroom of Caesar's Palace, all right? And she's running all the way across the hotel. Anybody ever been to Caesar's Palace? All right. What's happening is she's running all the way over because the Uber stand and where the bathroom is really, it's a long walk. All right. And sometimes these hoes get disillusioned and lost sometimes and they get a little flustered. So what's happening is they got to go all the way to the Uber, all the way down to the escalator, downstairs, get their car. They got to wait. It's 30-minute wait to each Uber. And all of a sudden now she's got to get in the car, and then it's traffic it's traffic down the strip. And she's like, I'm just getting ready. I'm ordering my Uber. Nah. Yeah, she's just coming home from another situation. So you don't want to do any follow-ups on that one. That's a Las Vegas thing. All right. It's a Las Vegas thing. But hey, that could happen in your town too. It could happen in your town. He says, how do girls from the JUCO make it clear that they're open for a business transaction? I can't even imagine. They're all in business, and it's business. It's never personal. What I did a stream on this. Whatever you're dealing with women, understand it's business. It's never personal. Okay. It's business. It's never personal. This is what I want you to understand. This is why I most of the time I make a decision about dating a woman. It's always business, because it's not really personal. You got to understand that what they're doing is surviving. They're in business. Men are in love, women are in business. So you have to approach them in a business way. How do I protect the bag? How do I protect my seed? How do I protect, 50% divorce? How do I protect myself against getting played? How do I protect myself against? So when you dismiss them, it's got to be for a business reason. It's got to be for a business reasons. For instance, what are the top 3 reasons to listen? Go over the locals. Okay. But here's what I'm going to tell you. When you dismiss them, it's because you got to be protecting your bag. All right. That's what you're doing. Give up a first down. Don't give up a touchdown. Okay. Now, what'll happen is you guys will get, and guys, this is JUCO and regular women. They're all running the same game on you. Just so you guys think it's different. Just one woman's running it kind of in your face. The other woman's hiding it. All right. So you just have to determine which one. But you, on the other hand, what men have to understand when you're dealing with relationships, this is the number one hang up of men. I don't care what conversation you're dealing with. The number one relationship hang up for men is relationships and access. For them, when you dismiss them, it's got to be primarily for a business reason. I will always tell a woman, whether they're JUCO or not, you deal with me how I deal with you. I'm going to be upfront. I'm non-monogamous. Now, if I deal with you, I would prefer you to be monogamous to me. Now, is that fair and a fair game? No. That's not fair for the normies. The normies are going to say you're giving her an unfair deal. And I can somewhat agree with that, but that's the business deal that I gave her. If she agrees to that, whether she agrees and she plans to follow it or agrees and says, I'm going to just play on this nigga's behind his back. All right. That's whatever. She agreed to it. Now I can dismiss her on that level. Since I was up front and she agreed, I can dismiss her. Why? Because I'm going to say, I would prefer me not to engage with you where it happens that I'm engaging business-wise, financially into you, and other guys can access you for cheaper bet, right? There's a menu. All women have a menu. This is all stuff that I've taught you. So if I'm investing money, energy, attention, and time, dates, vacations, trips, whatever it is, living expenses, days of the week, whatever it is that I'm investing, I would prefer to not pay for you to get that from another guy. Right? I'm not going to pay you to get access to new men. I'm not going to pay you to make it cheaper for your boyfriend. You see what I mean? Like, that's where it's fair. To the normies, that's not going to be fair. But that would be fair. That's how I fairly do it. Look, I'm going to be non-monogamous. I would prefer that if I'm investing in you, you be monogamous, or I'm not going to pay. Now watch this. Right? Now watch this. If I find out that she is saying, okay, I'll agree to that, but then she says she's actually doing another thing, she's actually seeing other guys, or she has a boyfriend on the side, well, then I can pull back my agreement based on that. That's a business move. That's business. That has nothing to do with personal. I don't take that she had another guy personally. I just said business-wise, she broke the contract. Business-wise, it doesn't make sense for me to deal with her if she's going to play in that game. Why would I do that? Why would I take it? Okay, let's take it to the normies, because guys are going to take it to tricking. Let's take it to the normies. If you're dating a girl and you take her on a date and you find out she been on 4 dates that week. Next week comes. You take her on another date. She pats you on the head. Then you find out some dude cracked. Her ex-boyfriend still smashing. Okay? Then she went on a date with 2 other guys, but she told you that she was washing her hair and her mother was in the hospital. Okay, now, come week 3, are you going to take her on another date? The answer is nope. You're not going to take her on another date because you're going to hear and see the bullshit. She's going to stop responding to you. She's going to be too busy with the other nigga. You're going to find out her mother ain't really sick. It's going to add up after week 3. Eventually, you're going to get to date 3 and be like, why would I? So just on the normie level, on a small monetized level, on a situation you've dealt with, eventually you're going to come to the same conclusion. Why would I pay for dates than this other dude, the ex still fucking with no condom? Or so forth and so on. Or she hanging out with her male besties. Okay, or she went out on 3 dates that week. Eventually, you're going to say business. Now, most of the time, this is going to be personal for men. You're going to take this personal. But you would just back out of that deal. You would say, that doesn't make sense. And inherently, it doesn't make sense because men are dating for exclusivity, even if they're not exclusive themselves. But JUCOs eventually will do this on a 10 times level. They'll do it on a 10x level, and they'll try to play the same goofy games. Well, my mother was sick, and I had to wash my hair, and I fell asleep early. Okay, guys, let that go 1 time. Second time, cut them. All right, you can let that go a couple, 2 or 3 times at the regular marketplace, but at the JUCO, you gotta cut them. All right, be like, yep, that was a nice time. Bye bye, and let them deal with their poverty another way. All right. Now, the reason why you do it business wise is because if you take it personal, you have to understand she's not taking you personal. You're a business to her. That's all you are, a business. Now, that she only sees you as a bottom line. She doesn't really care about you like that. Neither do regular women, but at that level, it's just business. She's like, hey, I had to survive. Hey, the first of the month was around the corner. I had to do what I had to do. And you think she's over there crying in her soup? She ain't crying. She just on the next guy, on to the next hotel, on to the next guy, on to the next guy. The next guy she was already talking to the next guy. All right. She already has a boyfriend. So, she just like, okay, that one dropped. Let's put another one back in. Right. And she'll just plug back in and keep playing her game of juggling chainsaws. Same thing as regular girls. Regular girls just go to the next guy. All right. The next guy didn't operate cool. All right. I still had these guys right here. Now she goes on and juggles chainsaws. They're not crying in their soup anymore, guys. And I know you guys want to. I know you guys want to think that you're going to have this type of impact on them. And I'm a herder. I'm going to make her feel sorry and regret it. They just go, okay, call up the next guy. Hey, I've been missing you. Hey, big head. Hey, I want to go out on a date. She'll be on a date the next day. All right, the next day, it ain't gonna be no sweat to her. Now, will it hurt them? Yes, dude. I have some crazy stories on the JUCO here. And if you guys don't want to know, if you guys want to know, I've sent women to eviction. All right. I've sent women to eviction on the JUCO. All right. I've sent women to get sued in court. All right. Financially at the JUCO. All right. And if you don't believe me, I just did a stream on when JUCOs don't act right. When I pull back on them, I found out that I've sent 1 to eviction and 1 to motherfucking got sued in court. All right. And I was like, tough titty. Why? Because I told them how to act right. Right. They didn't want to act right. So I pulled back. I went to investigate and deep dive on them. 1 of them bitches got sued in court and 1 of them bitches got evicted. All right. So it is what it is out in this motherfucker. It's business, nigga. All right, we in the pussy business, nigga. You don't want to follow the rules. You want to act like I'm supposed to be out there wiping your ass. You got the rules all fucked up. All right, all fucked up. Anyway, if you guys want to see that, that's on click the link right there. Click the link. CoachGregAdams.locals.com. Go to the pay-per-view so you can see how hardcore I am with these women, man. All right. I had one woman call me. She said, man, you are ruthless. And she was an apex predator Russian woman. And she called me ruthless. All right. She said, man, you are ruthless. And that's coming from a Russian gold digger. That's coming from a Russian gold digger. So that tells you, man, I might give up a first down here and there. I might give up a turnover. I might give up an open three. I might give up some points. But what I ain't going to do, what I ain't going to do is let you plunk me down the motherfucking toilet. All right, that ain't what I got to do, man. She said, boy, you are ruthless. And I was like, yep. That's how I got to play the game, man. Men are in love, women are in business, but you ain't never going to catch me in love with none of these funky ass. Anyway, we got a great show for you lined up. The next segment is Fuck You, Boss Up. See, some of you niggas out here about to learn the hard way. Some of y'all got to learn the hard way. If you're under 30 years old, please do not tell me anything about life. You might be able to tell me something about your profession that I have no interest in, right? I have no information in. You might be able to tell me something that I might learn from you professionally. I will never shut that down. Okay. But you're never going to tell me about how life works. All right. At 20 and 30. Now, fuck you, boss up. Let me go ahead and show a couple of clips here. And we're going to get into this. We're going to dig into somebody's chest today. So if you don't have life lessons, all you got to do is shut the fuck up at this particular point. Because I'm literally, hold on for a second. Let me see here. Here we go right here. When does season 8 start? We're in season 8. Fuck you, boss up. We're in season 8. Let me see here. We got this one right here. Fuck you, boss up. If you're a person out here and you're young and you're a young-minded ass man and you don't want to listen to me and you're in the matrix and you're stuck telling me how relationships will work, how marriage should work, how life should work, how career should work, all you need to do is keep living. Keep living is number one. But fuck you, boss up. We're going to start with this woman out here. She's saying it's tough out here. She can't afford to live anymore. I done told you it's about to get rough-ski out here in this economy. Okay, so you better listen up here. Here we go. First video on this one. I can't afford to live out here anymore.
I'm so fucking tired of life. I can't afford to live here anymore. I can't afford to live here anymore. I just spent 6 hours of my life serving tables, running around to make $50. To make $50.
Yeah.
And I already know the comments are going to be like, well, get a better job. I'm trying. I moved here 3 weeks ago. I was sending out over 100 resumes. I've had one interview.
Yeah.
I didn't get the job. I knew I blew it. I did not get the job. I'm trying. The only reason why I got a server job is to make some money while I'm trying to get my big girl job again so I can get checks that actually matter.
All right. Again, fuck you, boss up. This is why the monetized dating marketplace is about to go ham. So here we go. All right. We have a woman. She's definitely in her late 30s, early 40s. All right. She probably then married and divorced a couple times. Listen, this isn't the whole story. This is why I can't feel sorry. Oh, I've been busting tables at the store. All right. At the diner. Okay. Yep. And I've been trying to do this because I got laid off my other job 6 years ago. And I'm trying to do this to fill my resume gap to anything but follow a man. It is what it is. All right. But this ain't, she's not going to tell you all the relationships she messed up, the divorce or two that she had to get in this situation. Now she is sitting out there after dropping off Uber Eats and DoorDashes trying to simp wolf whistle to us about how it's tough in this economy. No. All right. I'm sorry. No go. All right. Don't feel sorry for you. She didn't live the poverty mindset for 40 years. Now she's sitting in that car after dropping off 5 DoorDashes and she got $5 in tips. She done made $16 in tips on Uber Eats. Sorry. It is what it is in this economy. And now she's trying to get back to what? Her corporate job that she got laid off on 3 years ago and she can't move on. I'm trying to get my resume together so I can get the job that I had that I was making $85K a week in my stable job. That doesn't exist anymore. especially at your age. You're going to deal with ageism. They can hire a 20-year-old, 22-year-old coming out of college for half the money. So you're not going to walk in these jobs getting $85K. I mean, every now and then, onesie twosies. But she's trying to be out here saying, what's wrong here? And you hear...
You know, so I can make money I can actually live off of. But nobody calls. Nobody's calling for these jobs.
Yep, that here, nobody calls. People like, I got a job like this last week, coach. Okay, congratulations. You're one of the few. Just because you got it doesn't mean that everybody's getting it. People are not getting what they want out here. You could about 2 years ago. Today, it's slim pickings. And it's going to be continuing to be that way.
You know, Indeed is, we're hiring, or where? Okay, because I sent my resume and I can't get it. I can't afford anything. Okay.
Damn, lights out on her ass in the middle of the conversation. Like, if that's not fitting, the lights went out on her ass mid talk. And this is where people are. And the reason why I'm doing this, I'm not shitting on people. This is a mindset. This is a mindset. Okay. That people don't want to realize shit. They're trying to do this, patch it up week by week, month by month, year by year, but make mistakes on the back end. And they don't want to correct for those mistakes. They want to come out here and then complain when it don't work no more. Well, I got over on the system when I was 25 years old. All right. Yeah. But now you're 45. Okay. It don't work the same. When you were 25, you had long legs that you shaved all day and you had nice perky titties and you had a simp manager that wanted to hire you. Today, not so much. All right. You're a 45-year-old woman out here. You're like a 25-year-old man in the workplace. Okay. So now they done cut your lights out in the middle of the damn simp wolf whistle.
I don't want. I live with my son and his roommates right now, and I'm very thankful for that. But I need my own place, and I can't afford it.
There you go. So listen, I know I'm pausing it here. She lives with her son and his roommates. That tells me there's a divorce in there somewhere. Where's your husband? So this is a woman that's been through the system. She had her ups. All right. This is the Ayesha Curry syndrome. You had your up. You had your marriage. I know your marriage probably was shitty. You thought you could do better and you can't. All right. Now you got to live with your young son and his roommates, probably for free. You know, I told you there's a lot of women out here doing similar things, not to that level, similar things, living in their car, living with their, their sons for 5 or 6 years, trying to get back into these corporate jobs, and they get motherfucking laid off here and there. One phone call, they're doing great 1 week. The next week, they laid off. You're like, holy shit. I'm like, aren't you going to do something different? You've been doing that for 10, 20, 30 years. All right. Ain't you going to jump off the employment bandwagon? I know, man. I'm not going to tell you to quit your job. All these YouTubers and social media people tell you to quit your job. I'm not telling you to quit your job, but you got to have another foot somewhere else. You got to be jumping out of the employment bandwagon. You can't just be 40 still depending on a job. You can't be. Okay, you can't be there. That's bad. That's bad strategy of living out here. At some particular point, that's your goddamn fault. And where's your ex-husband at? I bet you he doing better now. Coochie sweater now. Okay, the purpose of employment was not to employ your ass for 40 years. 25 years tops.
I can't afford anything. I cannot afford to live here anymore.
Yeah.
And I can't take my own life. You know, so what am I supposed to do?
Can't take her own life? What?
Live here anymore.
Oh.
And I can't take my own life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, listen. This is a sob story. I don't give a rat at, bruh. That's all her fault. That's all her fault. Because people have poor mindsets, all right? These governments and the jobs and the careers, these people are going to take care of us. They're not. You could get a stable job for 45 years and retire. No. All right? Do not depend on that, or you're going to get caught out here. Okay, we have another woman out here. This is a very long clip, so I have to say this right here. This comes from the YouTube channel, Caleb Hemp. All right, but he has a couple of guests on here that we need to highlight here, and they hate America. They're never going to give us a reason why they hate America, but you're going to realize this when we sum up these clips of why people hate the system. All right, here we go right here.
America. Is there an actual plan here, or is it a wham, I hate the America?
I mean, I wouldn't say that.
I would.
I mean,
what do you hate?
Like literally everything about America.
Let's get a couple specifics.
All right.
Because everything's a lot.
The healthcare industry.
Okay. Yeah. What about
I
it?
know that I have like so many undiagnosed conditions.
You guys
that
make
run in my
you're not
family.
married, but at $90,000 a year, I mean, you guys get pretty top end healthcare.
I
As a
have
combined.
not been able to take advantage of that.
You guys
so
aren't
far.
married. You're not on his health plan.
Exactly.
But even still, you making $0, the welfare state that we have,
yes,
you get a pretty robust coverage still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're
Have
currently...
you applied?
The answer is no. Look, 90K together. What I tell you, if y'all not making 100K household, you're cooked. And especially if you have a loser, which she's the dead weight, we're going to realize that she's the dead weight. He's making the majority and she out here just sinking the ship. And you have the welfare state, but you have to work. You have to put in applications. Not only have to put in applications, you have to go to lines and take numbers and sit there and bring all your documents and let the social worker look at your shit, right? You got to get humiliated and stand and look at all these losers. You got to put in some work. You got to be up on there applying and reapplying and answering questions and giving up your bank statements as your social security. You basically have to sell yourself out for the welfare state. But America has a welfare state for losers. Or for people who temporarily need a Band-Aid to get over their L. All right, it's okay. Everybody has to get a Band-Aid here and there. Onesie twosies. But Caleb is like, bruh, you can go get Obamacare and you'll have the health care. But no, these are the losers that want to say it's the system. It's capitalism. Okay.
What have you applied to? What health insurance do you have right now?
None.
That's your fault. The Affordable Care Act is there for you at the healthcare.gov.
Yep.
For you to enroll in things that are completely subsidized.
I mean, I've been trying to get you to apply to stuff.
There you go. There's another one right here. Another one. And guys, there's some women that treat men like this. So look at him. Look at the husband. He's fat. He's out of shape. This is why we tell you to boss up. Because if you bossed up, you wouldn't have to deal with this mealy mouth ass woman. All right, because he's not a boss. He has to deal with a woman like this. He has to deal with her bullshit. I've been trying to get her to register. Dude, act one time, one reminder. No, one instruction, one reminder, cut. That's how I do at the JUCO. I give you instructions. Soon as you fucked it up and I remind you once, then I'm going to cut you right before you explain why you about to fuck it up twice. All right, but I keep telling her to get rid of her. She's sinking you. And look, she laughing. I don't give a fuck. So she was just complaining about how the system don't work for us. But there's resources for losers, and he's been trying to do it, and she won't do it. He's just happy with the occasional dick suck. All right, let's continue.
Stuff.
This sounds like a you problem. You're complaining about something that you haven't done. Don't get me wrong. Health insurance in this country is ridiculously expensive. You're not going to get me defending it by any means.
It is.
But when you take an idiotic stance of it's bad, but I've done nothing. It's like, what the am I going to say? You're going to make me sound like I'm the most roo-roo. Yay, let's charge $1 billion.
Now look how they looking. Look how they looking. This is how losers look at them when you talk. This is how some men watch me and you're looking at me like this, like I'm crazy. All right. Because there's a clip that I'm going to show you as to why I stopped dealing with loser ass niggas and men is because y'all not ready for this information. Y'all not ready to unlearn. You're not ready to boss up. You're trying to drag me back to 1996. All right. It's like talking to the wall at this particular point. Look at these motherfuckers. Huh? What? It's our fault? You're blaming us? You're victim blaming. Okay. See, loser talk. Let's continue with this clip. It's 2 minutes long, so I have to pause.
Dollars constantly. But for what it's worth, remember, if you can afford it, we do have the best health care in the world. And you guys, as a combined household income of 90,000, when you're married, you would have access to that.
I just can't believe that because especially being a woman in the United States.
Here we go. Victim card. Being a black person, being a woman. Here it comes with the victim bullshit. Now it's being a woman. When he told her to go to the website and fill it out. This is when I tell y'all niggas, go to the money mindset. Oh man, it's too hard to go and click over here. See, as a woman in the United States, I can't believe that we could get healthcare.gov. You're good. Now we're going to the victim card. This is why you can't hear these motherfucking losers out. They're going to go back to that shit. Let me continue.
Okay, well, you're talking abortion.
I've actually had 2 abortions.
Okay.
Wow. Hey, man. I can't help y'all niggas out here, bro. Y'all want to talk about simping and y'all want to talk about, I mean, I've been giving y'all the game plan, the blueprint of life. I've had 2 abortions. And look at the guy. At least I got a girlfriend. CGA, you can't get a girlfriend. Look at his body. Do you think I want to be this guy locked in up under him? She already done had 2. One more, she's a serial killer. One more, she's a serial killer. But y'all don't want to vet these girls. Y'all want to just move them in and get a relationship. By the way, after 30, this is all you're getting. Just so you guys know. After 30, this is all you're getting. She already had 2. Sheesh. All right, let's continue.
But when you're a woman in the United States and you have like a chronic health condition,
abortions are chronic health condition.
You're more likely to go undiagnosed for 10 plus years.
Girl, you haven't signed up for health insurance to go to the doctor when you get it for free.
Yep, see? Losers. This is why you can't help everybody. You gotta let people lose. You gotta just let them fucking lose. When people say rich people don't help poor people, there's a reason why. You're like, why would I help this fucking loser? All right, these people don't want to listen. And then they're like, well, because you got money, it's different from you. And because you older, it's different for you. Man, shut the fuck up, bro. I ain't about to argue with you. I ain't about to argue with no loser. All right, and why is this important? We have 2 more videos that we want to show on this one here and some more funny shit. All right, we got this guy right here, another loser. I made a video about when I was in Panama because I saw this video come across my desk. Stay home for the next 3 to 6 months. All right, shout out to this guy. His name is P. Harris. Let's see what P. Harris has to say. Stay home for the next 3 to 6 months.
Everybody need to stay home for the next 3 to 6 months. These businesses need to suffer. I went to a bar yesterday to watch the Dallas Cowboys play. They were charging $125 to park. Walgreens was charging $100 to park. I'm not even exaggerating. I've been to local black businesses around here. They charging $15 for mashed potatoes. Some places charge $18 for a shot, $25 for one drink, adding gratuity with everything. Some places charging $70 for a hookah. And why drop the price when y'all dumbasses pay for this shit?
Wait. Here we go. Here we go. Fuck you, boss up. Yeah, stay home, nigga. Please stay home. And I hope everybody, these 354,000 people who like this shit, stay your ass at home. Do not come out, please. All right. What you have lived is that you're priced out. All right. And you're going to blame the guys that are paying for it. So y'all keep paying for it and they keep raising the prices. Stay the fuck home then. All right. Please make the freeways clearer for us. But what he wants to do, we need to boycott these companies. No, you can boycott. I'm going to enjoy the show. I'm not going to boycott on your behalf because you complaining about the parking. I'm going to the event, nigga. Like, what the fuck? Did I tell you, bro? When I was telling you guys this in 2020 and 2021, y'all thought I was crazy. All right, man, they raising the prices of these cereals and eggs. Oh, coach, man, it'll be all right. It ain't gonna be all right because once they start doing that, they're gonna raise the prices on everything. I said, you better boss up. All right, you better get up. You better run your bag. All right, you better grift. All right, because if you don't take the opportunity now, it ain't gonna be available later. Okay, so now he wants us to stay at home. No, you stay at home, bitch, nigga. All right. If you broke, just say that. This is the same guys, man, don't get pussy out here. Don't pay for it because you could get it for free. Not everybody's going to get it for free. All right, so what you want me to do? Just wait till it comes around my way free ski while you guys sop up all the strags? I don't think so. I'm going to go get my lease on and get the fuck on with life. And that still follows the free agent lifestyle principles. Man, we should just stay home. Nobody should date no more. No, you don't date no more. Me, I'm going to be at the JUCO. It's like, what the fuck? All right, you shouldn't be out here with these JUCOs because they giving it away for free. I don't give a fuck. I don't care, bro. I'm about to crack. Here we go right here. All right, but this is the loser mindset right here. We need to just stay home and boycott Until what? They lower the prices. Let me give you a little bit of economics here. What's going to happen next is if all of y'all stay home and the business closes, they're just going to close the business. And the Walgreens and the Target and the Walmart, they're going to move out of your neighborhood. And that big ass building's going to be boarded up. Buffalo Wild Wings is just going to fucking leave. They're not going to lower the prices. Their rents have gone up. All right. I had a brother that was in business. He started a bread business. And this is what people don't see. They think that you can affect their bottom line and they're just going to lower the prices. They'll lower the prices for about 2 weeks as a last ditch effort to survive. All right. They'll put out coupons for about 2 weeks, maybe a month going in right before they shutter the doors. Okay. But this is what's going to happen. My homeboy started a bread business. He was a Mormon dude. He started a bread business. His bread business was hopping. Fuck you, boss up. His bread business was hopping. I was like, damn, he got the most popular spot. You go to his bread business, in and out of the door. White people just eating bread, all kind of bread, cheese and jalapeno bread. And I'm sitting there going, bruh, your bread business is going to be popping for years. A year later, the bread business is closed up. And I asked him, I was like, you had the most popping bread business. How you close up? He was like, there's only so much bread you can sell. Right? There's only so much bread. He was like, there's only so much price you can put this bread. All right. How much bread can you sell? And he was like, the bottom line was, there's only so much bread you can sell. There's only so much you can sell to people, right? At some particular point, you got to move on before it consumes you. And this is what these businesses are going to do. They're not going to let the losers win ultimately. What they'll do is they'll put the price up, try to get as much as they can. They'll start charging for parking and whatever stuff when they get popular. Now, if you guys stay home and you stop consuming, they might go through some struggle here and there, onesie twosies. They might get a reality check. They're not going to lower it so that you can qualify for it. They'll just close the business. All right. They'll just close the business as my bread guy did. My bread guy just closed the business. He was like, there's only so much bread. There's only so much high I can pace the bread. All right. I can't sell parking outside. I can't, put in TVs and sell alcohol. I need an alcohol's license and blah, blah, blah. All right. So guess what? Close the doors. Close the doors. All right. That's what they're going to do to the losers. They're just going to close the doors and it's going to be boarded up. And you're going to have to drive 25 miles to the next, name it, Buffalo Wild Wings, Target, Walmart, Walgreens, whatever it is that you think that you've made your impact. And when they start losing, Target, they're just going to shut the Target down. And then you're not going to have access. You're going to have to drive 25 minutes to the white people's Target. Okay, just so you know. He said, what's wrong with what he's saying? Prices are dumb. The problem is you guys don't realize the prices ain't coming down. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The prices are not coming down. Okay, I don't think you guys understand what I'm saying. You guys want to defend the loser talk. This is just so you guys understand what he's saying is loser talk. And you can actually see why it's loser talk because most people agree with it. Okay, this is not going to work out in the long run. Okay, this is going to work against him in the long run. The prices are never coming down. I don't care how you spin it. This is why I've been telling y'all for years is boss up, shut the fuck up, fuck you. The prices are not going down. Ever. You're going to get priced out of whatever that is. Football games, y'all priced out. You can't go to a concert. You can't go to World Wrestling Federation. You can't do it, and you never fucking will. All right, soon as you can't afford it. The movies, remember the movies? Man, I used to go to the movies when it was nickel and 50 cents, and I used to get 25-cent popcorn. Where did that go? But some of these movie theaters end up going out of business. Did they give away $50 movie tickets and 25-cent popcorn? They didn't. They just went out of business. All right, they was like, fuck it. And then a new thing replaced it. Or you had to go 25 miles out to the next movie theater. It's not coming down. The only way you could do it is boss up. All right. And there's several ways where I've given you the boss up and you guys don't want to hear it. You guys want to boycott these. Right. Okay. You guys want to boycott it and make an impact and tell people to stay home the next 3 to 6 months. I'm going to show you a video next to make this all make sense. Guys, this is loser talk. All right. This is loser talk and you're going to get consumed by this. Okay, you're going to get consumed by this thinking that this is a strategy. Let's continue.
Everybody need to stay home, bro, and make these businesses suffer. And I guarantee you the price is going to drop right here.
Yeah, see? He doesn't know economics. Make these businesses suffer and the prices are going to drop. I guarantee you. Show me. Show me. People forget real fast. Somebody just mentioned Bud Light still in business. So is Gillette. We're going to put Gillette out of business. Gillette then fucking repivoted, rebranded, and now they still selling razors. All right, people forget real fast. All right, need overcomes all of this thing here because fuck you, I'm still going to the game. And don't be calling me a simp for going to the game. I guarantee you if we boycott them, lower them prices. Wrong. They gonna still sell. I remember Raiders fans. We ain't gonna pay for them tickets. And the stadium gonna be empty. Oh, the stadium 70% Chicago Bear fans. And them niggas flew in from Chicago. This is where you guys have to fuck you and boss up. When I went to the Raiders game, I went there and I took a piece of calico with me. Went to the Raiders game versus the Bears. I'm sitting there. It's 70% Bears fan, maybe 75%. I go to the airport on Monday to fly to Panama, and the Bears fans was just leaving. All right, everybody in the airport, Chicago Bears. So the Raiders fans don't want to pay for the tickets, but the Chicago Bears fans pay for them tickets, and they pay for airline tickets, hotel, X, Y, and Z. They had a whole weekend in Las Vegas. Same with every other team every fucking week. So this is what I'm telling you. You guys think you're just going to boycott and make them pay and make them fill it in the wallet. But somebody's going to pay. And you're just going to be sitting off on the sideline. All right. This is, if you don't understand this, this is loser talk. If you think this is going to be where you're winning on this system, you're going to realize years later, it's going to be 10 years since you went to your last football game. But the stadium's still going to be full. All right. It is. They're going to find a way to fill that stadium.
Because I don't mind spending my money, but you ain't finna rob me.
Yeah. Okay. You ain't finna rob me. So you finna stay home. Fuck you, boss up. Let me play this video that might summarize the whole thing for you. And I'm sorry that you're hearing this. You know what? Actually, I ain't sorry that you're hearing this. And if you disagree, I don't give a motherfuck. This is where we are. This is where we are, and it ain't gonna change. I ain't never gonna run out of this content. This is where we are. Fuck you, boss up. I am not sorry for teaching y'all this today. Okay, the language of the poor. We got a Ling up here. This Ling up here is about to set it straight. She's got 2.5 minutes. I'm not gonna let her speak for 2.5 minutes uninterrupted, but I'm gonna break this down. The language of the poor. What you have to realize is what you're listening to is the language of the poor. Here we go. Here we fucking go.
You know, it's actually kind of crazy because as a landlord, I deal with people who don't have a lot of money. I used to invest in these areas that were really not well off. And you kind of see this pattern with like the language of the poor. People who are never able to own houses, like people who have struggled paying rent, this is their language, the language that they speak. And it's interesting because when I talk to them, I have to change my entire mindset. When I talk to them and engage with people who are from this mindset and or from these places, if I'm out in the wild and I see people like this, I have to mirror match because I can't come at them the way I would come at someone who is equal to me in terms of financial success and mindset, right? This is a different mindset. This is the mindset of someone who is consistently poor, and it's a language. The language that they speak is very, very reactive.
Let me stop her right there. Let me stop her right there. This is exactly what I was telling you. Now, she's a landlord. When you talk to a landlord about rents being high, they ain't going to agree that rents are high because they're like, shit, I got mortgages, insurance, and shit like this, bruh. I got competition. I need to put the rent at marketplace. I can't just take an L for the poor. Okay? This is what you want the restaurants to do. Take an L for the poor. All right? Take an L. Keep the prices low, and we'll be loyal and faithful to you. The answer is no, they won't. They'll just continue robbing the restaurant. Okay, so she's like, bro, I can't just come out here and take an L. I can't come out here and let y'all boycott and let this do. I'll let the fucking place go for free, right? I'll let the place go with no tenant before I lower the prices. This is where she's saying you got to speak the language of the poor. I don't agree with it, but she's saying the people are very reactive. They're always reacting to the next thing. Oh, the eggs. Oh, the parking. And they don't see that they were sitting up smoking spliffs and doing the crate challenge and fucking and fornicating and paying child support and doing all kind of horrible decisions, right? The woman that lived in the car or lived with her roommates, her son's roommates, all right? She didn't realize all that divorce and partying and drinking and smoking caught up. Okay. Somebody's going to pay the high rent. They need a place to stay. They can't afford a house. And I told you, most of y'all ain't buying a house ever. So you're so poor that you're never going to be able to do it. You're waiting for the prices to crash to be able to get in. Now, that's not a strategy anymore. You better wait for the next PPP window to open up. Okay. It's not a strategy. You better wait for the next credit housing market to open up and let you guys get houses and crash in 20 years. It's not opening up anymore. We don't have any more magic pills. Okay. The only thing you got is to live good life day by day, make good decisions, stop dealing with romantic love, don't take on dead weight, vet out anybody you select as a partner. That's it. Okay. Okay. That's it. And then do that for 10 years, 5 years, 10 years. You're going to be good. You're going to be good. If you think housing market is going to crash and you're going to just scoop up all the houses, you're dead ass wrong. You won't even have the credit to do it because some of y'all got student loan debt and they're going to start taking your motherfucking student loan payments right out. Some of y'all won't even have the credit to buy up houses. By the time BlackRock get to the houses, you're going to be buying them bitches at plus wholesale. You're not right. You're not going to be able to just scoop up 2 and 3 houses. Forget it. The houses you're going to scoop up are cardboard houses. The little pigs won't even fucking live in the houses. All right. So you're not that doesn't exist. That's all hope strategy. That's the hope strategy. All right. It ain't happening. Just to let you know, bro. And by the time it happens, I'm going to scoop up 5 before you get to the fucking door. Okay. So let's continue. People are very reactive.
As in things are happening to them and they can't do anything about it. It's this constant mindset and thus language of saying things like, well, you know how it is. I've never paid a living wage. Well, you know how it is. Inflation is just out of control. I'll never be able to afford whatever. It's always like this negative, like, and I always have to mirror match, even though I totally don't agree with any of it. And oh, you know, it's just hard these days. I'm never going to reach those things. Nobody can. It's impossible.
It's impossible. Rent's too high, coach. Okay, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. You better live with 5 people. Okay, go buy a house. I can't do that. Okay, shut the fuck up. That's all I got to like. What do you want me to do? So shout out to this Ling. Now the Ling is a lot less ruthless than I am. All right, I'm saying y'all ain't got to fucking do not come to me with no sympathy bullshit. So things are happening to us. I can't make a livable wage. They won't look at my resume. They're not hiring me. The woman card, the black card, the Mexican card. None of that's finna help you. None of that is about to help you. And the Ling is trying to be sympathetic. She like, God damn, these people be. All right. She said, I got to mirror them. Oh, yeah, it's real hard out here. Yeah, it's bad. But deep down inside, she's like, man, if these niggas don't shut the fuck up. All right. She like,
shut your bitch ass up.
That's what she want to say. But that's what I'm telling you. All right. Shut your bitch ass up. No woman is going to date you because she loves you. Not under 30. Right.
I literally have to like, totally. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, how could anyone survive in this current climate? I can't say the truth. I can't say the truth. Well, actually, here's what you can do. Well, actually, here's what you can do. Well, actually, this is what I can't be that person because that's not what they want to hear.
Facts. See, this is why people say, I disagree with you, coach. I don't give a fuck if you disagree. What is your disagreement going to do? Is that going to change the fact that you're never going to buy a house? Is that going to lower the rent? Is that going to make the parking cheaper next week? Nope. Right? Is that going to make the housing market collapse? No. Now, deep down inside, she can't tell these motherfuckers to shut up. Like, God damn. All right. Like these people. Shut up. All right. But I can say, fuck y'all. Prove me wrong. And I'll wait. I'll sit off on the sideline. So Ling Ling has to mirror them. That's when Caleb told that woman she could go to Medicare.com and apply, and they look stupid. All right. That's why the dude, when the woman said, what do I do? My hair is on fire and I can't find a job. You just got to be like, well. Now, when you start giving them solutions and telling them to do this and don't date while you're broke and don't get a girlfriend and stay free, okay, then you see me living my life and then he tricking, he doing something, he grifting, he doing this, he spending. Okay, y'all can't come up with a solution. Your only solution is make it collapse. Just there's going to be a revolution and you're going to be shot in the forehead. Nigga, you're going to hit the guillotine before you see any impact of the revolution being better, unless you stay in the house. The people are going to revolt and you're going to get shot in the middle of the revolution. Guys, by the way, they've already practiced what a revolt looks like in 2020 and it don't look good. All right, anybody waiting for a revolution, I'm sorry, you sound like an idiot. All right, they already showed you what a revolution looked like when they had the summer of love and y'all was burning shit down. And then they came through and told y'all ass to stay in the house at 8:30 at night. Or if you come outside, we're going to shoot you. All right. Y'all did it. Y'all complied very good. You stayed in the house for 6 months with a mask on your face. I wouldn't depend on the people doing any revolution. All right. I wouldn't depend on a revolution. All right. At all. And look at these fat motherfuckers. All you guys fat asses out there stuck your arm out for a vaccine. Hey, man, kiss my ass with the revolution. I'm not going to wait for your revolution ass niggas, the revolutionaries. You're going to get shot in the forehead before there's a revolution. All right. Stop with the book. See, this is all loser talk. This Ling Ling is telling y'all, you guys are losers. And she's got to agree with you fucking losers in real time because you guys don't want solutions. I give you solution-oriented, task-oriented, step-by-step guide on how to win, and y'all don't want to do it until it's panic time. And now y'all want to whip out all the cards and wait for the revolution and shit like this. All right, yo. And wait for the housing market to crash and wait and boycott Target. Okay. Okay, do what you want to do, nigga. When Target moves out, what you going to do, brother? Because Target is still going to have a fucking restaurant open or a store open somewhere. All right, let's continue with this right here. She says people, when you give them the truth or the solutions, they don't want to hear it. If you're disagreeing with me, you're the person she's talking about. You don't want to hear it.
Climate. I can't say the truth. I can't say the truth. Well, actually, here's what you can do. Well, actually, here's what you can do. Well, actually, this is what I can't be that person because that's not what they want to hear. They don't want solutions.
Nope.
Solutions are just more problems
Facts.
because it means that they actually have to take action and change the way that they think and the way that they act.
Facts.
It's much easier to just be consistently victimized because once you're a victim and you're really comfortable being a victim of your circumstances,
Facts.
that's your identity. That's your language. That's how you talk.
Yep.
Right? I see it all the time with job seekers, people that are angry at recruiters. I'm a recruiter by trade. And I see people all the time be like, well, recruiters never get back to you. And all the jobs are given to the immigrants. And all these H-1B holders are taking all the good jobs. Like that's the language.
That's the language of the losers. And I'm telling you, there was a video of a young woman that said, if you're 40 years old, I think it was a young woman. She said, if you're 40 years old and you're still depending on a job, like you get laid off and you need another job to make it, you fucked up in life. Now that's hard for men and women to hear because we haven't been told that. We've been told to get a steady job and retire. Well, that made sense when people work for 25 years and they got a watch and they got a pension. All right. But today they don't pay you enough to work 30 or 40 years. The job market's not that stable to work for 40 years. So from 25 to 65, that's not stable. Not many people have that type of job. Like the people who have that type of jobs are in year 35, right? You'll tell me, I know somebody, she worked for 40. Okay, she was in year 35. Okay, so she's now riding out the end of that going away. All right, but can you get hired today in 2025 and make it to the year 2065 in that one job? The answer is nope. That's a big fat ass no. You can't depend on that. And that ended when the housing market crashed. All right, if you weren't paying attention, not many people got 25, 30 years socked in one job. All right, that's gone. And they keep raising the retirement age. Okay, so that's where we are. A lot of people don't want to hear that shit. A lot of people then play the victim and say it's this and that, and these recruiters and these jobs. You know, she's sitting back like, yo, what did you do about your behavior? Did you change who you are? Did you change your mindset? You didn't. Did you change the way you partied all weekend? Look at your life. Did you change the way you mate selected? No, you didn't. And now you're playing the victim. Now we all got a boycott on your behalf. Okay. No. And this is a woman that seems to have, in her mind, done it right. She's got a job. She has a business. She had a background and she bought a house. She did it the right way. And now you got to deal with the language of the losers here.
That's the language of the have-nots, right? So when you hear that language, you can all you can say is pat them on their back and be like, I hear you, and move on, because they will never, ever see or do anything about it.
Ever. That's why it's called Fuck You, Boss Up. We in season 8, y'all. We in Boss Up season. No more sympathy. No more patting y'all on the back. No more. Look, it's gone, guys. It's gone. No more of these women gonna improve. When the women gonna get it, they're delusional. They'll regret it when they're 40s. There's no more of that. That's dead. Whoever's still talking about that in 2025, you guys are 8 years too late. We're in season 8, year 9. If you still talking about women gonna regret it and they gonna hit the wall, it's gone, guys. Hey, that old world is gone. The 90s ain't coming back. Pensions ain't coming back. All right, loyal girlfriends are not coming back. Leave them behind. It's over. They're never going to change until they change who they are and the way they see the world. They're never going to get it. All right. And you just got to ignore their ass and move the fuck on.
They will never see solutions, and they will never take action.
Never.
To solve their own problem.
Facts. Their own problem. Because you can't afford. Let me just go back to this guy. Because people agree with this guy earlier. And this is why I tell you, this is where y'all gonna get fucked over. Where's the guy at? Where he said, we need to boycott. We need to boycott these places because the price is too high. We don't know what his life is. What is your action? What action steps did you take? What solutions did you take? Did you stop smoking weed? Did you stop going to the barber shop and look, my man's got his eyebrows done. He's got a fresh taper. All right, he running around here with a nice goatee. He seems like he got leather seats. All right, looks like he's spending his money, but he wants you to stay at home and not spend no money. All right, see, we don't know what steps he's taking or he didn't take. He out here, he might be tricking. He might be simping. We don't know what the fuck he's doing, but you can't take his word for it. You can't take his no solution having ass. All right, look at him. He's fat. All right, he's fat and out of shape. You can't take a fat, out of shape man. All right, with bitch tits on his chest. Look at it. He got bitch tits. He broke. He can't even afford his lifestyle, and he got titties on his chest. Can't listen. But you want to sympathize and you want to be victimized. Hey, it's Fuck You, Boss Up 2026. Going into it, if you broke, just say that, but ain't nobody coming to help you. Fuck you, Boss Up. And that goes for myself. All right. It's season 8. Let's be great. All right. Shout out to y'all, man. Boy, that was a hard lesson to hear, but I'm not going to let my foot off the gas. If you want to join the money mindset, all right, join the money mindset, because we're improving people's mindset over here. We're taking dude's mindset and we're completely flipping it. Now, is it going to help you get rich in a month? No. All right, but your mindset is going to have to switch, and you're going to have to start taking constant steps, a 180-degree pivot on living your life completely differently than you were told. Okay, until you do that, it's not going to help. All right, the black community going to get together and we're going to have bruh. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. And somebody show me when boycott is helping people. Show me where boycotting has helped people. Don't tell me about Martin Luther King and the Montgomery boycott, because it didn't. I watched the movie about the Montgomery boycott. The Montgomery boycott was not working. All right. It was worsening up for them. All right. And they was fixing to get sued like crazy. All right. And niggas want to say they boycotted Target. Dude, they just goes up to Target in your neighborhood. Where you going to go? All right. Where are you going to go? It's not going to help you. Not getting a group of people together to say we're going to change the system. It ain't helping nobody. He says we boycott Netflix, and they steadily, I still see them right here. I still see them. They're still here. All right. The system is way bigger than you. It's way bigger than you. Now, what you can do, here's a solution. Why don't you go somewhere else? Like, all right. I'll give you $1,000. I'll give you $1,000. I'll buy an airline ticket to go to Cuba. I'll buy you an airline ticket to go to Cuba right now and live the way exactly how you want it. Right now. All right. I'll book the flight on my credit card in your name. Give me your passport. Oh, you don't have one. Not a surprise. I'll fly you to Cuba, Sweden, all the places where y'all say it works. North Korea, China. I won't send you to China. Venezuela. I'll fly you right there, right in the middle, motherfucking, and drop your ass off. One-way ticket. I'll fly you business class. I'll fly you business class, and I'll drop your ass off in the Philippines right now and see how y'all last. All right. I'm not gonna fly you where some good pussy is. The Philippines is too good. All right, I'll fly you right in there. All right, and go ahead and make that shit work. Why don't y'all boycott whatever the fuck industry they got going over there? Right? All right. He said, send them to Jamaica. I'll fly you into Jamaica right now, and y'all can live like that. See, I've traveled the world, and what I see is that there's some people that live in pure paradise and in poverty there. They got dudes just laying around doing nothing, chilling. And all they need is 20,000 pesos for the month. That's all they want. All they need is 20,000 pesos. So they'll sit around for 26 days and then they'll go beg, hustle, send their girlfriend on the back of a moped to get fucked by some tourists, right? And they don't do shit all day. All right. Steal coconuts from trees. Okay. They live in a life exactly how you want to live it. All right, where they ain't got big supermarkets and corporate structures just graping them and taking their paychecks. They don't have stable job economy. You know, you'll get robbed in the wrong. All they need is 20,000 pesos for the month, and they'll do whatever. Sell their wife to a tourist. They'll drive her ass on the back of a moped. All right, this bitch will be getting dressed, holding a baby on the back of a moped. Then they gonna drive the baby back on the moped. Watch their white Chiefs get clapped, all right, and they made their 20,000 pesos for the month. You could go right over there. Ain't no Target, Walmart, Walgreens, BlackRock. By the way, BlackRock over in Panama. My cab driver in Panama was like, BlackRock buying up everything. I'm like, damn. In Panama? Because Panama got big money. They got the Panama Canal. So he was like, BlackRock buying up everything, even in Panama. All right, so you're not escaping the system. You can escape the matrix if you want. You can act like you ain't gonna play the game, but it is what it is. My cab driver said, this is a company called BlackRock coming in here. I was like, new world order. Woo wee. Shit is not gonna get easy for you. Yes, indeed. I said, in Panama, they buying up shit. He was like, you ever heard of this company, BlackRock? I was like, I have actually. He was like, they coming in here buying up everything. Somebody says in the DR, they buying it up. Hey, man, ain't no saving. Ain't no place where it's going to be safe. Shout out to Snap Tech Fix. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for the contribution over there. Black Rue Investing says, welcome back, coach. He says, you made your brand more valuable with the time off. YouTube was dead. I just started watching your shows that I missed a year and a half or so ago. Shout out to you, man. Ain't no show like this on the tube. Y'all know that. A man supporting men says, you ain't lying, CGA. I had a woman I used to deal with off SDM. He says she showed up at my place smelling like she had sex before getting there. I told her about herself. I liked her, but I had to cut her off. She was an awesome eater and a squirt galore. Shout out to you right there. Squirter and an eater, but yep, these women be working overtime. A woman can sell that punani like crazy out here.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
Now, one thing that men don't want to admit is that a woman that does this, they think the woman's going to be rich. A woman like that is not going to be financially stable. All right. She's going to need $200 tomorrow. So a lot of dudes be like, you putting her in a better situation than her. No, she's not. All right. I know women that do this and they broke. All right. Trust me. I know women that do keep a full calendar of clients and broke. All right. Before you give them the money, because that day it's not consistent for them, right? They'll have a couple of days a week like that. But yeah, man. And I know y'all like, man, that's disgusting. Ask your girlfriend and wife too, by the way. Your girlfriend and wife been doing the same kind of shit. And most of the time they getting the money and it's cash and they paying off. They running right to the bank. They got to go right to the bank and cause some shit about to hit. Shout out to Dennis says, what's good, coach? 30 years ago, I watched in awe as a man pulled up in front of the Four Seasons in his Porsche. Next week, I'll be staying there myself in a 1K a night suite out here. You're winning. You got to change your mindset to treat yourself nice out here. You're going to be a person that they see, you know, somebody's going to see you and be in awe of your lifestyle and go, what did he do to get there? All right. I want you to think about this.
I'm rich, bitch.
Dennis Coat sponsorship. You know, we all live a life that somebody else wishes they lived. And sometimes you're motivated. You're a silent motivator. So you see a person, you're like, damn, I have that feeling. But now you're going to be that person. And then somebody else is going to watch you and be like, damn, I want to have that one day. When I sit in business class on the airplane, you know how many people walk by? And especially when they see my black ass sitting there, they be like, damn, we're going to sit in first class next time. I hear that all the time when they're walking by me. Now, I used to be that person walking by them. Damn, they wasting their money. They on the same airplane. All right, but once you fly business class or first class, you'll never fly coach again. All right, unless you have to. All right, but people walk all the time. I mean, when I'm sitting there, all right, they like, damn, next time we travel, and it's always a couple. It's always a couple, the wife or the girlfriend or the wife or the boyfriend or the husband. All right, it'll be like, next time we fly, we should fly first class. And I'm like, you're not, because that means 2 tickets. I can go business class because it's 1 ticket. Okay. I'm single. I'm in my 50s. I don't have children. You guys are a couple with 1 kid. You're not flying business class. That's going to be $15,000 round trip. I know you're not going to fly business class. One of you guys are going to have to fly business class, and the rest of you motherfuckers going to be in coach. All right. But sir, you're not going to fly. You're telling your girlfriend you should fly business class. Nigga, y'all barely stayed in the 3-star hotel wherever you just went to. I stayed in a 5-star or near 5-star, and I stayed in business class, and I went to Michelin star restaurants. You're not going to do it because that's going to fly. That's going to be way too much money. You're going to be out of budget. With this being said, shout out to Dennis for leveling up here. It's a mindset. If you guys have families, before you got, like, if you're sitting there telling me about how much you don't want to get finessed in dating, how much L's you don't want to take with these women today, you're never going to have a family. Just so you know, please do not have a family because you can't afford it out here. Family, when you see a family on vacation, unless there are a bunch of Latinos, they dropped a lot of money. Now, the Latinos know how to play the system. All right. They'll put 30 people on the plane that ain't never flew. 28 of them ain't never flown before. And they saved it up for 8 years. I don't know how they got everybody on the plane. All right. But if you're not Latino or Mexican, all right, if you take your family on vacation, bruh, just understand it ain't going to be 50-50. You don't have the stomach to take your family on vacation. Okay. When you see a family on vacation, just know that's $25K minimum. We're talking about a nice place. That's $25K minimum. That's without the Disneyland. I'm not talking about going from Kansas City to Tupelo. I'm talking about going to a destination. A destination. Okay? We talking about in the 5 figures. Airline tickets. Hotel. Second hotel room. Because you're not all going to get stuffed in the same hotel. Right? Then you got whatever excursions you going on with not one person, but 4 or 5 people. Cruises, meals. Okay. The meals, every time y'all stop to get something to eat, it ain't going to be $85 or $45. We talking about $250 plus every time. That's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So you better get the all-inclusive. I'm telling you, you better really, really think about how you're going to take your family on vacation. Okay. It ain't going to be cheap. Passports, right? All this. So you guys are talking about $150 for dates. Please just let you guys know, the rental car. You can't just get a little rental car and Uber here and there. All right, you can, but that's going to drive up the price. So you got to get a rental car and you got to get the collision comp. All the luggage, the headache, all the excursions, the boat, whatever they're going on and doing, let alone Disneyland. So with that being said, most of us can't afford relationships. You're priced out of relationships. You're priced out of family. You do have to have another way to live. Or you have to be a couple people that, they figure out how to survive without going on vacations. All right. They'll tell you, you don't need vacations. You can do a staycation. You could just drive 3 hours over here. You could just have a, go to a lake. All right. They'll tell you how to do it cheaply. Right. They'll tell you how to do it cheaply, but you have to realize this. That's going to be 25 years of your life. Never going to a destination. Okay. Never. You're never, ever going to Paris. You're never going to France. You're never going to London. You're never going to do the things you see me doing. Right. Let alone getting some pussy. All right. While you're getting there. All right. Because you're not getting pussy with your family when you go on vacation, with your grandma staying in the room on a cot. All right. To make the vacation cheaper. All right. Anyway. All right, so that's what I'm saying here. You're not going to be putting hands on hips on young Panamanian girls and getting them pregnant and leaving. All right, but anyway. But you're not going to do any of these things. You're not going to see the Eiffel Tower. You're not going to see the big-ass Eiffel Tower standing there. Oh, there it is. All right, anyway. You're going to be fucking going across the interstate in a station wagon. All right, shout out to Sky Daddy and Coach We Trust. Welcome back, big dog. He says you have definitely been missed. YouTube sucks ass without you. Shout out to the Coach Tribe. Keep pricing these weak Mitches out. All glory to the Most High. Pricing these Mitches out.
I'm ready.
Shout out to you, man. That's what we doing. And we ain't got no cares in the world. Gary says, Coach, I'm in Atlanta and the parking expenses. The parking is expensive because of the Ethiopians and Somalians. They learned to pay $600 to $800 for businesses next to the nice spots and use the parking to charge $50 to $100. The Breezy Bowl was here on Friday, and they charged $100 for after party club when he showed up. Okay, so if you ever been to a concert or an event, the parking is what really gets you because you're not ready for the parking. Okay, you're not ready for it. Now I'm ready for it because I have a VIP spot when I park at some of these places. Near the stadium. I know a parking guy, and so I could just call him up and say, give me my VIP spot, and he'll give it to me. He'll save it for me. All right, so that's concerts and events at Allegiant Stadium, football games. So I have a good, but the parking is what's going to get you. Now here's what people do. This is what broke people do. They park way over there. All right, so they'll park and walk to the stadium or wherever they're going, to the arena. Now that sounds like a good idea when you parked out there and you walked in. It was all good. All right. When your ass parked way down there and hope you didn't get towed, and you parked 8 blocks away and you walked and trumped your ass and your bitch walked in high heels, it was great walking to the stadium. When you leave, it's going to be shitty as hell. You're going to see everybody driving by you. Vroom. You're going to be like, damn, I could have paid $70 to be in my car right now. Your car got a busted window. They done towed your shit. It take you an hour to walk back. You got to wait for that big ass shuttle. And it's 8,000 people outside trying to hop on the shuttle. And your bitch's feet is tired. You thirsty. It's all sunny outside. All right, people just roam. I'm already at home. You still walk into your parking spot because you want to save $75. All right. So, yeah, it's all good and well before the event, but after the event, it is a shitty day. It is shitty as hell, bro. I'm telling you, man. Yep, it starts raining on you. You're like, holy shit. Now, I'm too old to be playing these games. I'm an old ass nigga. All right, I'm too old. Now, when I was 20, I get it, bro. I'm too old to be playing that game. All right, let me just pay up. You get robbed on the way back. It's dark as hell. All right, it was nice and sunny when you was walking to the stadium. Now it's midnight, and you got crickets and niggas standing in there. All right, looking at you like a fresh come up. Carlos says prices have gone up since COVID, but ironically, these are the same people that were for the restrictions, which caused the hyperinflation. He says a lot of these people also don't want to sacrifice and want to live rich and entitled people. He says, know your place, stop eating out, stop traveling. You got to do that for about 5 months, 5 years, right? But the people that are complaining are the same people that were saying, you know, quarantine, 6 months to destroy the curve, take the poke, right? All of these goofy shit. They're the same ones complaining about the state of the economy. The economy's messed up, the jobs. I'm sorry. It's like, what? But I actually told you that this is going to happen economically. All right. They wanted to say the immigration was racist. Now all the immigrants are in. Now the immigrants are taking your jobs. Shout out to Preston says it's a lot. Oh, hold on for a second. Preston says, hell, even just family portraits with everyone dressed alike is $500. All right. It is brutal out here. Everything costs today. Everything costs. There was a comedian, Earthquake, that said they're going to charge for the air. Everything costs when you go outside. Okay. So, you know, and people are not going to lower the prices. If they do, it's going to be an L to them. Eventually, they're going to realize why it's better to raise the price on everybody. Shout out to our brother Jeff, the producer, says, Coach Gang in the building. And then let me check on Venmo. Shout out. Okay, that was Venmo already. And then we got one more right here. It's an evil world we live in. I got a PayPal. I'm waiting for it to log in. We're almost there. We'll see how much show we got. We have, did Kaylin already talk? We got two more. Kaylin says, to counter your non-monogamous stance, a woman will say she's investing her feelings into you. But does she love you every day? She's investing her body, but is she having sex with you every chance she gets? No. Full-time duties in exchange for part-time treatment is a bad deal. Okay, so your argument is that, and a woman is right from her perspective, if I'm investing money and she's investing her body and her feelings and she's opening her heart, yeah, I mean, that means a lot to them. It means nothing to us unless we're getting all of it. So, yeah, for us, those are intangibles. Again, I have a cartoon. I've been saying this for years, right? Women have intangibles that they invest. We have tangible things. We trade tangible things for intangibles. Her intangibles are important to us. So, for instance, if I cut a woman off and say, well, listen, the tangible things that I invested in you, I took a loss because you did X, Y, and Z. She could turn it back around and say, well, I gave you my time. I gave you access to my body. I gave you blah, blah, blah. Even though she did that with 2 or 3 other guys. In a woman's world, that is important. So for us men, we have to understand that so that when they victimize themselves, when we remove tangible things and she still plays the victim, how come she doesn't understand? Because a woman sees what she invests in intangibly as important. Now, you don't have to feel sorry for these girls. You don't have to think, you don't have to play it a different way. You just have to say, that's how they're going to see it. So when they don't feel sorry for screwing you over, like when we get screwed over, we expect women to feel sorry for us. Damn, we shouldn't do that to these guys. What we then experience is that they don't feel sorry for us. They're like, well, I did X, Y, and Z. And then we come back and say, well, I spent this much money on you. I paid this much rent. I took you out and spent this much money. She's never going to understand that. I don't care if she's broke. I don't care if another guy wasn't giving her that exact same thing. She's still going to be like, well, I gave you access to the pussy. I spent time. I folded laundry and t-shirts. I could have fucked another nigga. I could have made more money. I could have stayed at home and worked. I could have gave my heart to somebody else. So we think that is her not being accountable. But what we have to say as men, as a teaching point, their intangibles are just as important as our tangibles to them. All right, to them. I'm not defending them. I'm just saying that's how you have to look at it. So when they don't flinch or they just say, well, that's his loss, you have to understand her intangibles were important to her. Now, for us, it was important, but it didn't stand up to our tangibles because we're counting tangibles. We're counting physical things that we've given her. All right, I gave you this and took you to that, and I paid for this and I gave you that. Women don't deal with men like this right here. So she could say, there were 10 guys that wanted to fuck me. You were one of the 10. Like you were 2 of the 10. Like I only fucked 2 guys, but there were 10 other guys that wanted some, or 8 other guys that wanted some mathematically. I picked you, nigga. I picked you to give wifely duties. I picked you to make sandwiches 3 days a week. I picked you to fuck. So it meant something to her. That's why they never are going to be accountable. That's why they never see that they got over on you. Sometimes they think they got over on you, but it really ain't a get over. You're like, okay. All right. Okay. So that's how women see things, just so you guys know. That's why we'll never come to the table to have an honest conversation. Because men will fight this. Well, that little shit she was giving us wasn't anything. Well, in her world, it was everything. Because there were 10 other guys just asking for any of that treatment, right? There were 10 other guys going, hey, baby. They would have loved one day of that from her. She gave you 20 days of that. Now she like, what was I doing? Right? Why did I act like a wife and I didn't have a ring? So this is when you see the Ayesha Curry thing. Thank you, Kaylin, for that. When you see the Ayesha Curry thing, you're going to see why pleasing women is impossible. Because how women see it is they gave you something, or they asked for something, or they put themselves in a position to get something. You gave it to them, and they still look at the other side as greener. Maybe I could have been. Why did I give this to him? Why did I have his kid? Yeah, it's a sad thing. Shout out to our brother, Robert. He says, I just found out my friend who was in a relationship with a single mom of 3. None of the kids are his. He's riding with his girlfriend while she's door dashing. You don't miss. He says, hit me with the boss up. I don't miss out here, man. Where we at with these loser ass men out here? Hold on for a second. Where's my boss up? I don't even know where the sound effect is. You better boss up, nigga. I told you. I said, I've been noticing this trend of men riding around with their girls doing DoorDash. And I don't know how long this has been going on, but I caught at least 3 people doing it. And I'm like, what are these guys? He says, you don't miss. So a guy's in a relationship. When I tell you, you men are the bars in hell, all for some free pussy. She loves me though. That's a level of maid guarding. It's crazy. That's a maid guarding bullshit. That is some low level. Why? Your security? Are you her DoorDash pimp? I tell you, man, I see this shit from men today, and it's hard for me to defend men. It's hard. I defended men for many years because I be looking at these men today and like, what happened to these fucking guys? You know, when they started promoting the Reading Rainbow agenda, when they started attacking masculinity, you don't realize the men like me, we weren't the target audience. I know we're the old guys and we're the Neanderthals that they wish would go away. They demonetized us. Now all this shit that I said, you know, the younger men are saying it now and they're getting a free ride. But the men today have been pussified. All right. And to the point where they can never recover. We're not going to recover from this. There's not a strong alpha market. There's a bunch of purple pill at best guys that if they had one woman suck his little peen, don't let her swallow the kids. Y'all are hooked. All right. So most of masculinity is dead. Masculine men like me is dead. All right. You know, relationships and marriages that are where the man leads is dead. All right. You're going to see this later on in the show. All right, the way they promote for women, the opportunities women can get to become self-sufficient in their mind or independent, right? That's alive and well, all right? The days where a woman would have to just submit up under you, dead. Right? It's all dead. This is why, dude, even the gold digger called me ruthless. I mean, that's how crazy dynamically. When a Russian gold digger called me ruthless, she called me ruthless in the monetized dating marketplace. Because she's like, damn, I'm not used to dealing with guys like this. Like, wow. She's like, damn, you cold. And that's a Russian woman calling me cold. A blonde, blue-eyed gold digger. Right? What they want are weak men. They want men to just bow down and bend the knee. That's what they want. And men are out here. Tony Gaskins ass niggas and Derek Jackson wannabes. These men, they want men to just bend over. Pause. So this is where we are in the world, and men don't have any strategy to supersede and get ahead. And they're like, wow, like how could you be this hardcore out here? But the games that they used to play on you, I remember I had a Ukrainian woman sitting in front of me. She was like, I want a man that's easy. Now she's still out here searching for that guy, and I don't give a damn, all right, because I already done had her. But she was like, I want a guy that's easy, meaning she wanted him to just bend over and take it. Pause. Bend over and take it for her, and those days are gone.
Yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
But men are out here riding around with their girlfriend in DoorDash. They'll do that rather than follow the free agent lifestyle. Now, that tells me we're cooked. Like the free agent lifestyle is too foreign for them. Just start a family, I heard a guy say. Didn't give you no reasons why the free agent lifestyle was whack. He just said it was whack. Then he said, just start a family and roll the dice. Like, wow. No safeguards, no shield, no sword, no nothing, no game. What we got to tell men is that women got all the game. And they playing you sucker ass niggas for a fiddle. All right, they playing you like a fiddle. What we got coming up next is we got, before this here, we got, it's the evil world we live in. And then setting up the main event. We got that coming up here. But do me a favor, man. Hit the like button here as I go ahead and drain the old lizard, all right, or empty the tank appropriately. Check out the new intro if you missed it.
The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the Blue Chip Mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our Blue Chip Mindset on. The window is still open.
All right. Hey, you ever heard of the phrase "a bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush"? All right. As I'm the teacher in all levels of relationships and economics, work, whatever it is, hustle, ambition. A bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. A lot of times what we'll do, and even women will do, even at the JUCO, is that what they'll do is they'll have possibilities out here. The possibilities will be greater than the thing that you have in front of us. Okay. And sometimes they'll take the possibilities over the thing that they have. The grass is greener. And so there was an old phrase that went, a bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. All right. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. All right. There's two in the bush, but women will take the two in the bush, right? And they'll take me in the bush, but there's another possibility out there. And they'll do that for 5, 10, 15 years, and they'll have the bird in the hand. Okay. And long term, the bird in the hand makes sense. You will tell her, hey, a bird in the hand. She'd be like, the bird in the hand ain't enough because I could get two in the bush. All right. She going to get more in the bush too if she got a bush. But the two in the bush doesn't last, right? It's the one falls off, one's dead, all right? One's a bad lead. And then guess what? Now they back to you trying to get a bird in the hand. Renegotiate. Nope. All right. So watch out for that mindset. All right. Watch out for that mindset because a lot of women, that's what they're playing out here. And men as well, but that's what they're playing out here relationship-wise. Certainly at the JUCO. And with that being said, we got It's an Evil World We Live In. You guys see the main event? We're going to get to it. We're 2.5 hours in, but let's get to It's an Evil World We Live In and fuck around.
It's an evil world we live in.
And find out why y'all in the situation y'all in. Check this out. It's an evil world we live in. There's a site here. It's one of these sites that we call a JUCO site. If you don't know about the JUCO, it's CoachGregAdams.locals.com. The monetized dating marketplace here, Fixes a Buying LLC, is still here. Guys, CGA done told you about it, and this is where we're at. This is a ad marketed to young women. It's called the Student Program. Hello. It says, discovering the modern way to avoid student loan debt. With our student program, it's easier than ever for students to connect with sugar daddies. I told you it's Get 'em Daddy season.
Get 'em daddy.
Join now. Holy mackerel. As if somebody didn't tell you that this was going to happen. The monetized dating marketplace is here, and it's here to fucking stay. It is the new way. If you priced out, you're priced out, G. Now, I'm not telling you you have to do it, but this is the junior college. Coach told y'all. This is an ad that's going out to women on social media. Listen, this has been the case for years. It's been underground for years. This is overt now. They're calling it the student loan pro. These women need money on their books. Maybe you need a couple biology books. Didn't I tell you? Y'all still gonna call it tricking, huh? Okay, just stay priced out. This also is another ad by the same company. And it says right here, where romance meets finance. Build and negotiate your terms of relationships. Hello. Woo! It's Get 'em Daddy season.
Get 'em daddy.
Are you a freshman at the
Here's
university?
the deal.
No.
You look like a freshman.
Romance is dead. Romance is dead. Monetized marketplace is here to stay. It's here. It ain't going nowhere. I don't see it going nowhere for the next 20 years. All right. They're going to get worn out by it. Wait till Gen Alpha gets into it. All right. Because you guys don't realize Gen Alpha will be into this in the next 5 years. All right. So it's going to be where it is. It is an evil world we live in. The dating marketplace is overtly monetized. Okay. He said this better be fake. Nope, it's real. All right, it is.
Are you a freshman at the university?
No.
Yeah, dirty old man.
You look like a freshman.
Remember, all ads are geared to younger generations. All right, it's not geared now. Older women and older men will engage in it. All right, older men obviously are going to engage in it, but older women will be like, I want some too. All right, yo, it is what it is. All right. We got another woman out here, it's the evil world we live in, that says, well, she doesn't want to work. All right, remember, these were women that wanted careers and they wanted all this stuff. This woman says she don't want to work no more. It's the evil world we live in. Here it is.
Take away my right to work. Take away my right to have a job. I don't want to work. I don't want to work. Okay? I don't care about women's suffrage, frankly, after everything else. Okay, I don't mean it like that. You guys get what I'm saying. If if you're gonna take away anything, take away my right to work. I will gladly sit at home and make a fucking sandwich if it means I don't have to go outside in this public hellhole every single fucking day where everyone's a psycho MAGA. I can't take this anymore.
Yep, I see. I don't want to work no more. See, now I warned you of this in the evolution. I said eventually you're gonna have women come out against feminism. They're gonna like, why did women want to work hard to work? Well, they were bull daggers. All right, it was the bull daggers that wanted to work. All right. All right, you guys don't realize that, but you know the LBGTQ always gets you with the okey doke. All right, there were a lot of women that were lesbianas. Let's be honest for a second. All right, they wanted to be men. All right, they wanted to be out there on the assembly line. They wanted to be out there toiling. They wanted to be out there. We can do it. All right, it was the bull daggers that was wanting to do it. They didn't want to fake marriages to men because a lot of them had to fake marriages to men all the way up until the 1980s. So the bull daggers were out there trying to work. All right, and they were like, we need women's suffrage and women's rights. All right, and so they wanted to be out there. That was 10% of women, and they forced y'all to come out there. Don't y'all want to burn your bras? All right, and so that's what happened to y'all. Y'all don't realize this. And now they got y'all out here working slaves. Yeah, and ugly broads and bull daggers, right? Right? The women that were ugly and couldn't get a husband, all right? They got y'all bitches out here working. Where back in the day, it was transaction when women could make some, sell some loosies. All right, sell a couple of peace leaves and get married. All right, the bull daggers didn't want no parts of that, so they got y'all that were working. All right, now these women are like, what are we doing? I told you, when the economy gets to the economic collapse of epic proportion, women are going to pivot out of this work situation. Like, what are we working for? Student loan debt, going to college, overeducated, underpaid, working for 40 years. All right, they'll work for 20 years and try to pivot out of it and get a retirement plan, and it doesn't work that much anymore for the masses. So now they're like, hey, we shouldn't have to work. Save me from this. I'll make a sandwich as long as you pay for it. Okay. We have this woman out here saying that, let's see what she says here. I forgot what this woman said. Oh, she said this on yourself if you're broke dating.
This man said, why every time I meet a woman, she's behind on her bills or she needs help with a bill? If that's something that you're questioning and it's bothering you, upsetting you, that you have to bring it to the internet, you don't need to be meeting women right now.
Great.
You need to be focusing on yourself and getting your life together so that doesn't bother you.
I agree with this. I've been saying this for years. Dude, if you can't afford to date, just stay out of dating. Right. No, man, they should be giving it for free. Okay, they're not. You're telling me what they should do versus what they are doing. Look, I'm not a shoulda, coulda, woulda. I don't live by the hope strategy. I don't think Kevin Samuels is going to save us, not even from the grave. I'm not trying to change women. Bro, what I will tell you is to get your mind together. If you too broke to be out here dating, stop dating. Stop. Or deal with ugly, fat, cockeyed, knock-knee bitches, or try to find a woman that'll support you. Or build with a woman. I don't know what to tell you. You can build with a woman. Okay, I'll wait. All right. I'll wait, bro. If y'all gonna wait to build with a woman type nigga, don't you realize where that's gonna put you in 5 years? I'm gonna show you where that's gonna put you, ass niggas. All right, build with a woman ass niggas. All right, here we go right here. We got build with a woman ass nigga. Right. In 2025, y'all building with these women on this foundation? These women don't got jobs today. This is like, what? Y'all building with a woman in today's world? Bruh, you asking for it. All right, we got Orlando Miller. Oh, sorry, let me get his name right. Orlando Minor. All right, Orlando Minor in the building. And he says government fires 100,000 tomorrow. Massive layoffs. You guys know the government shut down. This was when I was out of the country, so I don't have any update on what the government's doing. But a lot of them are they're laying off of employees, and some of them are continuing to work, but no pay. All right. So he has a clip, Orlando Minor, his channel here. Go subscribe to him. He has a clip of this woman here. We're only going to play her clip, not his reaction. It says right here, this woman's laid off. Here's the bill with a woman here.
Insane. I've applied to over 100 jobs. I've heard nothing back from any of them other than rejections, not one interview. And people just keep saying, oh, keep looking up, keep pushing forward, keep showing up every day. To what? This government doesn't even believe that we deserve basic human rights. Public health is being dismantled every single day, piece by piece, block by block. What am I looking forward to? There's no light at the end of any tunnel. And now I'm gonna have to go on unemployment. What the hell?
Well, if you yeah. She said, what the hell? All right, yeah.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
What the hell? So this is who y'all building with. That's who y'all want to go 50-50 with. Okay, what happens when she gets laid off? Guys, she's going to get laid off. I don't know a woman that hasn't got ever laid off. And these are women that got made good money. 100,000, 115. Unless she's an esthetician, not an esthetician, an anesthesiologist. Dude, these women be getting laid off all the time. I've known people, even in my family members, laid off every year or two. Okay, so y'all trying to build, this is who y'all going 50-50 with. Now, again, there's some people that survived this. Shout out to y'all. I'm not saying, but this is a low percentage, right? Y'all talking about low percentage, but these are the career women. I'm a career. I'm going to do this. And she get laid off. Now what? How that 50-50 about to look when she go on unemployment and it's only a 2/3 of what her salary is. And them resumes ain't kicking in. All right, I knew a young lady who got laid off from her job. She didn't get another stable job for over a year. Over a year. Promptly got sued in court for a debt. Okay, and had to take a job that paid her way less. And she had a decent job. Okay, and she was cooked 3 months in, right? Repo Man was coming for her shit. So these days are over. You guys got to work. You guys got to know that going into these things where you're trying to afford relationships and this type of thing, man. These women are on shaky ground economically. So if you want to be out here trying to build with them and think they're going to come with their 50-50 shit, dude, you can't depend on that for 20 or 30 years. All right, maybe 5 or 10 years will be good out of that 20 or 30. You know what I mean? Like, nah. So if you out here broke,
meet a woman, she's behind her.
You're broke dating and you don't think these women gonna get behind on their rent, and you wonder why they asking for rent payments here and there, you wonder why it's like that. It's because economically, that's why we're here. Economics are always going to dictate where relationships are going to go and what women ask for, or men ask for that matter. Okay, so you better be ready for it. You better be ready for it. We got to evil world we live in. We have this woman here that says, I don't know if this is true. We'll play it though. My man says, my ex was making $175K a year and been laid off over 6 years. That's just one person. But you guys got to understand that woman's mouth is fixed for $175K a year. It's going to be hard for her to take $50K, right? And doing a degrading job where her job experience mattered when she worked over here, but none of that matters over here. Okay, so you're going to make $50K. She's going to be pissed off. It's going to be hard for her to find another $175K a year job where even that experience matter. So it's a reality. So she's not taking a job that doesn't pay under $90K, I'm pretty sure. So she's like, I'm not even looking at a job like this. Plus, she probably wants to work from home. She wants to work hybrid or from home. Right. And she wants the same thing she got from that job where she got laid off. Trust me, guys, I'm an OG now. I'm in OG territory, meaning that I'm not an original gangster, but I've lived this life. The things that you guys want from relationships are pure fantasy, or only a small percentage of people experience it. But you don't really know what they go through to experience it. It's not reality. It's not going to be what you experience. So what men and women are trying to get out of relationships are what small percentage of people experience as successful. So shout out to them, but it's not for the masses. All right. You're not going to marry your high school sweetie and y'all not going to be married for 30 years. Okay. So you better be ready for what's out here, and be ready to simply step back and say, I'm not prepared for it. I can't afford it. I don't want to force it. Let me enjoy my life being single as a man, as single as a woman. But that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing people just frustrated with the dating marketplace. Like, why are people active and they need to get, that ain't going to happen. Nobody's going to change until the economics changes. We have this one out here. All right. And by the way, even if the economics changes today, you have so many men that are going to be, and women that are going to be damaged traumatically They're going to have trauma from the experience that's going to carry over into the relationship. So let's say the economics starts raining money. Okay. You're still going to have people that experience the trauma over the last 5 to 10 years. Okay. You guys got to realize that. We've been in a traumatic dating experience since the hookup culture, right? Hookup culture. Now we got monetized dating. Now we got, we'll have into the future when Gen Alpha enters into the marketplace with fret piece of pussy in the next 5 to 7 years, fresh, hot out the oven, ready for delivery. We still have our trauma from these experiences. So that's got to be rehabbed, right? All of that's got to be smoothed out. The trust issues men have, the trust issues women have, all right? The finessing, the STIs, the selling of pussy, the buying of pussy, right? Like this all has to be rehabbed for it to work. So that's where we are. So even if it starts raining money and everybody starts getting rich and jobs and all of that shit start happening, the trauma that we've experienced, the divorces, the separations, the parental alienation, the mistrusting of people, the use of the family court, it's going to be very difficult. The people that remain single for 15 years and now want to enter relationships, the people that want to switch the monogamy switch. All right, she was a whore for the last 5 years. She wants to switch the monogamy switch on, and now I'm monogamous, where she doesn't want to deal with any other man. She's just going to just jump right into monogamy overnight. No. You can't just jump into monogamy when you feel like it. And you can't expect another person to jump into monogamy when you've been an OnlyFans girl, right? Like, why am I going to be monogamous with you when I see you was out here in these streets 5 to 10 years ago? This is what people are going to experience. What about the overweight women? The massively overweight women that want relationships and monogamy? There's no way, bro. There's no way. You're still going to see the trauma that she wears on her stomach and go, why would I be monogamous with you? In her mind, she doesn't see it, right? Because men want to fuck her. So she thinks she has value. So same thing with men. You've been used to being out here fucking all these fat girls thinking that you're going to be monogamous when you get you an in-shape fit girl. And you're not. You're going to still cheat on the in-shape fit girl too. Because you used to be jumping on hogs. You used to be jumping on Tinder. Okay? So just because you get you a good in-shape girl who's cooperative and submissive don't mean you ain't going to be hopping on hogs on the weekend when ain't nobody looking. Because that's what you're going to be doing because you used to hog chasing and shit. There's no switch for monogamy. All right, so let's get back on, man. You're either monogamous or you're not. But this is where men are right here. Might be a skit, but this comes from a Thicc Thotter here, and it says, just married, and he officially took my last name. See? When I talk about the trauma, the emasculation of men, the reading rainbow agenda, the swiping down of anybody that is hypermasculine or so-called alpha. Now you have these guys officially took my last name. Okay, now, I don't know if this is a skit, but we'll go ahead and play it.
Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it?
Yes.
Did you do it?
I am officially Mr. Mueller.
Hey.
All right, it has some music on it, so I'm going to just go ahead and mute it. All right, this is a TikTok, and let's just take a look. I mean, this is the people that celebrate marriage, right? Marriage and okay, this is a married couple. Do you want to be either one of these people? Okay, the women do. Okay, she found himself a guy. Okay, is this really a guy? This nigga got reading rainbow all over him. I mean, come on.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
All right, this might be a male friend, a bestie. This certainly is a cleanup guy or a guy, beta bucks, whatever you want to call it. All right. So you also got a plain Jane. All right. This ain't a hot chick. She probably didn't chat it out and ran through. There's this thing going around with Dan Bilzerian's exes getting married to betas. Okay. But he's officially took her last name. Yeah, this is the damage. All right. So Gen Z boys are going to have this damage. All right, they're gonna have this damage. They've been told to and reconditioned to not be masculine and follow the masculine order. Let's see what he's talking about here. They seem to be talking about something here. Let's see what they're talking about here.
We're the Millers. We're the Mullers. Yeah, we're the Mullers. What's on your shirt? I smell it. Naturally.
All right, so when you hear women say that's a real man and that's the type of man, these are women that have been whores and skeezers that want goofies. Somebody said that's a trans man. Probably so. It could be that that's a trans man. They call him a he. All right, I love seeing lesbian couples happy. I know they voted for Kamala Harris. Lavender marriages are interesting to me. Lavender marriage is basically a woman marrying a gay guy at the end. And this one says his father's last name, his grandfather's last name. Now that's a real man. Tell me who they voted for without telling me who they voted for. Just realize if you take the girl's last name, I'll be Michael Jackson. Okay. Yeah, you see where it's going there. You see where it's going. But that to them, that's a celebration statistically for marriage. For young people. Right? I don't know. I don't know if it's a trans man. But that's your new world right there. That people will call that successful in terms of relationships and marriages. Hey, they found someone and it actually worked in the end. And women will want to find a guy like this, a guy. They'll want that. Let's give you an example of this here. That's just not the let's give you an example of a sister saying this right now. So we got a strong sister saying it. It's the evil world we live in here. Arm up, man. Wear your shield. This one says, I refuse to take his last name, wear the ring, or have kids. Now we're divorced. Shocker.
Christmas was wonderful, our second one too, but by the third, it wasn't just our apartment that didn't feel like home, but also my marriage. It was becoming very clear that the wife my husband wanted was nothing like me. And I remember one night we were in bed after one of our many arguments, and he said, you refuse to give me the 3 things that make a marriage. You don't want to give me a child, you wouldn't take my surname, and you stopped wearing your ring. I remember feeling like, well, he's right. I'm definitely not that traditional woman. But I was so exhausted, and all I could whisper was, I can't do this anymore.
Again, these are the strong, successful statistics of marriage. See, people are married. They stay married. And why did he even marry her? Why? Because guys are weak. Guys are desperate. Guys are desperate for a little bit of love and a little dick suck. And she was like, I throw in the towel. I quit. Because why? He started to challenge her. Most women today don't want to be challenged. Right? They want you to just be easy. Just be easy. Let me walk all over you. But when I walk all over you, I'm going to disrespect you. But, I'll love you for your Soon as he started to say, hey, listen, you never took my last name. You never had my kids. She was like, I quit. I quit. She said the many arguments we had. I'm trying to tell you guys, most of you guys, what women want is a guy that just says yes. Yes, dear. Yes, honey. The minute you start challenging them, you're an abusive, controlling narcissist. The minute you start making them answer for shit, you don't trust, you got issues, you need therapy. Have you noticed that or not? It's mostly because you start saying no, questioning them on simple shit. Like, let me know where you were. You ain't got to know where I am. Well, who's these male best friend you texting? You ain't got to know. See, that's a simple thing. Okay. You challenge them on that, they quit. All right. Or you're the issue. And you're simply trying to do something. They want you to support them. They want to be your wife and girlfriend, but they don't want to answer questions. Now you just deal with what I'm giving you. Here you go. As soon as she starts questioning me, I quit.
I can't do us anymore. Christmas was wonderful, our second one too, but by the third,
3 years. It
wasn't just our apartment that didn't feel like home, but also my marriage.
Yeah, my marriage. How did he get married to her? And she must have wore the ring initially.
It was becoming very clear that the wife my husband wanted was nothing like me. And I remember one night we were in bed after one of our many arguments.
Many, because she's argumentative. Okay, I mean, this is not a surprise here.
And he said, "You refuse to give me the 3 things that make a marriage."
And he's not wrong. I mean, why get married if you're not having kids? That's pointless. Dinks.
You don't want to give me a child.
Okay.
You wouldn't take my surname, and you stopped wearing your ring.
Stop. I knew it. I knew I had it right. She wore the ring initially, which means also she probably agreed initially to have kids. Okay, so she reneged. All right, yeah, she bait and switched them. She reneged. So not a surprise. I had to hear it again just so I could see the reneged. All right, and she reneged. All right, she said, "Oh, I'll wear the ring," and then she just stopped wearing it. I'm not gonna wear this anymore. And then she forced his hand. The first one was she should have known she wasn't gonna take the last name. Then she probably said, "We're gonna have kids, and we can have kids year down the line." Well, 8 years down the line, and 10 years down the line, and I'll IVF and when I'm 40. She reneged. All right, that's what happened. And now she quit. She was like, "I throw in the towel." Why? Because she didn't love him. And now I quit.
I remember feeling like, well, he's right.
There you go. He's right. But
I'm definitely not that traditional woman.
She was on the marriage. She faked it when she wanted to get married.
But I was so exhausted, and all I could whisper was, "I can't do this anymore.
I can't do this anymore." When you see this, what Ayesha Curry's doing, I can't do this anymore. I can't take this shit. It's like, wow. And now half of your resources are gone, or a third of it is gone. And now you realize you paid. Holy mackerel, man. All right, we got this one out here. This should be interesting for you here. This should be interesting. Then we got the main event. We have Kristen Bell. For people who don't know her, she is a flatback. I would call her a flatback supreme, but she's way past her. All right, as Tom Likas would say, R.I.P. to Tom Likas and Kevin Samuels and Patrice O'Neal and a lot of people, brothers. All right, I hope I get it to 60. Not I hope, I will. Kristen Bell, flatback connoisseur. She used to be hot. I don't see what's, she must have Harvey Weinstein her way to her because she's boring to me. But flatback, as you can see, she got a flat. That's the flatbacks. She is the voice of Elsa. For the people who don't know, that's pretty much what I know her for, is the voice of Elsa. All right, and for the people that don't know who Elsa is the girl from the character from Frozen. All right, let it go, let it go. Is Tom Likas still here? It's Tom Likas, not R.I.P. to Tom Likas. All right, but was she Mary Jane and Superman? Here it is right here. She is the voice of Elsa. Let it go, let it go. Tom Likas is still here, not R.I.P. Yeah, there she is. She flat fronted too. All right, look at that. All right, she definitely got the 13-year-old body build there. The white men are loving it. All right, the white men are like, yes, Lord. All right, she definitely looks tiny. All right, what Kristen Bell said for you, I want to get married ass Nikki's. For I want to get married ass Nikki's. Kristen Bell, her husband, allegedly her husband, says this. It says, why Kristen Bell wishes she was more sexually active before marrying Dax Shepard. Woo wee. Holy mackerel. Now, this is what you're getting, man. This is what women are listening to when you get to Ayesha Curry in the main event. This is why you're going to see why women are acting the way they're acting. Okay. Her husband, yes. All right. I don't know why Kristen Bell doesn't have Dax Shepard's last name. Maybe she does legally. Why she wishes she was more sexually active before marrying Dax. Now, this is the Ayesha Curry effect. But she definitely wanted that train. All right, let me read portions of this story. Kristen, this is her husband right here. You guys know Dax Shepard. I don't know anything that he was in. Maybe Dukes of Hazzard. I don't know. Kristen Bell wishes she had been more sexually active before marrying her husband, Dax Shepard. All right. She probably wishes she had done a couple of niggas too, because, you know, white women, when they get older, they wish they got niggified. All right. Because they couldn't get niggas when they was younger, or they had to hide it, but they wish they had a couple of niggas. It says during her guest appearance on Shepard's Armchair Expert podcast, the Frozen voice actress shared how she deserved to have a little more erotic fun in her 20s. Idiocracy, yes. It says Kristen is a little regretful, Shepard, age 50, said of his wife, to whom he's been married to for more than a decade, during the episode that dropped on Monday. There she is right there, looking all goofy and just like a typical white woman right there. There's Dax right there. All right. He kind of plays kind of like a Beavis Butthead comedian, kind of dumb in Idiocracy right here. And it says she was very active. She was very sexually active, and she wishes she was even more sexually active. Woo way. Bell, age 45, shared, I just wish I butterflied about a little bit more. Now, again, CGA undefeated. Remember when I told you about women and hey, they like butterflies because they like to hover over here and hover over there? She just used the butterfly metaphor right there. You heard me say that as recent as last week or the week before. While they're always mystified by little butterflies, it's not because they're cute and colorful. It's because of what they represent. What they represent. And I was just telling you that. I know y'all think I'm strange when I say things, but it is an MK Ultra. Yeah, they transition, cocoon, they crawl on the floor, they transition to something beautiful, and then they fly around and pollinate. And she mentions butterfly right there. Okay, you guys think this is a mistake and I'm follow this and they don't even know, right? They follow these things, they don't even know. All right, let me take this off the screen because it's useless for you guys to see it. She says she was very active, very active. She was very sexually active, and she wishes she was even more sexually active. She says, I just wish I butterflied a little bit more. The Armchair Expert podcast co-host, Monica Padman and Shepard, then asked the Veronica Mars alum how sexually active she was in her younger years on a scale of 1 to 10, with the least number being a virgin and the highest number likened to a sex worker. She says she was a 4 on the sexually active scale when she was younger. She says, and I just wish I would have gone 6. Now, this is the Ayesha Curry effect. She's married. She's been married for 10 years, and she wishes she'd been in them streets the entire time.
These streets.
She came in a 4. She wishes now that she 6'd her way to sucking dick, but that's really means a 9. All right. That really means she wish she would have been a 9 out here with niggies.
Trying.
Listen, that number is, she's saving face with that number. That number is not the real number. She wants a 7 or an 8. She really wants an 8. She wants to do the
trying.
She don't mean 6. She's saying that for y'all, but she really wants to be a hoe out here. And to be honest with us, we like hoes, don't we? Yes, we do like the hoes.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow.
Well, now, wait a minute.
So that's a save face number because she can't really say she will be a whore out here. But this is somebody's wife, y'all. This is somebody's wife, and this is where men are. This is where we are in relationship dynamics, and it's not changing for a while because they've worked for this empowerment. We can't change this out of them. They know what's available out here. This woman has missed the whole hookup culture, messing around with Dax. So she wants to swing. This is typical of a woman in her 40s. She wants to experience things that she gave up. She wants to train. She wants to swing. She wants to open up sexually. She wants an open relationship, and he's going to have to take that L. He's going to have to take that L. This is typical of women in their 40s. They tend to have less sex. People will say they're in their sexual prime, not their attractiveness prime, but they're in their sexual prime. Is that because at this age, there's less shaming of sex. They've already had enough sex. They've had marital sex. They've had hookup sex. Like, there's less shaming. Plus, she doesn't lose value if she's exposed out here sexually. So women's inhibitions lower significantly when the risk is not there, right? There's no risk of judgment. There's no risk of shaming. There's no risk of pregnancy. There's no risk of STIs or little risk, or they never died from the previous STI, so they're not as scared anymore, right? The risk of her losing value being with black men, like the risk lowers for women when they're aging. If you've ever been with a woman who is in her 20s, what is she always worried about? I don't want to get pregnant. I don't want people to know. Don't let anybody know. She wants to hide. She don't want to be on camera. She's worried about these risks. I don't want to catch a STI. I don't want to get pregnant and have an abortion. So once a woman gets in her 40s, those risks lower. So then they become more experienced sexually, and they're like, okay, she fucked like 50 guys. She's never caught anything. She's like, what's the chances of me catching it at 50 more? All right, that's what's happening. That's what happens to women. So people will say women's sexual prime rises at this age and they become more horny right before they hit menopause. But what also happens is they don't care about judgment and being shamed. A lot of times, what's that woman in Sex and the City? She was in her 40s, fucking men in their 20s, and they were like, you go, girl. Right? So there's a championing of women who are older, fucking multiple men and younger men. Now, once they hit this age, they also know by 50 or 60, maybe they'll have less opportunities. Maybe. Okay, so now they want to get it out of their system. Okay, so there's not only a physical, chemical thing that's happening, it's also a social thing that's happening where they're not getting shamed for having sex. At 22, they'll get shamed. At 45, not so much. Okay, not so much. All right, it goes down. So that's what she's experiencing here. Now, let me go ahead and finish this article. It says she wants to go from a 4 to a 6 on the sexually active scale. And then she says later in the interview, the mom of 2 confessed that the comedian brought out a ton of her sexuality. She says, I was never this sexual before you. Okay, they tied the knot in 2013, and they had 2 daughters in 2013 and 2014. Let me see if we can do this here. All right, they have some other stuff in the conversation that I don't want to talk about. It's not that important. All right, so this is the world you're dealing with. Again, these are the marriages that people champion. Oh, people marry, they stay good together. But these are the things I identified that'll happen in the marriage that people then go, how do you deal with this? Right? What happens when this comes up? Will this lead to you divorcing your wife or you just settling in? This is buck up or cuck up. What if your wife brings this to you and say, I want to experiment a little bit. Maybe we bring in another person. By the way, at the JUCO, this happens. This just happened to me. This woman is on me. She was like, I want to bring you in. And if we do good, maybe we can involve my husband. I said, I got one dick in the room policy. All right. I don't want nothing to do with another guy in the room watching me fuck you. This type of show. So when women get bored, when they get what they want out of the marriage, Ayesha Curry, then they start exploring what they could have had. So Kristen Bell is doing what Ayesha Curry is going to do later in the show. Kristen Bell saying what I could have been. Women start imagining what she could have been. I could have been this. I could have done that when I was younger. Just watch this as you see. This is the Marriage Wheel 101. Let me catch up with some super chats, but it's an evil world we live in, gentlemen.
It's an evil world we live in.
If you don't say yes, she's going to end up cheating or she's going to end up divorcing you. Okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want you to fuck other guys. I don't want to experiment. I don't want CGA to come in and fuck my wife. All right, Well, she'd be like, well, I'm out of here then because I want that. But fuck you, Boss Up. It's coming up. If you missed the Boss Up part of the show, all right, go watch that and rewind the video. We have a great show, new intro. This is season 8. You're going to see some slight improvements as the show continues on in season 8, year 9 of me doing this. I haven't missed much yet. There's a guy on the internet claiming I missed on something. I don't know what I missed. He was like, you missed on the immigration, Biden and immigration. I was like, no, I didn't. He let in 25 million people. All right. And Trump sent they ass back. Main event coming up here. We do have some super chats that I need to acknowledge. All right. But I got a one dick in the room policy. I ain't trying to see no other nigga or watch another nigga. All right. Yeah. You saw him on Instagram. He was like, you missed on Body's immigration. Huh? What? No, I didn't, bro. Blue Bagger says, you speaking straight facts, coach. First time I went to the JUCO, they was all slim, young, on the hot side. Now they're old and fat, talking about spoil me. He says these hoes cooked. Game over. Who remember this? Who remembers this? Women used to say spoil me. Now, once you're at the JUCO, you know what spoil me means. Now, spoil me is, it's something that women inherently want. It's princess treatment, but it's not what you think. It's not as much as you think. Now, there's some women that will let you trick on them. Most of the time, they're not going to ask for it. But women used to say spoil me on dating apps. All right, now they come over to the JUCO, spoil me. Okay, but spoil me is not as much as you think, but it could be a lot. All right, so watch out for that. But now, when older women say spoil me, it's really bad to me. Right, I'm like, why would an older guy? No, but you have to understand, what's old for me is young for another person. All right, so if a man in her 60s, for a man in his 60s in the United States, a woman in her 20s is young for him. All right, he might feel weirded out, especially in America, dealing with a woman in her 20s. All right, and I hope I never get to this point. This is why I have to move overseas. All right, because I don't see me at a point going, these 20-year-old women, I can't anymore. So I'm going to be 60 and 70 going, yeah, this is still fair game. All right, but in the United States, we still have a hang up. And by the way, if you want to move out of the United States, right, if you want to get rid of all of these things that you've been integrating, like, again, you got to re-educate yourself. When you leave the United States, none of this shit, well, very few of these things exist anymore. You don't have black men talking about, I don't see why a guy would be with a woman under 24. Like, when you leave the United States, that all goes away. Right? You can literally do that and be good, right? But in the United States, you still have these hangups. So a man in the United States who's in his 60s doesn't see a woman in, he's like, I could go for a woman in her 20s, but I don't want to look like a weirdo type shit. But trust me, go to Colombia. You're fine as long as it's legal. He said, you still good. Shout out to the you still good guy. But yeah, man, it's just, we just have what we're experiencing is in the United States is a shift in the dating marketplace. Like, whatever we have as dating expectations, they're shifting it with propaganda. Right? They do all these propaganda and they let these clips roll. And now you still see people talking about crazy shit. No man under 45 should be dating nobody under 40. Why? Well, because it's weird. It's okay. Go to another country. Yeah. And there's no problem. You can go over there and be like, I don't want to date anybody over 25. They're left over, and you'll still be good. Nobody's going to criticize you. They might give you a look here and there. It might be some tourists that might give you a look-see here and there. All right. But a lot of us date basically because other people expect us to do certain things. This is what gets us in trouble. Like, people expect you to not have, if you're a black man, they expect you to not have someone that is not black. When you go to another country, that don't exist. That doesn't exist. So when you have the ability to buy your way out of that, when you have ability to buy yourself out of that, doesn't mean it's going to be perfect where you're going. You're just going to buy yourself out of that bullshit. But that's what they think. Then they start saying, well, you can't date anybody outside of this race. Then they can't be this young and they can't be that. So that is specifically a United States of America issue. Sometimes in Europe and so forth. So men are buying themselves out of that. If you can't afford to buy, like I said, if you can't afford to buy yourself out of that, you're going to be stuck in it and frustrated. Now, If you don't care about that, stay here. All right. Like I said, there's something for everybody out here. But a lot of guys are finding out about this, and they also think that it's not transactional over there. It certainly is, man. It's transactional over there. Love and romance are connected there. It's going to be just for pesos and bot. It's going to be a lot cheaper, and you're not going to be able to swoop up everything over there. You're going to be limited over there as well to a certain type of woman, and so forth and so on. But you're going to stay here. You're going to be beholden to all of these social restrictions. Dating and marriage is social restrictions, right? Can't date this person of this religion. Like, if love was real, wouldn't love overcome all boundaries? Race, religion, looks, politics. Wouldn't love height for everyone, not just for a few? I know a tall guy with a short woman. I know a tall woman with a short guy. If love existed, why does it have so many boundaries? Age. That's why I tell you there's no such thing as love. Love is ridiculous notion because it has so many restrictions. All right, well, it got to be this, and it got to fall in line with that, and y'all got to be equally yoked, and it got to be okay. That's not love. That is literally an arrangement. Okay, that's called an arrangement. You're out of the love conversation. That's called an arrangement. So that's not love. If you got to have all of these things lined up to fall in love, that's not love. Right? So at that point, we're talking about an arrangement. Why don't we just go ahead and make an arrangement right now? All right. And make some rules and put that shit and negotiate up front. He got to have this money and she got to do this type of thing and she got to cook and clean. That's called an arrangement. That is not love. It make you feel a certain way. Anyway, enough about this. But again, we're re-educating you people. Shout out to Leon L. Lovelace says, I found an alternative performance part for my Jetta because Porsche, Audi, and Volkswagen share some parts for cost saving. Absolutely. All right. Porsche is just a Volkswagen. I mean, it's not, but you know what I'm saying? It's under the umbrella of Volkswagen, the German company that your boy Hister made for the People's Wagon. All right. Shout out to the little mustache man. But Audi, Volkswagen, and Porsche are under the same umbrella. Don't get fooled. Now, Porsche was separate from Volkswagen, but it became part of Volkswagen after a while. But shout out to the German guy. All right. The guy Hister is his name, or as Nostradamus called him, Hister. All right. But Hister is responsible. You guys don't know the Germans were ahead of the game. All right. The Germans knew what they were doing. All right. And the fact that we beat them at war and took all their shit and raced to the moon and had television screens all of a sudden and an atomic bomb that nuked Nagasaki. I mean, we really stole from the Germans, I'll tell you. All right. That German guy, blimps, like name all the shit. Transgenders. All right. You know who wishes. We took all they little shit. All right. Shout out to
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
All right, that dude had a whole machine going on over there. Kindergarten. 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 All right, it sounds German, doesn't it?
Straight jacket.
Women with hairy punanis. Volkswagen. All right, yes, that's
straight jacket.
BMWs. Germany. Munich, by the way. All right, anyway. Shout out to Volkswagen. Now we know why everybody hates that guy. He had shit popping. He was ready to take over. He was going to be in the moon and shit. He said hot dogs and brats and Wurzens. All right, it was crazy, bro. All right, they really went over there and jacked that nigga shit.
Straight jacket.
All right, Bugatti. But look up kindergarten. That's a German word. Uh-oh. The educational system, private school. Sometimes war is about taking people's shit, right?
Straight jacket.
Propaganda. Man, he really had that shit figured out in short order. All right, time to kill him. All right, we got to get rid of that nigga. All right, anyway. He said the highways, the interstate. He was like, damn, they got the whole system over there. Anyway, I'm not saying he was a good guy or anything. I'm just saying here.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Blonde white women. Helgas. All right, anyway. Shout out to the German engineering. It's definitely a great thing, man. The engineering program over there was fantastic. Before that, y'all were listening to the radio. Before that, y'all had to tune into the radio like, all right, the boxing matches is on. Am I lying? I'm lying. All right. Anyway, sauerkraut, bratwurst, hot dog. I couldn't have another hot dog when I was in Germany. I was like, no more hot dogs, please. Y'all eat hot dogs like this? No more hot dogs. Before that, y'all had to listen to the radio to listen to the football game. All right, yeah. All right. But then y'all had TVs, ironically, and shit later on. All right. All right. Anyway, I didn't do it. I'm just saying it was ironic how shit popped up overnight. Now we're on the moon, allegedly. Beer, all the beer. Y'all had Heinekens and all the kind of APAs and stuck all they beer and all that. All right.
Straight jacket.
Drunk history by CGA. None of this is historically accurate. Just to let you know, there's somebody offended right now. None of this is historically accurate. I'm just saying coincidence. That's all I'm saying here. I'm just saying in 10 years, we leveled up pretty fast as a country. Yeah, Adidas. This is just drunk history. Relax. All right. I'm just trying to. This is humor. This is comedy. All right. Anyway. All right. People are not going to donate anymore. All right. But all of a sudden, we wearing Adidas sneakers. And niggas are saying, my Adidas. Walk through concert doors and roam all over Coliseum floors. Now all of a sudden, we're wearing Adidas. Or Adidas. Anyway. School uniforms in school? Yeah, I'm telling you. We went over there, Swagger Jack. All they shit. We'll take all of that.
Straight jacket.
We'll take all of that. And you get a wall from east to west. All right. Let's get in here. Jamal says, Coach, why do you think marriages where a woman, I think he meant where. Why do you think marriages where a woman has male children last longer? What's your hypothesis? I don't know. I don't know if that's the truth. Is that the truth? You have to explain that to me. I've never seen that statistic. All right, but I do know that sometimes women that have male children, I get an audience of those women more than I get an audience of women that have female children. All right. So, women that have male children want to educate their men to not get finessed because they know women are going to finesse them. I had, when I first started off, a woman that was a great supporter. She would email me and she would be like, Coach, I'm one of your supporters. I have 4 male children. All right. And what she was trying to say was she saw what her friends did to men when they were younger. And she's like, I got to explain to my boys so they don't get finessed. This is a similar conversation of when men say they don't want to deal with single mothers. And they will then make a case for men dealing with single mothers. So then when you ask them, when you ask a woman about her son, do you want your son to marry a woman that has children by 2 other men? Typically, she'll deflect and redirect because she never thought about it. So you put her on her heels. Now it's time to fight out of that. Shaming language, sign language. Oh, do you want your son to grow up and date a woman that has had children by 2 different men? Now all of a sudden, you got her scrambling and scraping for shit. All right, now she's scrambling and scraping. She's never considered this proposition. Oh, there's your son right there. That's what you wanted him to grow up to be? Now she's like, oh, wait a minute. What are you, gay? Well, your mama's black. Now you're going to hear some of this. So again, that's possibly why you might see marriages last longer, because she knows raising so many teenage boys is going to be problematic, to where fracturing the marriage could be difficult for her. All right. Sometimes the boys might grow up bigger, stronger, faster, and so forth and so on. So she's like, I better have a man around these multiple boys, as opposed to when there's a woman or a single male child, she can manage that a little bit. She can still reign terror over that one single male child. Where if there's 2 or 3 male children, it's going to be difficult for her to rein those guys in. All right, we got that, man. We got that. We got the main event. Let's ring the bell here. All right, we are finally here. Let's see if we can do this under 45 minutes. Main event. We got Ayesha Curry effect. If you haven't seen, I know you're probably getting the clips of this and you're like, let me just skip to the main event. Well, what you don't realize is the previous 3 hours, I've been setting this main event up properly, talking about the fuck you boss up, evil world we live in. All right. The segment about how, you saw the Caleb Hammer segment. You saw the loser talk with that guy that said we need to boycott shit and stay home. We also had Straggle and Sniggle. Set this main event up. And also the Kristen Bell segment that was in the evil world we live in, where she said she wished she was more promiscuous in her 20s leading up to her marriage of 10 years. So what's happening is the Ayesha Curry effect is a classic effect to see, because initially Ayesha Curry was the savior for all women as far as men were concerned. She was an ideal woman. Now she's a woman that is kind of pivoting because of the marriage wheel. Right, the marriage wheel is undefeated. And if you guys are new to my programming here, you're looking at the best edutainment of YouTube. You're looking at where your favorite YouTuber sneaks all of his little attention here. All right, so here all of their little talking points comes from directly from me in a sense here. But this is the marriage wheel. You have several phases, and you can't really see it that well on the screen. But you have the phase where almost everybody's good, the honeymoon period. Then it goes into the investment phase. Is phase number 2. That's going on the right side of the screen. Okay. Honeymoon period. Everything's nice. You never have argument, engagement, planning, wedding, fornication, fucking, all of this stuff. All right. The second is the investment phase. That is on the mid to lower right side. And then you have on the bottom side is phase number 3, which is the bait and switch. All right. If men are teaching this, but they've never been married, they need to shut the fuck up. All right. You don't know what they're talking about. But the bottom section is the bait and switch, which in this case, we're going to talk about when women bait and switch. Men also do things in this part of the relationship that are detrimental to the marriage. So you have the husband works a lot of time, but the big part is the woman becomes a feminist. She reflects on what she's sacrificed, and then she'll say, what I could have been. Okay, so a woman will look, this is just how women work, guys. What I could have been. Okay, I could have been more sexually active. I could have been CEO at 32. I could have been rich. I could have married a millionaire. I could have had a train. I could have married LeBron James. I could have married instead of this guy. So she'll reflect on what she could have been. Kristen Bell is that I could have fucked more people. Now, men do this. It's shameful. Damn, I should have, before I got married, I should have fucked more girls. All right, this would be disgusting behavior for a man to say. All right, instead of having kids and a wife, I could have been a free agent and single. Like, this is disgusting narrative for a man to say. Absolutely disgusting for us to sit around and believe, right? And also, we know what's the reality. I could have got a better looking woman than my wife, but I could have dealt with more bullshit. I'll just stay with my wife. So the marriage wheel basically is predicated on predicting your marriages. Now, all marriages go through this. Men and women just simply compromise their way out of it. What'll happen is at stage number 4, which is in the middle tier area of the left, when a woman wants to quit, aka I don't want to wear the wedding ring anymore, I want to be CEO, I want to fuck more men, blah, 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 I want to have an open relationship, then you're convinced, now you're up against the gun. All right, so you don't follow the bait and switch. You tell her to go kick fucking rocks. Now you're over here fighting for your life like R. Kelly. All right, you're fighting for your children. You're fighting for half your resources. You're fighting in the court. She wants to take the kids to therapy. You lose half your shit. Blah, 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 blah. Then most men are encouraged to go at it again. Well, maybe it was a bad woman, or maybe if you were a better husband, then you do it again, and it's a wheel. Some men kick the hell out of there. Like, I kicked out of there. I only needed to learn once. A woman needs to teach me only once or twice who she is, and I believe them. And I say, well, I'm not changing you, so I'll just cut bait. It's hard for men to get there. You guys are constantly negotiating with people who are violating you, and you're getting weaker every time you renegotiate. You guys got to just drop their ass like a bad habit and go on to the next thing. Okay. All right. So we got the Ayesha Curry effect. According to the internet, and people are saying we're taking her out of context. Okay. By the way, men also go through the marriage wheel. Men do things against women all the time. Like, I get it. If you want me to share that, ladies, if you want me to share that, send me some money and I'll share that with you in season 8. But there's men, for an example, men look at their wife at 40 and they want to fuck a 20-year-old version of the wife. And they start fucking the secretary and they want to get their youth back. All right. They start looking at porn of barely legal teens with their feet out, right? Start supporting OnlyFans girls. They want to talk to young bitches, right? When you go out to brunch with them, he always flirting with the fucking waitress and young bitches and hostesses and shit. And he think he still got it, ass nigga. So men go through that as well, where they're like, damn, I still want to fuck some 20-year-old bitches. Right? I still want to be outside in a Porsche. And I think I'm gonna get some hoes that are gonna be on me. That's they're gonna go through that as well, especially 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years into the marriage, where they got married young and they're 30, 32, and they still want to fuck with some college girls. All right. That's all part of it as well. That's all kind of regret. But Ayesha Curry allegedly has been out of context. But this is what she said. Now, this is gonna be terrible for men. Men are going to hear this and think this is terrible. But remember, she was the ideal wife when she was making cookbooks and all of that shit about 8 years ago. Then she pivoted and she started experiencing postpartum depression. Because when the marriage will investment stage accumulation phase is being initiated, you're going to find that she's going to start trying to experience going back and returning back the hands of time. So now women are siding with Ayesha Curry and men are against what she's saying. Let's play the whole video. No, it's 2 minutes, so not the whole video.
I didn't want kids. I didn't want to get married. I thought I was going to be career girl and that's it. And I had my eyes set on my goals. And I was never the little girl that like dreamt about the wedding dress and all of that. And then it happened so early in my life.
Did you talk to Steph about it?
He tries to resonate with me, but he just can't. And he also comes from a place of like, it's effing stupid. Like, it's not true. So why are you? And I'm like, but wait, like, listen to how it makes me feel. And he's like, but why does it make you feel like that? It's
all right. So let me stop here. She's an empty vessel. She's pretty much an empty vessel. She should be seen and not heard very much. And it's hard to tell women this, but ladies, when you got a dub, you got a dub. If you could just learn to shut the fuck up. And listen, I'm a man, so I don't have the ability to do this. Like, I got to work and do things and talk my way out of the situation. I got to be smart and intelligent. You could have just shut the fuck up the rest of your life and been good. You could have kept this shit to yourself. All right. But hey, you can't tell women this and they need to be talking. All right. I said this to a woman one time and she said, well, why you talking? All right. Like, I'm super duper handsome. All right. But even handsome men got to be able to put 2 and 2 together. All right. But as you can see, she gone. All right. And the streets are calling. She can't just take that dub and shut the fuck up. She got hazel eyes, light skin. You won. All right. You're married to a billionaire. That's about as good as it's going to get. But of course, they want more. They want more. And she wanted to work her way to death. You know, she wanted to work her way to riches and shit like this. She couldn't keep this character going just for the bag. Nope. So as you can see, Steph is in the negotiation phase. This is a horrible stage of grief to be in where you're bargaining. So it doesn't matter if you're rich, poor, tall, white, light-skinned, whatever you're doing here, you're always going to be in this situation in a marriage. Why? Because she has the leverage. Steph could lose his wife. He obviously doesn't want to do that, so he's going to defend her. He recently defended her against her previous podcast statement, which is this one, but they're keep releasing clips from this. I've already covered this clip. I've already covered a clip from this podcast, but more clips are leaking out. She's already showed her hand. She wanted more attention on Instagram. She didn't realize that people were treating her respectfully because she was the good wife. And they were treating Steph respectfully because they were like, he's a good husband. He ain't one of these niggas. Like, he ain't. So this is an equal match. She's like, there's more out here for me. So now I got to reveal to the world, I didn't want all this shit. Steph doesn't understand. Let's go from that point. I wanted more. I didn't want this. Why are you thinking this way? Steph's like, bitch, why are you thinking this way? Bitch, I got a double header tonight. I got a back-to-back night. I got to guard Anthony Edwards tonight. Bitch, you hitting me with this. Let's continue.
Stupid. Like, it's not true. So why are you? And I'm like, but wait, like, listen to how it makes me feel. And he's like, but why does it make you feel like that? It's not real. After we got married, we found out we were pregnant with our daughters so quickly. I didn't even have time to think about what I wanted anymore. It's so interesting. I spent my entire life like trying to work towards something, and then it kind of just disappeared, and
sheesh,
I didn't think twice about it. But after my daughter turned 1,
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
The marriage wheel is undefeated. Let's explain what happened here. She was kind of forced into this honeymoon period. Remember, she had a life plan. He showed up. Oh, I thought you was going to be a gym teacher, a high school coach. I didn't think you was going to be an NBA all-star and one of the greatest basketball players ever. And I was just going to be a stay-at-home mom and, have your babies. Okay, I'll do it. It seems all right. Yeah, I'll go along with the plan. Now you're in the investment phase. She says after the first daughter, listen up to me. I was locked in. I couldn't really pivot. Couldn't really get out of it.
It's always Jermaine's fault.
I was forced into it. I was forced into it. I could not now follow all. She said in my previous life, which for men, I want to understand women. I don't want to force my ideology on a woman. I don't want to force a woman to become what she doesn't want to become, because that's going to be harder for me on the back end. I want to tell her what she's able to do, and if she don't want to do it, I can kick her ass to the curb. I've done that once. You should just do this, and you should be happy doing that. That ain't going to help you guys. That ain't going to help you. They're going to be what they want. So she said, my life before Steph, I was a CEO at 32. I was kicking ass at fucking Enron. I would have had a C-suite executive. She's going to say this later. I would have been kicked. But now that I got this daughter, I realized my life was going to go on this trajectory. And guess what? I'm not happy. Now, you've heard her come out with outlandish shit about this guy. And of course, Steph defends her. I'm not saying he shouldn't defend her. He's got to defend her because he knows what he's about to lose. But you heard what she said. This is just a clip. People are saying you need to watch the whole show to get context. Man, this woman is not a great speaker, so I don't need that much context. I can hear what she's saying.
I didn't even have time to think about what I wanted anymore.
Ma'am, I didn't even have time to think about what I wanted anymore, which means now the kids are priority. Steph is the priority. I didn't have time to think about what I wanted. Me.
Hey, like,
me.
Listen to how it makes me feel. And he's like, but why does it make you feel like that? It's not real. After we got married, we found out we were pregnant with our daughters so quickly.
Oh, it happened so fast. See, I've said this before, and men don't realize it's going to happen. when you get into a situation where the woman is going to be telling you we should get married, and guys, most of the time it's the woman saying this. I know women want to think men pressure them into this. I would beg to differ. I think it's the woman. Oh, I want to get married. I want to have an engagement, a dress, a ring. They're so wanted that stability that they're kind of pressuring you and they're not asking you. Like sometimes women don't ask for money, but you'll give it to them. And then when you say, well, I gave you all that money, she'll say, but I didn't ask you for it. I thought you were being generous. I thought it was a gift. Same with marriage. You ask them on bended knee. In their mind, you ask them. When they have a baby and you're fucking them and you say, I'm going to put the babies into you. I'm going to put these babies into you. You just saying that so you can nut. In their mind, you forced her into pregnancy. You made her have a baby quickly after marriage. So she didn't have the time to think about her life and where she wanted to get out of life. I didn't have the time to think. So this is how women work. You should expect this so that you can get the best out of this world living with women. Because if you don't and you think women are going to think differently, you're going to be shit out of luck. I'm giving you the cheat code to this life. I'm giving you the programming to this life. And any woman can pull this shit. I don't care if you got a woman you've been rocking with for 10 or 15 years. She can pull this at the drop of a hat. You better be ready for this. I don't care if you're at the JUCO, regular woman, your wife, your girlfriend, your fiance. It's going to happen where she can victimize herself. Well, he forced me into it, and I could have been out here in these streets. I could have been C-suite exec. I could have. That's what you're hearing from her. I'm breaking this down. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm not saying she's feeling what she's feeling is wrong. She's feeling what she's feeling. But it happened so quickly. We had the first kid so quick. Imagine you're the daughter listening to this. Yeah. Now, if a man was walking around saying this about his daughter, you know, I got married to her so fast and we had the first kid and I wasn't even ready for these kids, you know, but she wanted to have a baby so fast and I could have been MVP of the damn league without her. Okay, let's continue, man. Let's continue.
I didn't even have time to think about what I wanted anymore. It's so interesting. I spent my entire life like trying to work towards something, and then it kind of just disappeared. And
wow,
I didn't think twice about it.
Okay, this is incredible. One thing that I heard a young lady say, and the JUCO is very valuable to me. All right, I heard a young lady say this. She was about 26 years old, and she said to me, the thing you have to understand about women is they don't think about what they're going to say before they say it. Okay, this is another thing you need to write down. They don't think about what they're going to say before they say it. No woman thinks about what they're going to say. They'll think about kind of the situation and we need to talk, but they never think I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to articulate my point right off the bat. What they'll happen is we need to talk. They'll think about it for 3 or 4 days. They'll finally get you in front of you and they haven't think about what they're going to say. They're going to operate on their feelings and emotion. They're going to hit you with a lot of and ahs. Then as soon as you hit them with the okie doke and the Jedi mind trick, all they shit falls apart. Now they scrambling and scraping for shit. As you can see, she's not articulating her point well at all, to the point where I say if men say this shit, they would be buried. So she's going to articulate her feelings. That's all she's doing. I didn't have the time to think about it. And it happened so fast. And my previous life, I was thinking about what my previous life was going to be. Then what? Okay. So women do not think about what they're going to, when you're having a conversation, just understand, they don't think about what they're going to say when they say it. They haven't thought that shit out. All they about to do is just blah, 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 with a lot of and ahs and looking up left and right and a lot of stammering and script. Okay. And then when you catch them on some shit and you hit them with it, then it's plausible deniability. That's why they lean on shaming language, manipulation, lies, plausible deniability, all of that shit. That's why they got to do it. Because they ain't thinking. They thinking about how they feel about it. Then they got you in front of you. Then you start hearing tears and seeing tears and fake crying and murmuring and falling on the ground, right? And passing out. Now you're abusive, controlling. You won't let her get her words out. I'm like, bitch, you ain't saying nothing but pausing and looking up in the air. All right, so I'm trying to finish the thought for you. Let me take this conversation over for you. Bitch, you ain't saying nothing. Or you keep reiterating the same point over and over again. We're 30 minutes in and you just repeated yourself. Let me end this shit. Let me land the plane. All right, so now let me interject in this shit. Well, I don't need you talking and cutting me off. You cut me off every time we talk because you ain't saying shit. All right. I'm not about to sit in front of you and you have a whole filibuster of this bullshit, and I could be out here hitting golf balls. All right. All right. I'm about to give you the floor, and this is what you're coming up with. Talking loud, ain't saying nothing. Shout out to James Brown. So here we go right here. This is like talking to a child, right? Children with breasts, Chronicle with Judah. Imagine sitting in front of this shit, listening to this. Let me continue.
Think about what I wanted anymore. It's so interesting. I spent my entire life like trying to work towards something, and then it kind of just disappeared, and I didn't think twice about it. But after my daughter turned 1.
See, who wants to sit in front of this shit? Women will sit in front of this all the time because they're socially based, right? We got shit to do. Now watch this drive. For facts.
I remember there being a shift and being like, I have goals for myself.
Wow.
Like, this doesn't feel right. I love being a mom, but I love doing other things too.
Wow.
And I need to get my shit together.
Wow. Now, again, Steph tricked on her, gave her the life of a princess. Remember that one guy bought the girl a castle and she left that nigga and said, I didn't ask him for a castle. Set you up. Most women will trade places with her. I mean, I know you think you're gonna make this. You think this is gonna make her happy. It's not. Dude, you could give a woman $10,000 allowance and she'll still be like, I need to get another sugar daddy. I need to fuck another guy. I'm just saying, bro. I know, guys. I know. Are there women like this already, right? That aren't like this? Few and far between. It's basically a needle in a haystack. And they all could be like this. It's not that all women do this. It's that they all seem to be women that do this. Okay, so this is where we are. As you can see, she's like, yeah, after the child or two, I was thinking about I could have been CEO. I could have been doing much more. Yes, a woman's going to say this. Your wife's going to say, I could have been, because she saw other people, her friends, become that. And she's watching them going, but I was changing diapers. Damn, while I was changing diapers, I could have been this. That's what she's saying. Now, this is a woman's life. I don't get pregnant, so I can't relate. I just think it's ridiculous because, believe it or not, she probably asked for this, and now she's reneging. All right. I mean, this is crazy work. Now I thought what I could have been instead of changing diapers.
And figure out what that looks like for myself now.
If I have a career and I'm not home, like, did you experience that?
I still experience that.
I
still experience that. I'm almost like I'm always in therapy. Talking about this.
Sorry for pausing this. You guys can watch the full video anywhere in the world, but you're watching me break this down. She still deals with this to this day. Shout out to the champ. I still deal with this. And I'm in therapy. This is why you always hear women talking about therapy and therapy and therapy. Ma'am, we don't go through life like this. Now, I know we got trauma, and trauma ain't never hurt anybody. All right? Not like y'all's trauma. This is why they got to be in therapy all the time. Because they are wrestling with themselves. And this is why I say I don't wrestle with women, because they can't even wrestle with their therapists. They can't even wrestle with themselves, let alone wrestle with me, because I'm ruthless. All right? I'm ruthless. But now we got the therapist in there. This bitch is a millionaire, billionaire. She could divorce and become one of the richest women in the world. She's in therapy about still thinking about what she could have been. I mean, listen, I know people are going to say, well, money doesn't fix anything. You got a lot of bitches that will take $500 from me right now and throw me some pussy right here. So I don't want to hear money don't mean shit. She's set for life. She wants to be in these streets. She's been begging for it. She just needs a exit off of Highway 304. That's all she needs. She needs a good reason so that when she jump off this motherfucking exit, that everybody gonna say she made the right decision. Because right now, there ain't nobody she can replace Steph with. There's nobody. She needs somebody, one of these executives at one of these what do you call it? These the Silicon Valley executive, like Steph's mom did. But she's like, man, nah. Now she's using this as an excuse to why to say the marriage ain't working for her, when in reality, she just is jealous of Steph's success. I mean, that's just where it is. She's jealous of Steph. All right. I thought I was going to be the main bitch, the bitch in charge. I thought I was going to have an equal partnership, but she doesn't have power in this relationship. All right. I don't have power in this relationship, so I feel powerless. How do I get power? One thing you will realize is that you're in a power struggle with your girl. If she's in a subservient relationship, she'll try to wrestle away power, right? She'll try to balance that power somehow. If you're in an equal partnership, she'll try to balance that power, right? She'll buy her way out of doing traditional roles, or she'll say, yeah, we're in an equal partnership. I'll have sex when I'm ready, and you'll just have to wait. That's a way that women deal with power, because men have the power. We have the power of the penis, and we have the power of being strong and resilient and ambitious. All right. They don't. All right. They need more sleep. Right. They need a whole bunch of shit. They need to rest. They don't need to be in discipline. So that's all she's doing. She's trying to wrestle away this power. She just doesn't know where to go with it yet. She doesn't have a highway exit off of Highway 304.
If you lose all of those things that were interesting about you,
wow,
even for yourself, like even the things that made me feel confident and cool, then what are you doing?
All right, so this is
I didn't
hear the last couple 10 seconds here. By the way, she doesn't articulate herself really well.
Things that were interesting about you.
So if you lose those things that were interesting about you, what you have to understand, we're understanding as men, women had a life before you. And they had in today's world, especially when you're dealing with modern women, what they're doing is they're living their life prior to you, then handing over the bags to you after. Whereas when women were younger, they weren't of the world yet. All right. They had a small worldview. They had a small reach, and their reach wasn't as high. They didn't have goals and ambitions and dreams to be rich millionaires and CEOs and have their own bag. This is a new shift in our world, somewhere around the mid 2000s, where women can have their own cars and their own riches and their own houses. This is all new. So if a woman was married and settling down before that, then it's hard for her to be settling down for you after that, if she hasn't been able to try to reach that. So what are women doing today? I'm going to live my 20s out, then turn it in. I'm going to be of the world first, then pick the male second. You're going to hear this when women defend what Ayesha Curry was saying. This is the new male and women dating selection process. More women are going, let me try to become rich and famous. Let me try to become settled. Let me buy my own property. Let me have my own power. Let me have my own money. Let me do all of this first. Let me fornicate. Let me fuck Kristen Bell. Let me fuck who I need to fuck. Let me take my own trips. Then I'll get together when the power is equal. When I have what I needed to have. Instead of getting married at 21, I'll get married at 29, 30, 31, 36. Then it's power couple. And then it's don't date, you're a 30-year-old man. You should be dating 30-year-old women. And their therapist is hearing this shit years and years, racking up $250 an hour or 10 medical insurance sessions. So this is where we're going. This is what the future of picking partners and male partners and female partners is going to be. Exactly what she expressed. Now, this is an important transition here. The more life they live in the world, the more than likely they're not going to be a part of your program. All right. They need that power. They need to realize that, they need to realize what they could have got out of this world. All right. They need to see it out. They need to build their fortress first, then come in and see if they can merge with you. I can't help that this is the way of the world, but this is the way of the world now, primarily for almost everyone. And certainly today, single people going forward. This is how people are going to make select. And women dictate this. Why is this important now? Because Ayesha Curry was the face of traditionalism. She also had a tweet talking about Let me see if I can show you this. Ayesha Curry's tweet. Let me see. Tweet about attention. All right, this is 2019, y'all. This is how fast things change. All right, let me see here. Where's the tweet? Damn, if we can get it. Oh, damn. It ain't showing. Let me see if I can find it. All right, that's not the one. It's right here. Who remembers this? This is from 2019. How fast the world changes. Oh, no, that's not it. Okay. It wasn't a tweet about attention. It was a tweet about how women dress. How women dress. Let me see if it still stands here. See if it still stands. All right, yeah, here we go right here. This, yeah, this is, oh shit, you can't see something here. All right, I'm glad it ain't my feet picture collection. All right, remember, she was the face of traditionalism for black women. All right, mostly for black men. Everyone's into barely wearing clothes these days, huh? Not my style. I like to keep the good stuff covered up for the one who matters. Now, what year was this? Like, this is the type of tweet she used to put out. Now, again, she was faking the funk like a nasty dunk. But this was Ayesha Curry's position from initially. So a lot of men celebrated her like, yes, this is the wife that all women should aspire to be. Let me see what year that was. 2015. All right, 2015, 10 years ago. All right, 2015, 2016 was that. All right, and this came on BuzzFeed. So that was 2015 was that tweet. So this was before a lot of y'all that watch me were even adults. You guys were children. This is why Ayesha Curry, she's kind of interesting now to us. Because we're like, wait a minute. All right, hold on for a second. Where's my wait a minute? Who are you? Yeah, she was like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
But now she's turning boss babe. All right. And this is just one tweet. All right. But she was a pygmy back in the day. She was literally, women hated her because every time she talked, all the women would go crazy. Rare. All right. They would go hella crazy listening to Ayesha Curry. Women would go ape shit listening to her because back in 2015, going into 2017, Ayesha Curry was this. All right. Covered up. The only one man matters to me. You know, I'm a wife and a kid first. I'm a traditionalist. So for people who don't know that, that's some context to give you on why Ayesha Curry is always constantly talked about when it comes to Steph and Ayesha. Okay, so now let's take you to the defense force. We have some women that are defending this, obviously. And let me see here. We're going to start with this woman right here. Let's see what we got here. We have this one here, just so you know. This is a classic bait. All right, Ayesha Curry is what?
Ayesha Curry is what happens when a generation of 21-year-olds tell themselves that they're ready to be wives and they're ready to find the love of their lives and settle down instead of being hoes. Every single time we have a conversation about her or about what she said in the interview, the tone that people take is very judgmental. Everyone's very disgusted in her. She's the bottom of the barrel. They can't believe that she would be so ungrateful and so miserable. And she is like, oh, Steph Curry deserves so much better than her. At the core of what she is expressing is a girl who got with a guy very, very young in life before she had any like real life experiences and then married him. Now they've been married X amount of years. I don't know, 10, 12 years. I'm not sure. Right. And they have 4 kids together and he is extremely famous and she is his wife. That is what her entire life is. And now she is reaching 40 and it's starting to click in her head that, oh my God, I only have one life to live. And now it seems like because of the choices that I've made, my entire life will only be defined by this person. I will only ever be his wife and the mother of his children. It's very interesting for Ayesha Curry to speak out about it because for the past, like, I don't know, it was like 8 years or so, she's been building a career and a brand for herself, right? Like she had cookbooks, she had her own talk show, she had like a food show, right? Like she's been building a brand all for herself and a name for herself, making a career for herself. And her still expressing the sentiment of feeling unsatisfied is because it seems like no matter what she does, all she ever will be is his wife and the mother of his children. And
let me stop you here, gentlemen. This is what she's saying. And by the way, look at the engagement here on this post. Guys, Chris Rock said you can hand a woman a diamond dick and it's not going to be enough. And I know that. That's why when I'm out here at the JUCO, when I'm out here dealing with women, I give them a little bit, and I know it's just going to be a wash. Eventually, she's going to start looking the other way. I don't have enough to give a woman. I got a lot, nigga. I got a lot. Like, my profile is a lot, and women still come over here and be like, yeah, that ain't enough. And they'll still go over there and butterfly here and there. And I'll be like, shit, if I can't hold on to a woman, and you can't force them to do it. The more you force them to stay on your program, the more they're going to rebel. They'll be good for a little bit. Okay. But I got a lot to give them, and they still be over here exercising their options. Exercising their options. You're hearing this, and she's blaming it on she was very young. 21. Yes, in America, 21 is young. I think that's ridiculous. She's too young to get married. This is what happens when women marry young. She had a career going for her. What? Cookbooks? The husband was making $100 million a year, and she talking about some cookbooks. Okay? She talking about cookbooks in a cooking show that Steph was funding. Steph put up the front money. I'm not Steph Curry. If I can't keep a bitch, if Steph can't keep a bitch happy, I can't keep a bitch happy at all. I ain't even gonna try. As soon as she get unhappy, I'll be like, all right, I'm not happy. Musical chairs. Musical chairs. Next. All right, we've reached our limit. I see you went out here trying to float on and you trying to look at another. Go ahead. All right, go get him. Now, what women want to do is they don't want that. Now, let me just tell you how this works. Okay, because if she was making cookbooks without Steph Curry, them cookbooks wouldn't have floated. But what women want to do ultimately, and what Ayesha Curry is doing, is she's holding on to Steph and she's trying to get to the next branch. They call it monkey barring for the normies, monkey branching for the red pill. What she's trying to do is she's holding on to the Steph image and name and likeness, and she then trying to go to the next thing. What I do is I tell them, okay, no more branch. Okay, that's why they call me, the Russian woman call me ruthless. Because while she trying to hold on to me and get what she wants, she trying to get to the next branch, and I'll cut the branch off and they'll fall and break an arm. Okay, and that's why they call me ruthless. I'm like, oh no, okay, I see you reaching out to another branch. I'll cut the branch, and them bitches will fall down to the ground, and they'll get evicted, and they'll get, you know what I mean? They'll start facing shit. They'll start doing DoorDash after the divorce. You see what I'm saying? I don't let women monkey branch on me. I don't let bitches do that. I'll just be like, oh, bitch, you get nothing. So this is what she's doing. She's trying to reach out to the next thing. Then once she gets it, then she'll cut Steph. If Ayesha was a woman that stand on her word, she would cut Steph off right now, take the divorce money and see what she can get out here, which she ain't going to get shit. She might pick up another guy. She not going to get a guy that's on Steph's level. She knows this. All right. So this is what she's doing. And now what the women are saying is she was so young and she wanted to, nah.
The sentiment that she's trying to describe is being like, oh my God, when I die, I will have wasted my entire life belonging to other people. I would have never been my own person. Because I got with him so young, I robbed myself the chance of becoming my own person, of being.
Did I tell you that? I got with him so young, I robbed myself of being what?
My own person.
My own person. I can't help y'all, guys. I can't help y'all. Y'all want this to be different. Y'all want to find women that think differently. I'm just telling you, of the available single women today, there's not many. There might be some married women that think like this right now, and there may be a few single women that think like this. A few that are under 25 and marriageable. Not no 30, 29-year-old, 31, 34. We're talking about young women between 21 and 25 that have this as a goal. This is feminist ideology. As I said, guys, you can't help it. They have the software downloaded for feminism. That's where we are. This is all feminism talking. Okay? This is all programming and propaganda. Rob me of who I could have become because I was so young when I got married. Bro, hey, listen. And this is Steph Curry we talking about, not some nigga who's a plumber. All right, but anyway, let's continue here. She has 7 minutes. I don't know if we're going to go that long.
She is actually mourning is her individuality and her sense of self.
Yeah.
A very uncomfortable conversation a lot of you are not willing to have. You're also not willing to even try and attempt to have a conversation from a place of grace. Because every video I've seen talking about it has been people like looking down on her and talking to her crazy and being like, your husband doesn't cheat on you. Your husband doesn't beat on you. I can't believe that you're being so ungrateful. Like, I'm sorry if some people are just a little bit more ambitious and they don't think that the top of the mountain, the top of the hill is being somebody's wife, is being somebody's mother. And it's possible with Ayesha, especially because she met him so young, that she thought that it'd be enough, that she thought that she'd get there and she would feel fulfilled and she would love her life. And instead she feels miserable. She feels like she's not a person anymore. And again,
okay, so breaking that down, she thought that, again, this is why you have to listen to what women are saying to you now. I want to be settled and I want to have a family. I want to get out of the streets. I want a guy that supports. I want a provider. Okay, you're going to give that to her. Boom. 7, 10, 12 years down the line, bait and switch. Oh, I could have been this and I could have married that and I'm not an individual no more. And I took your last name and I just feel like a mom and a wife. And I feel like I'm not making a contribution to it. I feel like I need to go back to work. I feel like I need to have a career. This isn't just Ayesha Curry's problem. This is a lot of women's problems because they do have more opportunities than most any other women that have ever existed in the world. So this is what you're going to experience. I don't care if it's Ayesha Curry, Steph Curry, or yo goofy ass. This is what it is. I chose that life. I thought I would be happy, but boom, I'm not. But everybody thinks that every woman would trade for that. A lot of women would trade for Ayesha Curry's position. Yeah, and you're trying to negotiate with this. Dude, you come home from work and you had a great day from work. Baby, I scored 30. All right, I was giving Anthony Edwards the business, pause, and she ain't happy. She's sitting in the corner crying because she didn't came from therapy, rocking like this. And you're like, what's going on? You can't even celebrate your wins as a man and have some women don't see themselves as wives and mothers. Not anymore. They see themselves getting married at some particular point, not as a wife and a mother. They don't want that to be their sole identity. When I say they, I'm saying the majority. The majority of single women today don't see that, right? And ask a Gen Z woman or a Zennial, do they want to have kids? They'll be like, hell no. Right? No. So even you gave it to her. I want a provider male. I want a man that pays all the bills. As soon as you pay all the bills, I have a video that says you pay all the bills, it becomes financial abuse. I don't have control. I don't have power. He pays all the bills. I don't get to see the money. He only gives me money when I ask for it. I have to ask for him to get money. He just doesn't give it to me. Financial abuse. He asked me for my credit card statements. He wants to know where I am. Too much control. So they asked for the provider. When they got provider treatment, oh man, this provider shit ain't for me. I want you to provide and just turn the other cheek. Don't ask me about nothing. Just give me the money and don't say nothing. Let me tell you another video. Okay, we'll go to try to negotiate with this. Again, are there women out here that would be the antithesis of this? Sure. But good luck. There's more of us looking for that woman than there are of those women. Okay. There's more of us looking for that woman than there are available of that woman. All right, we have another sister. Again, the sisters are chiming in because, yeah, the least married, most divorced, have something to say about this.
Ayesha Curry is one of those people who, when she talks, I immediately block out anything anyone has to say. I don't even let their opinion of what she's saying enter my ear before I run and go watch it and listen to it for myself, because she is one of those people that we as a society, or not we, a lot of people have this irrational irritation towards, that anything she says or does will irritate them. Tyla is one of those people. Gabrielle Union is one of those people. I'm sure we can all think of someone. People collectively as a society, they have just decided they dislike and will rule out anything and everything that comes out of their mouth and will just look for an opportunity to kick them down. And as it pertains to Ayesha Curry, I think it is really unfortunate because even though I am child-free, she is saying something that I have heard many women say, many women who are wives, many women who are especially mothers who have devoted their lives to their children, or their lives may not have panned out the way they thought they were going to. And that's something that you start to realize and think about the older you get, but especially as you start to near your 40s. And it's very natural for Ayesha Curry to be experiencing what she is experiencing and speaking out about it.
Let me stop her right there. Now, you fools think you're going to beat this, okay?
Silence, you fool.
You fools think you're going to beat this. I'm here to tell you, you're not going to beat this. All right? There ain't enough game. There ain't enough Christ or God. There ain't enough Allah that's going to beat this. Now, maybe some Allah, all right, because these women seem to be scared of Allah, but Christ they ain't scared of. All right, because Christ washes all sins away. There ain't enough God that's going to defeat this. Okay, I'm just letting you know. And she's now said what I said. Yeah, you're going to experience this bait and switch. All right, that's what you're getting out here. Eventually, by that 40, 35, mid-30s, 35, 2-3 kids in, now you're going to start seeing her reflecting on what, I could have been this, and I should have experienced that. And, you forced me to have kids, and you took away my youth. And, I could have been 25 at the club, but I'm 25 and got married. Right? And I had kids and I was changing diapers. And these hoes was out here getting trains ran on them and going to concerts and fucking rappers backstage and catching herpes. Like, that would have been better for me. Now, if she would have been out there, there's single women out here that get tired of that. All right? Or they just become accustomed to it and live it out while they're trying to find a simp ass provider. Right? Like they still living it, thinking that they're going to turn the monogamy switch on when their provider male comes on. And then when the provider male comes, then he's weak, he's easy, he's not manly enough. And then she still cheats on him. Right? Or she'll monkey branch, or she'll hold on to the simp, the pookie boyfriend and keep the male provider. Or she'll have the male provider and she'll still sell pussy on the side. Right? That's what you're getting. That there's almost no in between. I don't think look, when I say you can't win, in a sense today. Now, listen.
You can't win.
When I say you can't win, you can't win. I'm sorry, guys. There's no woman that is that one-dimensional. Are you hearing me? There's no one-dimensional woman out there. That's just like, I want to be down and look. If she is, she ugmo like a motherfucker. She got to be ugly, fat, chunky, moles growing out of her face. I guarantee you she's not attractive. Even those women out here acting funky in America today. I just don't see any one-dimensional women out here that ain't gonna not switch up and do this shit at some particular point. I don't see it. There's too many divorces that even just justify this. Even rich, wealthy men can't even avoid this shit. I don't see it. Or the woman's going to be just past done with the streets. I'm just so fucking exhausted by the jerks. See, there's going to be that woman that comes up here. Not me, coach. When I was 35, I married the guy of my dreams, and now we done settled down. Okay, you try to get that pussy ran through on the marketplace. Right? You second abortion in, and cock carousel, rolled out, pussy roll hard, hung up wet, all right, and dry. Now you finally found some goofball ass nigga, and you're going to just ride that shit out. All right, I'll give you that. I'm talking about someone in perfect marital age, 21 to 28. You ain't gonna find it. All right. At all. This is what you're getting, guys. This is what the majority of you horny ass, incel, no pussy getting ass guys, you guys looking for a dream wife, let her roll back the clock to the 1990 ass niggas. This is what you think you fixing to get out here without paying either. Without even paying for it. But even paying for it ain't going to get you what you want. This is why I lease. Here we go right here. Just lease them. 30-day lease, 60-day lease, 90-day lease. Okay, you're done. Or casual and occasional. Shout out to Black Ram 313. All right, you can come in every other weekend. Come in every other here, there, blah, 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 blah. I ain't claiming the bitch, all right? I'm not claiming you. You want to claim me and all that shit? Nah, man, you can't look. You can't avoid this shit. Let's continue. And by the way, look at the engagement on this post. Look at the engagement.
However, for some bizarre reason, well, we know the reason. Patriarchy, and again, Ayesha Curry is just one of those people. People have this irrational disdain towards, and it's really unfortunate because it's not even a right message, wrong messenger, because money does not make it so people cannot speak to certain situations. We see people with money who are absolutely miserable. Look no further than Nicki Minaj, okay? People with money can absolutely be miserable. People with money can absolutely regret some of the choices they made in their lives or wish that they would have taken a different route or done some things differently. And I don't understand why. I'm less interested in the men who are kicking down Ayesha Curry because, again, I understand where that's coming from. It's unfortunately women, particularly, I'm not interested again in the women who are in their 20s or even early 30s.
What? Speaking
Negatively about Ayesha Curry.
Oh, they don't count.
I must say I am pretty disappointed to see the takes from women in their 30s, their mid 30s, 40s, 50s, speaking about so negatively about what Ayesha Curry said, especially if they are moms.
All right, so the moms gotta, they want misery loves company. Misery loves company. Don't speak against the agenda, the propaganda. The New World Order got new. All right, tell these women to get to work. They'll be much happier working towards their own goals, even after they have children. Now, if a man says, I have these kids, I don't need to be responsible for them. I could make more money without raising my kids and having a wife. Guess what? I'm public enemy number one. It's time to demonetize CGA. New World Order. Okay. But she's disappointed at that the women aren't keeping the code for the women out here. This is what you're up against. This is the Ayesha Curry effect. We're seeing more and more of this. I would love to see more of the videos of the women that disagree with Ayesha Curry on this stance. But as I said before, women are not to be pleased. Okay. I don't go about my life pleasing women. I learned this in my marriage, and I told my wife this when I was married. I said, you guys thought I was a simp when I was married, and I just learned red pill when I got divorced. I knew about it going into the marriage. I just rolled the dice and lost. But I said, women are not to be pleased. All right, because there's no point in pleasing them. Pussy credits don't roll over to the next day. All right, you give her a great day, and she's like, oh, you're the best. You're so wonderful. The next day, she woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You better cash them pussy credits in that night. All right, when she say, I'm going to suck the black off your dick, all right, you better make her do it right then and there, because the next day, it's gone. You're gonna be like, remember when you said you're going to suck the black off my dick? No, it's not. Well, that was yesterday. Today's prices are not yesterday's prices. Okay. Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? Dun, 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 dun. You can tell even your sugar baby. Baby, I gave you $1,000 last week. That was last week, nigga. That's dudes lined up to give her another $1,000 this week. And you didn't give her $1,000 this week. So guess what? She went out there to get some pussy, sold that next week. And you're like, what happened? Gone. Okay. Women are not to be pleased. Your job is not to please women. Your job is not to make a woman happy. That's not your job. Your job is to keep this woman alive so you can have your goddamn kids. That's what you're supposed to do. Stay alive so I can breed you like a cow. After you start talking loud and ain't saying nothing, I got to get rid of you, bitch. Let me check you into a mental hospital. All right, act right. That's what you're supposed to do. You better act right or I'm going to turn your ass in. But take these things, what I say right here. Women are not to be pleased. Stop making an effort to please them and make them happy here and there. My job is to provide you and make sure your ass don't get gang raped out here walking down the street. So that I don't know which one of these niggas that had my baby. Right? That's your goddamn, that's my job. To keep a roof over your head so you can put your titty in my child's mouth. That's what you're supposed to do. Other than that, bitch, if you want to come out here and be the king of kings and you want to come out here and be a Wall Street baron, go out there and do the damn thing, okay? I never stop a woman from doing what she wants to do. If you want to go out here and fuck 5 guys, you'll do it, but I ain't going to be a part of it. Certainly ain't going to pay for it. All right, so I'm not going to tell you what to not do. But what I'm going to tell you is what I'm not going to do. All right. I'm not going to support you while you getting gangbanged because you want to experience a horror phase like Kristen Bell. I'm not going to support you while you out here trying to be CEO and shit. And then when your ass get laid the fuck off, I got to pick up the pieces. No fucking way. All right. So I get to decide what I'm going to do. I don't decide what you do. I decide on what I participate in. So go do you, and bitch, you can't come back. Don't take backsies. All right. So when it don't work out and you fall on your face and you hitting the DoorDash at 46, getting $2 tips to drop off Five Guys cheeseburgers, and you looking at me getting filthy, rotten rich, fucking 26-year-old Latinas like I'm popping grapes off a vine. Don't look at me crazy. All right. Anyway, enough of that shit. What a fool believes. Guys, get your passports, guys. I mean, travel. Get my book, The Free Agent Lifestyle, please. The Free Agent Lifestyle. A lot of guys think, I'm not practicing what I preach because I lease women. Guys, there was a point where I just wasn't dealing with women at all. All right. Now I'm at the point of leverage. Now, because you now start seeing me leasing out women, don't say that's different than what I preach. That is absolutely wrong. That is part and parcel of what I preach. Here's the reason why. Because the bigger goal is to protect my peace. The bigger goal is to, like I said in the book, protect my peace, protect my family lineage, protect myself from the family court, protect myself from the marriage industrial complex, protect. Once you get leverage and options, you look at dating completely different. That's not different from what I preach. Now, for you, if you didn't follow the Free Agent Lifestyle, you can't afford to do it. So you're going to have to sit there and watch me fuck all of your girls. All right, that's where you're at. Don't be mad that now I'm fucking your future wives. And I'm giving them a little bit of lunch money. Don't be mad, motherfucker. Because that's part of the Free Agent Lifestyle. To take my motherfucking money and take it all across the world. 11 countries this year is going to be 17 countries in total in 2025. And I'm about to drop dick off on all of these goddamn countries. That's what I'm about to do. That's part of the Free Agent Lifestyle, nigga. You go travel, you have some fun, you learn some culture, and then you fold up 5'1", 5'2" girls. All right. That's what you do. That's the Free Agent Lifestyle because you can afford to do it. And you can do that in the United States too, because there's women out here that need lunch money too. But what you don't give up is your DNA. What you don't give up is leverage to the family court. What you don't do is move these women into your house and they become insatiable. What you don't do is marry these skeezers. That is the Free Agent Lifestyle. Don't be mad because I'm over here, Mr. International. I'm an international lover. Nigga, because you can't afford to do it, your motherfucking problem. Because your wife getting fucked by me. I don't give a fuck. Your future wife. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about you niggas. I'm an international lover. Because I got bitches smiling for a week. Nigga, hey, it's all good. The bitch is going to be smiling for a week and be evicted from their apartment 2 weeks later. I don't give a fuck. Right? Come on, bro. I'm winning the life. I told you what I was going to do. Now I'm doing it. Nah, niggas is mad. You messing it up for the rest of us. You out here sipping and tricking. Hey, it is what it is. He's an international lover. What you wanted me to do? To sit here and just wait it out until Western society got corrected? That's what you thought I was going to do, nigga, didn't you? You thought I was going to wait it out till your punk ass got $20 in your bank account. And we was just going to drive the price of pussy down and then make these women submit and crawl back. All right, that's what you thought I was going to do. Nigga, you didn't read the book. It's boss up. Fuck you, boss up. That's what you thought I was going to motherfucking do. You thought I was going to wait to get my dick wet until you got your chicken bag up. You thought that's what you thought I was going to do, didn't you? You dumb motherfucker. You thought I was going to wait for you to end your divorce so you could come out here and get some pussy and we can all get some pussy together. That's what you thought I was going to do for your punk goofy ass to divorce your fat ass wife. And I was going to wait for you to divorce your fat ass wife to get the guts to do it. And we was going to get some pussy in the 4x4 in Brazil together. That's what you thought, nigga. You thought we was going to hold the line. You thought hold the line was going to hold our semen back. No, that's what you thought. No, these bitches going to get sprayed from city to city to coast to coast. So fuck you thought, you goof ass nigga. You didn't read the book, bitch ass niggas in the comment section, man. This look like a sex addiction. Nigga, people fuck every day. Niggas thought I was just gonna sit back. We're gonna hold the line till these bitches gotta crawl back and give us free pussy. Okay, no. Yeah. Nope. It's not gonna fucking happen. I put in my work. I put in my time. Nigga, I told you to get ready. I told you, nigga, to get ready. Now it's time for me to pop bottles and shit and pour Cristal on these bitches in Panama. It's okay. All right, anyway. Bitch ass niggas don't want to boss up. By the way, it's Boss Up 2026 out here. These bitch made men out here, they ain't gonna get it. Shout out to our brother Eric Scott Sermon says for continuing to be undefeated. Continuing to be undefeated. Y'all waiting for these women to be out here being loyal. Women need to be loyal. Nah, bro. That's gone. Not in the United States of America. Guys, the women in the United States are cooked. In terms of, there's still some value to them, but in terms of them wanting to be wives for you loser men, it's over. Sorry. For the regular average male, which is a loser in their world, it's over for you. You have no chance. The regular average male has no chance out here. With American women, you have zero chance. The only chance you have, is leftover broads. That's it. Women that have been ran through 2-3 baby daddies. And to be honest with you, that was a lot of dudes in the 90s, a lot of dudes in the 80s. All them Freddie Jackson listening to niggas, that's all they had too. All them niggas that drove buses. See, a lot of you guys grew up in poverty and you didn't realize you was watching poverty relationships and struggle love. So you watch your mama, who was struggling to pay the electric bill, date the bus driver nigga. See, you thought that was what real relationships were. Wow, that's real relationships. My mother's dating the bus driver ass nigga. Why? Because she take the bus to work. And the bus driver nigga put his Mac down. And now the bus driver nigga coming over here, and now you got a new bike. You thought that was real love. That's struggle love, nigga. That's poverty love. That's low bottom of the barrel. That's scavenger activity. Nigga, see, the dudes in the 80s and 90s had to fuck with single moms. They had to marry them broads. I won't talk about my family too much, but even in my own families, that's the exact situation. That's what I saw. And we thought that was normal. And what happened to the women that used to do that? What happened to the men that used to do that? The men are gone. The men ain't doing that shit no more. I ain't being a stepdaddy. So those women are now saying, what happened to those men? Why don't these men want to marry us anymore? The only thing y'all got left is leftover women. If you are a regular average male, if you're a male that's above the fray, you still getting leftover women. Okay. But you have a little bit more leverage. The only thing leverage gives you is access. You can access better looking leftover women. That's all. But the dudes of the 80s and the 90s are gone, where they would be out here singing Luther Vandross songs to a woman that got 2 baby daddies. Like, that was easily done in the 90s. A woman could bank on that in 1990. And she could be, I'm searching for a real love. Yeah. Someone to share my heart. Real love. She could just ruin her life, be on EBT in the Bronx, and some nigga gonna marry her. Like, that was easy peasy. And we would see that, and we thought that shit was normal. People like, that's normal. Where are those women at? Where are those men at? That wasn't normal. That was poverty dating and relationships. All right, people don't realize y'all was watching some poverty shit at action, but It's not a world that benefits poverty people anymore. No. All right, look at the Dan Bilzerian tweet going viral right now. Right? This shit going viral right now, and people are really having a problem. Why is this showing up twice? Let's see here. This shit is going viral where people don't realize this. Oh, how's this dude still on the internet? Let me see here. Right here. This is going viral. We have a woman here. What they're doing is they're taking Dan Bilzerian's girls and they're seeing how they ended up. Right. And so somebody went through each one of the girls and they found their Instagram profile. So this is Dan Bilzerian. As you guys know, he paid women to be a part of his name, image, and likeness to boost his, persona. And, when men pay, for some reason, people go crazy. So we all thought Dan Bilzerian was getting these girls for free. We were sold a dream, right? But these women were there for status, money, and whatever it was. And he's admitted to have sex with all these women, right? So he's like, I've had sex with all these women, right? And, I've had sex multiple times in an hour. He's living the male Playboy dream. What somebody did is they went through each of these girls and found their beta male husband, all right? And said, right? The cleanup, the old, you're getting leftovers. So while she was 22, there she was there. Now she's 32, 35, 40, and there's the husband and the kid, right? This is your reality, not only in America, but everywhere else, because women are fertile at 14 on average. That's what it is. They start to experiment. We know that the popular age of abortion is 14 to 19. At this point, if you're not getting your high school sweetie, you're getting a leftover woman. I don't care if you're rich, poor, beta male, alpha male, what have you. Once you turn 30, I saw a great little comic thing says, after 30, there is no love. There's broke and rich. And that's true. Somebody said after 40, all you got left is single moms, coke, passport, and whores. Right? There ain't much left. Right? And what the hell is much left? Leftover women, fat women over 40, and coca. So this is the alpha fucks, beta bucks. This helps the red pill men cope at night. A lot of red pill men. I would never marry one of these leftover women. There's some men that will scoop that up, but they're in limited supply. Also, this woman has to hide her past. She definitely looks different, all right, but she would have to hide her past from this guy. If she successfully hides her past, then she could cash in on this guy. Or she'll minimize it, or she'll victimize herself. I was a victim and he did this and he made this and I was raped and I was young, groomed, taken advantage of, and he blah, 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 blah. And then she's sympathetic figure to him. Oh, she was groomed and he took advantage of her when she was in her youth. Okay, so this is what then makes her a sympathetic figure, and he'll marry her in sympathy, or he'll date her in sympathy. Cassie. Yes, Cassie is a prime example of that. He's abusive and controlling and grooming me. All right, show us the video of you getting dogged out by 5 dudes and you allegedly got STIs in your mouth. All right. The husband, the last husband, marries her in sympathy. And he was there the whole time watching parts of it. Oh, you were sympathetic and you were trafficked and groomed and you were a victim. So you'll marry her in sympathy. All right. These guys out here, man, you was getting railed. And there's a new woman running around here, Gloria Velez. She's trying to do the sympathy tour. Aaron Hall, all this shit. I'm going to do a show on her on Crime and Law CGA. But Gloria Velez is trying to do the sympathy tour. I was 14. They was having me pose naked. I was dancing for Luke. And Aaron Hall had me. And I was pregnant by 16. And R. Kelly tried to. So Gloria Velez is doing her Me Too right now on Vlad TV. This is the strategy. So when women meet you, they will do sympathy. They will want you to sympathize for them. I dealt with jerks. I dealt with assholes, and baby daddy ain't shit, and he don't pay child support. He don't take care of his kid. I'm a victim. I work hard. I have a good career, but it's hard for me to do this and that. Sympathy tour. And then you'll be like, damn, she a good one. She one of the good ones out here, but have a whole graveyard of niggas in the background. Oh, man. She can't make ends meet. She just need a support system. And then boom. Shout out to our brother. It is Jacob M says, Coach, how should I navigate taking a trip to Brazil or Colombia? I'm not fluent in their languages. You don't have to be. There are some English speaking people there, and there are some women, most women that speak English sell pussy. All right, because all right, there's that. All right, but not all. But you don't have to be fluent in any of those languages. Now, if you plan to move there and marry into a Brazil or Colombia woman, you better learn. But I just use Google Translate. In Panama, I spend 3 days with a woman, don't speak no English. All right, 2 days in Panama. And that was a woman I previously hung out with. She spoke no English. But when it was time to understand each other, we understood each other. Now, stop talking. What guys do is you think talking about regular shit with women makes you more compatible. It just exposes you. So we don't talk about regular stuff. Yeah, they have the AirPods that translate now. But I was in Panama. They don't even speak English. The one primary girl that I dealt with speaks no English. All right, but we got Google Translate. We kind of talk like idiots. I talk broken Spanish. All right, we and ah and point and we do this, and then I bend her face into the pillow. I nut. She says, no more leche. I understand what leche is. Right. We say, this. She tries to give me a little bit of Spanish that I can understand. And I'll be like, yeah, bitch. Okay, grab them ankles. All right, leche, come in. Leche. But there's nothing else we need to talk about. So why do I need to understand the language other than her saying my boyfriend's coming to rob me? Okay, I didn't know that. No mas leche, no mas leche. She understands that we're not going to have any more sex. So she says, going to the pool. All right. So she goes hang about at the pool. I go to work. But I speak a little bit of Spanish. Enough for her to understand here and there. But yeah. But that prevents us from getting in multiple disagreements. Plus, if we have something long to say, we just simply Google Translate it. All right. And in Colombia, one of the women that I deal with primarily is pretty decent in English. She knows a lot, but when the serious topic comes up or something's long, we Google Translate. All right. And she'll type it or she'll speak it out in a Google Translate and we just show you. You'll be able to survive easy like that. It's actually better to me because I don't have to have useless conversations with them. All right. You don't need to speak the language. Now, if you plan to live there, be there longer than 2 months, have a girlfriend there, marry, date regular women instead of girls that have been fucked by multiple foreigners, right? And then you want girls from the favelas that are ramshackled, ran through by pookies from the favelas. Then you might want to learn Portuguese in Brazil. You might want to. By the way, Portuguese is the hardest ones to learn, and Portuguese only benefits you in several countries: Brazil, Portugal, and there's an African country that I can't remember off the top of my head that it benefits you to learn Portuguese. And somebody could tell me what that country is in Africa. All right. It only benefits you in 3 countries. Angola. All right. But in Spanish benefits you around the world. All right. Spanish benefits you in all of the Western Hemisphere. All of the Western Hemisphere uses Spanish. All right. Then when you go to Europe, Spanish and French tends to be transferable in English. All right. And then you could go anywhere. The Philippines, they got Sea Mexicans there. All right. You could go with the Sea Mexicans. Cape Verde, Mozambique, Angola, there's the Portuguese. So that only benefits you in several countries, whereas Spanish benefits you everywhere. All right. It's the number 2 around the world. Pretty much the number 1 in North and South America. All right. Most of North and South America speak Spanish. Right. He said the Sea Mexicans. The Sea Mexicans, you're going to be good. All right. In the Philippines, because they're Spain-based, English-speaking Sea Mexicans. They're the Mexicans of the sea. All right. Whatever you think of Mexicans, the Filipinas are the same thing as Mexican women. All right. It ain't no difference. Filipinas Mexicans and Filipinos are the same. They're highly promiscuous when they're young. They're super submissive, short and small. They fuck like crazy and they can get impregnated just like that. All right, they use the same currency. It's not the same currency, but the same currency by name. Yeah, the sea Mexicans, and then they get chunky and fat after a while too, like a Mexican. All right, all right. They all 4'9", 4'10", 4'11", 5 foot, 5'1", 5'2". After you impregnate one, they gonna blow up like the Goodyear blip. I mean. So you basically going from Mexico to Philippines, same woman. Both invaded by Spain, same woman, bro. There ain't no difference. Like they be like, you need to go to the Philippines. Man, I've been to Mexico. I lived by Mexicans all my life. Same thing. Anyway, stop. All the Filipinos are going crazy right here. Yep, I lived in Los Angeles. I done seen every culture. They be like, you need to go here. I lived in Los Angeles. All right, say I've done fucked every other culture already. All right, now when I go over there, I'm like, it's just more of them. All right, anyway, learn Spanish. Shout out to Brandon B. Says, why did CGA give me anxiety when he started talking about the walk from one side of Caesars to get where the Uber Lyft pickup is? Whew. Man, let me tell you, man. Finding the Uber and the valet going through these hotels and casinos is shitty. All right. It is a bad proposition. All right. It is bad. It's a whole thing. All right. The valet is over there. The Uber pickup is over there. Oh, all right. You going crazy in the casinos. And hoes live that life. Right. Hoes live that life. They be going from the bathroom up to the rooms, down back to the bathroom. All right. All the way to the valet, all the way to the parking lot pickup, all the way to the Uber. All right. Shit is crazy. All right. Hoes deal with some crazy shit. You got to understand. Hoes deal with a crazy life. All right. We got our brother that is sponsored today's show with a triple up. My brother's name is Mark Christopher Darden. And he says, what's up, coach? I'm on the plane now coming back from Europe, visiting Paris and London. And seeing the Browns play against the Vikings, great trip overall. Shout out to the coach gang and boss up. That's a triple up.
I'm rich.
One again.
I'm rich, bitch. I'm rich, bitch.
Hey, man, we showing you the dark side over here. Don't come over here for no normie shit. This is not the normie channel. Shout out to Mark Christopher Darden with the $300 sponsorship out there going to Gay Patty right here. Where we at here? This is the dark side programming.
I'll show you the dark side.
All right. We are telling you some real shit. The shit that you just don't think about. Now, once you get to the dark side, you will realize that shit is real fucked up. Like, man, it's bad. It's bad. But none of y'all are getting prime. None of y'all ever going to get prime punani. The only way you get it is if you have a girl and y'all was junior high school and y'all went to high school together and junior high together and you get to saw her and she didn't date any cholos or she didn't date any essays or she didn't have a addiction to niggas, right? She didn't like the dark, dangerous guy, tall, dark, and handsome, and she just been down for you, and y'all was carving out hearts in the tree and putting your initials, KJ plus AP. Okay? And y'all had a teenage love. A teenage love, right? That's the only way y'all can almost, and then you went to college, the same college. You didn't go to a different college. If you go to a different college, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Y'all went to the same junior college. Then y'all transferred to the same Cal State University in Channel Islands. Y'all know each other's family. Y'all grew up in Las Colonias projects in Oxnard, and y'all was just a nerd, geek-ass nigga with a woman that's going to be shaped like a refrigerator by 22. That's about it. That's about the fresh pieces of punani that you fixing to get. And you done cracked it open, right? You done hit it with bottle service. You done put the leche on it, all of that. You done milked it. That's about the best piece of freshest punani you fixing to get. Other than that, we all getting leftover punani. Now, for women, they don't seem to care about this. They're like, whatever. Men should just deal with it. But men seem to care about this. Okay, men seem to this be the overriding factor of you making her your girlfriend and wife, right? This seems to be the thing, right? Body count matters and they can't pair bond after, all the red pill talking points that seems to be governing men's selection. Yeah, I get it. I agree. But just understand, right? He said 2%. 2% of y'all are getting that. All right. The rest of y'all, and y'all better be Mexicans. Only the Mexican men, the 15-year-old Mexican guys with the mustache already at 15 and shit. You know him. Hector, he goes to 2 classes. He got a folder, right? He got a folder in his back pocket. And he got a fat, chunky ass girlfriend and shit. Yeah, with the pepperoni areolas. And she been in love with Hector since she was 12. All right, and he started growing a mustache and shit, and he go to work, and he help his uncle fix cars on the weekends. And he work at Jiffy Lube, and she just down for him. She ready to have his babies already at 16. All right. That right there, that's about the realest it's about to get for y'all. She love him. She's in love with him. Now, when she get about 35 and 8 kids in, she going to fall out of love with him. But he going to get it. She'll do anything for him. All right. Oswaldo. All right. But I met women that had that love. I've been with my boyfriend since I was 16. She now 38, divorcing him. All right. There was a guy over in Rancho Cucamonga that had that with his girlfriend. Remember that? I showed you the show. And then she tried to divorce him and date another guy, and he came and shot him up. Who remembers that shit? All right, because he was with her when she was 16. She done popped out 5 kids, and then she wanted the monkey branch, divorced the guy, and started dating a new guy, and the dude came and shot him both up, killed him. She was a so-called influencer. Now, when they say influencer, she had like 20,000 subscribers. All right, but all right, he was like, "You ain't leaving me." And he shot them all up because he was like, shit, I cracked that seal. I put them babies in that girl, in that hyena, in my hyena. He was like, fuck that. It's the only bitch I know. Right? That's my girl. You can't just come in here and take my bitch. Nah, take my bitch. All right. Anyway, shout out to our brother streaming services. Says the MLK Baynard Rustin breakdown you've done is one of the best episodes to understand societal propaganda facts. All right. And I'm going to dig into that speech a little bit more, but the Baynard Rustin, it cannot be underestimated. Okay. A lot of the social propaganda goes on like crazy. All right. Kaylin says there were women who said Ayesha Curry should have had a 304 phase. What they won't say is that she chose that route, that she, at best, she would have been another Brittany Renner, a 304 baby mama to NBA players, nothing more. Yeah, she would have been a pass around. We'll talk about Brittany Renner later on in the week. She's still going after that. And then Anthony Edwards, I predicted Anthony Edwards was still going to get that work, and I was right. She's not quitting. She didn't just take that $1 million allegedly and run with it. She's still dragging him as I so eloquently fought. We got our brother Drew B says the F up boss fuck up. He says, fuck you boss segment is the real red pill. Shout out to you. The fuck you boss up segment is the real red pill. Don Yee says Ayesha Curry sounds like an NFL wide receiver who won Super Bowl, but then complained that they didn't get enough catches and receiving yards. Nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than that. You watch the Super Bowl and then the main guy doesn't get a touchdown and they win, and then they say I didn't get a catch. Man, I'm mad. And you're like, dude, your team won the Super Bowl. And then they're mad that they didn't get a touchdown. They're mad that they didn't get yards. Well, you were a decoy. Everybody knew they were going to try to target you. Same as Walter Payton. I don't think he cried as much about it, but Walter Payton got Chicago Bears to the Super Bowl. He played for the Bears in the lean years. He's the all-time leading rusher at the time. He gets Chicago Bears to the Super Bowl. He doesn't get a touchdown. Right? And he kind of pouted about that. Now, William Perry, the refrigerator, got a touchdown. And that's when people were saying, You ran the ball to William Perry, but you didn't run the ball to the guy that got you there all these years, that took them L's. You didn't give Walter Payton the ball at the one. You gave it to the fridge. See? All right, so Walter Payton was like, what? What? You gave it to the fridge? All right, so, yeah, that's what Ayesha Curry sounds like. All right, yep. And A.J. Brown. Hey, look, I got y'all here. Y'all want to throw the ball. Y'all don't want to throw the ball to me during the big game? Okay, now I ain't going to Disneyland. Marshawn Lynch. He didn't cry about it. He just said, I told you niggas. Shout out to Don Yee says women have penis envy, which is why everything becomes a pissing match with them. I often equate it to, and again, I'm not about putting down women. I want women to do whatever they want. Just don't involve me. All right. Don't involve me in y'all bullshit. Whatever y'all fighting with, whatever demons or gods or devils or Eves or Jezebels or Liliths or witches y'all fighting with, horror queens, whatever y'all fighting with, therapists, niggas, whatever y'all fighting, I don't want to be a part of it. Just leave me the fuck out of it. But I know I'm not going to help you. But what they're also dealing with is that they're competing against you, but you're not competing against them. It's kind of like blacks and whites. Black people always trying to tell white people, oh, y'all want to be us. But white people don't give a fuck about black people. They like, I don't give a fuck about y'all. Like, we don't even got to oppress y'all, niggas. We could just let the CIA deal with y'all and y'all shoot each other up and drink scissor till y'all's bellies are full and teeth are falling out. We never have to worry about you. We just have to move away from you so that our real estate doesn't plummet. White people ain't really caring about niggas like that, but niggas always think we competing against white people for this and that. White people are like, really? Like, not really. You're not competing against us. You never gonna catch us. All right, so the same as men and women. Women are competing against men, and we're like, why? You're never gonna catch us. You're never gonna have the penis. Like, then when we compete against them, we got one hand tied behind our back, right? They're like, it's a fair fight. We got shoestrings tied together. We got our hand behind our back, and we trying to compete with a woman. And then when she wins, she stands on the podium like, we won. You're like, it wasn't even a fair fight. You had simp enforcers, niggas jumping me, kicking me in the nuts and the balls. It's kind of like your little brother or your little sister fight. You know, I'm going to do better than you. I'm going to beat you one day. Not until I'm 50. You're never going to be better than me. You're never going to beat me in a race. You're never going to score 30 over me. All right. You're never going to beat me. All right. So that's kind of the life that they live. You know, I do feel bad for them. I'm not as ruthless as I come across. I'm a nice guy. I'm a gentleman. All right. I'm a gentleman until I can't use you anymore. I think you're trying to get over on me. I'm a true gentleman. But you got to look at them and say, it's got to be a fucked up life when you're literally have the strength of a 13-year-old and you're a fully grown adult. Like, just think about how that plays in your head. Like, that plays in the head of the black community. We'll never get ahead of the white man. He always keeping us down, right? You're never going to be a mature adult. You're always going to be plantation minded. We need the same people that done fucked us over to help us. But, you know, you're a woman. Strength wise, you're a 13-year-old boy. But you got the mind of a grown-ass adult. You can't be like, let me move furniture around and let me just pick this up and let me drive this fucking tractor. Let me do some shit. Let me start a business that nobody can help me. You're like, and then, you know, when you get a win, you basically jump up in front. I did it, ass bitch. Like, and you like, all them people helped you and you had to fuck Nazi soldiers to get over. You know what I mean? Like, you used your pussy to get through, and you sold pussy to get through it, and you fucked your way to the top. Kamala Harris, Madonna, like, that's literally how they got through, opening their legs. No, that didn't count. It was because I was smart and ambitious. Okay, right? I'll believe that. I'll buy that for $1. You had all these people moving all your shit. Like, a woman will have a business and have all these men folding tables and taking boxes to their little, you know, farmer's market. Like, doing all this shit to get there, and you just stood there and shit with your ponytail and your pencil skirt. Like, yeah, I'm the perfect. I did all this. I didn't see you carrying boxes. Right? Soon as the wind knock all over their little pop-up tent, they don't even know how to fix it. Well, my pop-up tent cooked. Now I got to sit there at the farmer's market acting like you the big boss. Soon as the wind come, I got to make sure your pop-up tent don't smash all your fucking jewelry that you made and all them donuts that you cooked and glazed up. Joy Taylor. Yeah, it's okay. But that's why that's how I look at them. You know, it's not that I look at them as less than, because they do have true power. They just don't want to use that power openly anymore. All right. I think women are powerful. They can make great strides. They can make society better, just like men can if everybody played fair. All right. But they're trying to trick you into believing something that is really not true. Oh, we're career oriented. Remember, all these women are going to buy all these houses up. Now they're getting laid off by the government. Now black women are like, DEI went away, so the jobs went away. Yeah, so you were propped up. You had a false start. You had a fake start. You had a fake head start. It's kind of like when you're in school and they pick the two kids that are the best students, and they pick two boys, and they're like, but we do have to pick a girl for representation. And then they pick a girl, and then in kindergarten, then the girl's trying to break graham crackers, all right, and hand them out, and she can't do it. And she cries, has a breakdown. She can't handle the pressure. She was propped up, put in a position that she didn't deserve. Now she heard graham cracker breaking skills, got to be exhibited. Break them graham crackers on the line, bitch. And all of a sudden, graham cracker crumbling, and I was on my period, and I was having a bad day. Okay. Yeah, Sarah Fuller, the kicker. I can't show the video. The kicker for Vanderbilt. There was like, there should be a female kicker. She kicked the ball, and the motherfucker went 10 yards. Then they tried to rename it a squib kick. Oh, she squib kicked it. And she went up there and kicked the ball 10 yards and ran off the field. I wish I could show it, but they're going to give me a copyright when I show it. She literally stood up there, first female kicker in men's college football, and the football team 0-10. She kicked the ball, and it went 10 yards. As soon as she kicked it, she ran right off to the sideline. That's called propping up women. That's not. No, bruh. Nah. Oh, she did that on purpose. So she didn't get ran the fuck over by a blocker and blindsided, because if she would have kicked it as long as she could kick it, the nigga would have been returning the motherfucker at full speed. All right? Then she got in the locker room saying, you men need to become better football players. See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. That, to me, I cannot go for that. I'm just not that type of person. I don't care if it was a black, a underrepresented minority, a gay, a woman. I don't go for shit like that. But history books go for it. They go for it, and they prop this shit up, and they give her all this glee. They invite her to the White House. This is crazy. Like, this is absolutely insanity to me. And then when I talk against it, I'm a misogynist, and I'm ruthless. Like, if they put me out there, I would have done the same thing she did, but I rightly don't need my old ass out there. So I would have did the same thing. Oldest nigga to kick a ball in college football. I would have done the same thing. 10-yard squib kick out of motherfucking bounds. Run right to the sideline. Or this 280-pound nigga coming down full speed is going to give me a kick to the face. I would kick the ball out of bounds too. But my 50-year-old ass don't need to be out there. All right? So that would be quite understandable. All right. Okay, like, I mean, I would have done the same thing right at this age. So I'm not saying anything that she did wrong, but you would expecting me to do some coward shit like that. Look at this nigga. Now imagine me doing it and the praise I would have got for doing it. Oldest nigga to kick a ball. All right, and I kicked it out of bounds. All right, y'all would have been like, look at this nigga, man. Oh my God. That don't count. All right, it wouldn't have counted, but it counted for her. All right. Anyway, shout out to our brother 2006 Miami Heat. Says she didn't want to be in a relationship with the star. She wanted to be the star in a relationship. That's a matter of fact. She didn't want to be in a relationship with the star. She wanted to be the star in a relationship. Shout out to Blue Bag. It says Ayesha Curry got Edith Bunker syndrome. Straight dingbat. Steph is cooked and don't know it. That's true. Steph is still defending her. Brown, well, we'll call you Brown Bearer, says, went to Mexico, folded 4 in 32 hours. Get your passport, gents. You know, and the other countries, they don't play these games. This is why they don't want you to go to the other countries. Now, the other countries don't play this shit with women. All right, the women's empowerment shit. And the reason why is the government doesn't support women. They don't prop them up with jobs. They don't give them fake support. Most of the time, there's a father involved. At least maybe the father has 3 different families. These women have brothers and fathers and, you know, a history and a culture. They also don't have the government propping them up. So the woman can't fall back on child support. They really can't fall back. And I'm not saying this is how it should be. They can't fall back on domestic violence. Prostitution is mostly legal. Some families know their daughters are prostituting themselves and just be like, dude, I know what happens is their fathers and mothers know that their women are doing this, and they'll ask the girls for money. All right, hey, did your John, did your gringo pay you? The mom and dad got their money, their hands out. Hey, give me some money. I heard you got some money from your gringo. Right? I heard Fixes Binds LLC is in town, and Pops be reaching for the money. They don't be like, shame on you, daughter. You put shame on our name. So it's just part of the culture. They don't have government propping them up with jobs and a fallback. They just don't have what American women have. And American women don't understand that they have this great safety net. But most of the time, the safety net is false. And they'll give up that. They'll take the safety net for 20, 30 years, and then they'll fall back on what happened to the men.
What happened? Where did all the men go?
All right. Where are these men? Where are these men to save us? Where are these trick ass niggas? Where are these men that could, right? They'll fall back to us. We're the fallback. We're the cleanup guy, as Obsidian used to say. We got to clean up the bullshit and accept them who they are. If you don't take me as I am, you can't take me as my best. You can't accept me as my worst. Whatever they say. We're the fallback plan when DEI, when affirmative action, when feminism don't work. Whereas other countries, they don't have this infrastructure. They don't have this, all right, which makes it that it becomes more attractive for men. Now, unfortunately, some men come take advantage of that. And now you see why America has these infrastructures in, because y'all niggas ain't shit. All right, so y'all go over there and fuck it up over there to an extent. Y'all walk over there and get 4 women pregnant and then come back to America and run. All right, so now we see why America has the system it has in place, because some of y'all niggas ain't shit. All right, so I can understand why America does with women, but women don't realize they're just maximum slaves. All right, they're not as free as they want. Like, women can't just be like, I'm not gonna work. They can't do that. That's freedom. All right, they're tied into their government, their university. They're tied into that. Do student loans. They're tied into that. Then they become slaves to the loans. They become slaves to the government. They become slaves to the tax structure. So they're just used as slaves. All right, and they volunteer for it, which is crazy. And now what's happening? Trump takes all of that away. He takes away Section 8. He takes away DEI. Student loans is no longer a thing. I think you can't take out student loans until 20 or 21, right? As opposed to at 18, you can only take out so much. So they're kind of putting safeguards in. So the women got to get sugar daddies. Like they got to sell pussy, or they got to work on campus. They got to work at the dorm food place. So the government's slowly taking away these things from women, and the women don't know what to do. They're like, what are we supposed to do? Well, yeah, Florida, Ron DeSantis took away a lifetime alimony. Kentucky did the 50-50 custody right off the top. Okay, so you're seeing the government slowly take these things, these safety nets away from women, and now the women don't know what to do. They're like, what do we do out here? Now they're doing what? Selling pussy on the side, luxury dating. They're trying to sugar daddy themselves out at 35 and 40. It is what it is. All right, anyway, mating strategy says, Coach, this person has an interesting perspective on how females use a mating strategy. What's going on now is not normal. Mouse Utopia is a great experiment, and there are similarities. Our civilization is decaying in real time. Oswald Spengler also said this. I agree. I think the structure of... You guys got time today? Because I'll be done here in a minute. Old America is dead. Like, I'm an older guy. I know I'm an old ass nigga to y'all, but I remember what America was. And I'm an 80s baby, born in the 70s, 80s baby. That America does not exist anymore. Okay. That America is gone. So just so you know. So when I hear y'all talking about Boycott and Target, and it, to me, I'm like, y'all lost. You're losing. So that America is not returning either. So I don't have any things to saying that America is returning. America I experienced in the 90s is gone. Now, I saw the propaganda that exists today as strong. Those people have the strength now. The LGBT, that was pushed hard in the mid-90s. It now is the power today. That's the power. You can't talk against that at all. You getting banned. Before, you could say things and drop the F word, and you could be, they didn't have any clause. They basically just took the Civil Rights Act, took niggas out of it, and then put their name into it. So there's that. Then you have the America in the early 2000s. That don't exist. So when you're looking at America today, if you're a young person, that ain't okay. That's not coming back. And I know it's not coming back. We have no chance of that coming back. So what you're seeing is the decaying of capitalism, the decaying of people supporting capitalism and working hard and making good decisions about their lives. And then people looking at bums and saying, hey, you bummed yourself out. You drugged yourself out. It is what it is. We now save the weak, right? The weak should get a chance. The people who have been disadvantaged, they get the chance before the people who live right. This type of thing. So when I say that the structure is crumbling in real time, it is. All right. It is. That system is crumbling to the point where we have more support for socialism than we have for capitalism. All right, because we got a lot of losers, right? We have more support for socialism than we have for capitalism. We have more support for other people's flag than our own flag of America. When I say our, I mean our. All right, everybody else's flags matter. You go to a damn soccer game, the Mexicans gonna have that Mexican flag flying. It matters more than the American flag. If you were standing in front of a university right now, and you took an American flag and you flew it up the pole, them motherfuckers will go crazy. That's how off we are. Whereas in the 80s, they would be like, and I'm proud to be an American where the land is home and free and we shall stand up. If you were sitting down, they would go crazy on you. If you said, I ain't standing up for this shit, they would go crazy. But if they took a Black Power flag, a Black Lives Matter flag, a rainbow flag, a trans flag, any other goddamn country, y'all can put a USSR flag up there. Them niggas will be chanting and celebrating. Yes. See, that's how off we are. That's how we're going left, all right, or wherever we're at. That's a college university. You fly an American flag, nigga, they about to liable to choke your ass. You put a Che Guevara flag up there, everybody gonna go crazy. And if you say something crazy to them, then they gonna lynch your ass in real time. That's where we live at right now. That's our time right now. That's what tells you, bro. How do you recorrect that? You have to be a MAGA extremist to be able to do it. I mean, you have to go extreme on people, but they're not extreme, man. It's extreme as they don't want that work. So that's where we are. And we're not coming back from that very long. Once socialism idea, we have people on YouTube defending socialism. They're like, this is why socialism is better than communism. And I just got to shake my head like, God damn. Now, socialism has never worked, just so you guys know. Now, the new form of socialism, they say, is going to work this time. This time it'll work. We've worked out the kinks. And I'm like, so you want me to experiment with your new socialism because y'all worked it out this time. Y'all got it figured out. Y'all want us to go from the last so-called capitalist society. Y'all want me to give this shit up so we can go ahead and do your experiment, which democracy or Republic of America was an experiment. but it was already demonstrated by other so-called great empires. We already saw a portion of it. We just did. So let's experiment. Let's get rid of this shit. And I'm not going for it. Not on my watch. Not while I'm getting some fucking money. All right. See, now it's funny y'all want to do this now when niggas are getting rich. Y'all notice that, huh? Now when niggas are getting rich, because this is the best time niggas have made the most money in their entire world. Niggas ain't made this much money ever in America. Now niggas are getting $400 million to do podcasts. Now when a nigga getting some money in his pocket, y'all want to change the rules. Fuck that shit. Right now, nigga, I'm getting some money now. Nah, we ain't doing this shit. Niggas want to pull the plug now while niggas is getting money. Nah, nigga, we starting to hit 100K, you $50,000 a year niggas. Fuck that. Don't change the rules now. Fuck y'all. Now niggas getting money. Now they want to change the rules and shit. Fat white women want to change the rules, and these motherfucking recessed chin white boys want to change the rules and shit. Nah, nigga, you had all the advantages, nigga. Now sit your goofy ass down with that big Adam's apple. Sit your recessed chin ass down with all that acne on your face, nigga. We not going to your ISIS bullshit. We not going to that Antifa communist bull. Hell no, nigga. I want white slaves. Give me some motherfucking white slaves. Let me employ some white people now. Nigga, let's look. The shoe on the other foot. Now that the rabbit got the gun, y'all niggas want to start changing the system again. Fuck y'all. No. Nah, nigga, I'm about to employ white people now. White people get to work. All right? White bitches get to work. All right? No, motherfucker. All right? Don't try to change the rules up now that niggas can get fair access to money. All right? No, hell no, bro. Not me. White people pissed now. Fuck y'all. Give a fuck if y'all pissed. It's the truth. Now that I can fuck white bitches and give them $300 to leave, now y'all want to change the rules up, man. We should make this illegal. Now that I can see white bitches bust their pussy open on OnlyFans, y'all want to make it illegal. Nah. Let your daughters post that barely legal pussy on the internet. I want to see it. I want to see that pink pea sleeve. I want to see them uncooked cinnamons on the internet. Now that your daughter's out here thotting and trotting it out here, put your white daughters up there and let them bust it wide open so I can see the innards of them Pete Punani. Let's go. Don't try to cancel OnlyFans now. I want to see them young bitches on the internet. This is why I am demonetized. CJ says, even after life gets hard and she has to do DoorDash, she still acts like she's doing you a favor by letting you commit to her now. Facts. Facts. See, this is what you don't understand. This is why vetting is important. Most women think that most of the time you're getting a deal, on women, and most of the time they're in dire straits. Okay, so until you vet them and realize, look them up. I'm not going to tell you where to look them up. You got to join locals. Look them up. A lot of these women are getting in commitments. They're in dire straits. All right, they're about to be close to eviction. They need help on the rent. All right, you don't realize that, and you come in here and make a deal with them, and you could have got them on discount if you knew that they were in bad situation. All right, you got to vet them out. Get their first and last name and do a deep dive. You go join my locals. I talk about it. Deep dive, vet them before you commit to them, because you could have got them off the discount rack. Ask hard questions. So if they don't want to answer real questions, get them the fuck up out of there. But never commit to them. Most of them, their lease is gonna end in 6 months, and they almost underwater. All right, and they need a roommate. Okay, they need a roommate, or their relationship is ending. They need somebody to pay half the rent. Their mama about to kick them out the house, and they don't want to follow their parents' rules no more, so they want to move in with you. They're 31, living with their parents, and they want out. All right, I want out. What do I do? Find me a sucker. Manipulate him, love bomb him. And now you move her in. I'm thinking about moving in. We can live together. And I cook and clean and fold clothes. She'll do that shit for a good 3 months. All right. So we have to guard ourselves against this. And remember, this is a shield, not a sword. Our job is to protect ourselves with the shield and never discuss this shit with the woman you're dealing with. Okay? Never discuss this shit with the guys. You will be shocked. I never discuss any of these things that I talk about with the women that I deal with. JUCO, non-JUCO. Now, sometimes they'll find out about it. Sometimes they're here during the stream and they're like, damn, you were saying all kind of crazy shit on the internet. And I was like, that's what I do. But my job is to not let her understand. My job is to protect myself from her. She knows not what she does. She's just in survival mode. Forgive her. She knows not what she do. She knows not what she does. So she doesn't know she's manipulating me. She's just surviving. She doesn't try to do bad by me because she's a woman. She's just doing what women do. And she might find fault in what I do to her. But I'm just defending myself. I don't need to discuss this shit and let her understand hair, Y, and Z. I just give her the rules. Say, follow these 3 fucking rules. As soon as she doesn't, you're out. Right? That's if she wants a serious relationship, which most of us kind of they do. You want a serious relationship, you're going to do these 3 things. As soon as you violate one of these things, I'm going to get rid of you. And then she's going to say, well, you didn't give me a chance. You didn't communicate with me. You didn't. Guys, I'm going to remind you, when you told her up front, that was the communication. That was the communication. That's all the communication she need. She heard you. She just wanted to test to see if you won't knock her head off. She wanted to see what you was going to do. Let me see what because these niggas don't follow their laws. So that was the communication. As soon as I told you once, that was enough. Now, I might give you a warning, or I might reiterate my communication before I see the bullshit. So I communicated with you several times on these issues. I made sure you understood the rules. She said, let me test this shit out. Knock her motherfucking head off, metaphorically, not physically. Cut her head. She's going to be like, why? We didn't communicate, and you didn't tell me, and I didn't understand, and I didn't think that was a part of the rules. You do all of this before you fall in love with her. Before you fall in love with her, you got to give her that. Knock that head off. Cut that head off. Cut her ass off. Be like, that's it. All right. All right. But you can only do this when you have leverage. You don't have to put up with her bullshit. Once she does that, she'll either come back to you. She'll come back and spin the block and try to do some take backsies. But the communication works in her favor because what she wants to do is get in front of you and hopefully that your lust takes over. Now, once you have sex with her, she's apologized. So you don't want to give her that opportunity. You don't need no closure. You already gave her the communication. You already gave her the warning. Bitch, she violated, cut. All right, that's 3 chances. All right, now she's continuing to do this and she thought she was going to play you and get over on you. And you had to cut her. Now, if she gets in front of you and you communicate and talk, she eventually thinks that you're going to get there and get sweet on her and she's going to open her legs and you're going to fuck. All right. And then once you fuck, she's apologized and you've forgiven her. That's what her mind is. So that's why she wants to communicate with you. Let's face-to-face communication. No. All right. You're out of there. Block whatever you're doing. Block her for a week just so she knows the message is going non-deliverable. You can unblock her later and she could be like, well, you in your feelings. And yep, whatever, bitch. All right. Protect yourself. For men that don't want to deal with all this bullshit, guys, if you're with women, you're going to deal with this bullshit. I don't care if you got game, if you're a pimp. Pimps always got to keep their hoes in check. Always got to check them. So you're not going to not deal with women's bullshit. There's nobody that's going to avoid dealing with them, dealing with their bullshit. So just so you know, there's no amount of information and red pill knowledge and game and pimpism and ism and Macism. There's no amount that's going to prevent her from doing this. You always got to know it's coming. Okay. With that being said, this is the shield. All right. With that being said, I got to get up out of here, man. We gone too long. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Almost 2,000 in the building, and we're cutting the stream. New intro. Enjoy it. New outro. Peace.